After being pressured to marry by the female CEO, I obtained the God-tier choice system. Chapter 1. The stunning wife I drank into marriage. What the hell is going on? How did I end up married? Staring at the marriage certificate in his hand, Yichuan looked utterly dumbfounded. He began trying to recall what had happened yesterday. Yesterday had been his 24th birthday. Early in the morning, a group of friends had come over to celebrate with him. They started drinking in the morning and kept going until noon. In the end, Yichuan had managed to outdrink them all, toppling every single friend who tried to get him drunk. He'd even gone so far as to help each of those fallen comrades into a taxi and send them home. And then, he patted his head hard, desperately trying to remember. He vaguely recalled that after sending off the last friend, the alcohol had really hit him. Still trying to stay upright, he'd been intent on going home to sleep. And then nothing. His memory simply stopped there. He picked up the marriage certificate again and looked at it. To be honest, this woman named Lin Anlan was indeed very beautiful. Even in the unfiltered photo on the certificate, she was breathtaking. But at this moment, Yichuan's mind was fixed on only one thought: divorce. As for the reason, there were no feelings between them. He had no intention of becoming some cold, mechanical breeding machine. Bang, bang, bang. Just as he was about to head out for work, there came a sudden, urgent knock at the door. Whoever it was seemed to be in a hurry, knocking rapidly. Who is it? With a frown, Yichuan walked to the door. Whoa. The moment he opened it, a pair of mountains nearly brushed against him, making him instinctively step back. Hello, my name is Lin Anlan. May I come in and talk? Outside, Lin Anlan gave the marriage certificate a little shake, then pointed toward the apartment. Come in. He stepped aside to let her in, giving her a once-over. He had to admit, she had an impressive figure. Around 1.7 meters tall, with perfectly toned legs. And then there was that breathtaking silhouette, framed perfectly by a tailored business suit. Absolute perfection. You. Seeing him staring, Lin Anlan's delicate face flashed with wariness. Don't get the wrong idea. I'm just curious. How did a beautiful woman like you end up marrying me? Hearing this, Lin Anlan gave a slightly embarrassed smile and explained, this was my fault. Yesterday, I attended a cocktail party and had a bit too much to drink. I live in Building 6, Unit 2201 of the next complex, but on my way home I went to the wrong neighborhood. Yichuan. That neighboring complex, Tsujiang No. 1, was a famous luxury development in Kin City, home to many successful people. I was tipsy and your door wasn't locked, so I just walked in. When you came home and saw me. Here, Lin Anlan shot him a meaningful look before continuing, still a bit embarrassed. You said, oh, a brave little brother not afraid of death? Come on, keep drinking, whoever backs down is the loser. Yichuan. Yep, that sounded exactly like him. As the heaviest drinker among his friends, that was how he always talked at the table. Don't like it? Drink me under the table. So the marriage certificate? He asked. While drinking, we played truth or dare and you lost. At that, Lin Anlan stopped talking, clearly unwilling to go into more detail. Don't tell me the dare you gave me was to get married? Yichuan froze, then his eyes widened in shock. Lin Anlan gave a tiny nod, her blush spreading down to her neck. Yichuan was speechless for a long moment, then finally gave her a big thumbs up. Girl, you're a real axe. Even a sledgehammer has nothing on you. I'm sorry, this is all my fault. I can compensate you, but can we get divorced? She asked carefully. No problem. His answer was refreshingly decisive. But it'll have to wait until the weekend. I need to get to work now. Okay. Shangyun Group Planning Department. Everyone in the planning department, meeting in the main conference room in 5 minutes. Yichuan had just walked into the office when the department manager came in behind him, clapping his hands and making the announcement loudly. What's going on? A meeting first thing in the morning? One colleague muttered unhappily, clearly reluctant. Yeah, seriously? We've got piles of work already. Why the hell are we having a meeting now? With someone grumbling first, the rest of the department quickly joined in with their own complaints. What's all the noise? Don't feel like working anymore. Is that it? Don't say I didn't warn you our big boss will be at this meeting. So watch yourselves. What? The big boss is coming? No way. I've been here 2 years and never seen what they look like. You're not lying, are you? I've never seen them either, but I've heard the big boss is a stunning beauty. Yeah, me too. Is that for real? Who cares? Let us go see for ourselves. Then what are we waiting for? If we're late, there won't be any seats in the front. The moment the manager mentioned the boss was a gorgeous woman, The whole department who'd been so unwilling a moment ago suddenly scrambled for the conference room like it was a Black Friday sale. Within seconds, the previously noisy department was empty except for Yichuan and the manager. This lot the manager shook his head with a smile, then noticed Yichuan still moving slowly. Surprised that someone wasn't rushing to see the beauty, he called out, "Xiaoqin, what are you doing? Hurry up, or you'll be late." By the time Yichuan entered the conference room, it was already packed. In the front rows, people were fighting for seats like their lives depended on it. Even the manager had joined the fray. Hemen. Shaking his head, Yichuan strolled to a corner seat in the back, near the door, and sat down quietly to wait for the meeting to start. As for seeing some beautiful boss? Please. No beauty could compare to his wife. She was already the ceiling. These guys were just country bumpkins who'd never seen the world. A few minutes later. Bang! The side door next to him suddenly swung open. Several senior executives walked in one after another, then stopped just inside the doorway. They stood aside, bowing slightly, and gestured in welcome. TSK, what a grand entrance, like the Empress Dowager CI. Holy! Before he could finish his sarcastic remark, Yichuan froze. His eyes bulged as he stared at the big boss walking in. This stunning beauty surrounded by a halo of attention. It was actually Chapter 2, God Tier Choice System. Colleagues, let us give our warmest applause to welcome the chairwoman of Shangyun Group, Lin Anlan, Director Lin. Clap, 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 clap. In an instant, everyone present stood up. They clapped furiously while craning their necks toward the back, all eager to catch a glimpse of the beautiful chairwoman's celestial face. Amid the deafening applause, only Yichuan sat frozen in his seat. Not standing, not clapping, just staring blankly at Lin Anlan like a dumb deer in headlights. It was unusual, to say the least. And since he was sitting right by the door, only 2 or 3 meters away from Lin Anlan and her entourage, his odd behavior was noticed by the leadership immediately. Director Lin, this employee might just be too excited. A middle-aged leader by Lin Anlan's side said with a forced smile, shooting Yichuan a fierce glare. Please don't mind him. It's fine. Lin Anlan nodded slightly, trying to appear calm, pretending she hadn't seen him at all. With composed yet slightly flustered steps, she walked forward. When she reached the stage, she glanced once more toward Yichuan's direction. She quietly took a deep breath. The shock she felt upon seeing him was no less than his earlier reaction. If she hadn't been through many major occasions, she would have cried out on the spot. She actually had to pinch herself hard to hold it in. What the hell is this bastard doing here? Cursing him silently, Lin Anlan steadied herself. In 1 second, she was back in CEO mode, cold, poised, authoritative. Into the microphone, she said, "Hello everyone, I'm Lin Anlan." A smattering of applause started in the audience, but Lin Anlan quickly pressed her hand down, cutting it off. Her gaze swept across the hall, and she went straight to the point. Today's meeting is mainly about reviewing the progress of the public service advertisement project. She turned to the planning department manager, her tone sharpening. Manager Liu, I've emphasized the importance of this project countless times when I assigned it to your department, Haven TI. Yes, yes. Manager Liu sprang up from his seat, nodding repeatedly. But Lin Anlan didn't even acknowledge him. She continued, if the public service ad fails review, our cooperation with the provincial TV station this year will be impossible. And the provincial station is one of our core strategic partners for this year. It's already been 3 months. And what kind of proposals has your department submitted so far? With a sharp thud, she slammed the folder in her hands onto the table, making Manager Liu flinch in fright. Director Lin, I promise. I don't want to hear your promises. Lin Anlan cut him off coldly. In 5 minutes. I want a detailed plan. Who's in charge of the concept? How soon it can be filmed? And every step confirmed. She sat down, arms crossed, not saying another word. The other leaders kept their heads down, clearly adopting the better you than me mentality. Not a single one stepped in to help Manager Liu. Wiping the cold sweat from his forehead, Manager Liu waved for his team. Planning department over here, now. Hearing that, the planners shuffled up reluctantly from different parts of the room, gathering around their manager. From the back row, Yichuan sighed and got up, walking to the front row with a strange expression. Think of something, quick. Manager Liu lowered his voice, glancing nervously at the stage. Manager, I'm nervous. Can I take leave? A female planner beside him was pale as a sheet, clearly terrified by the situation. You think I'm not nervous? You think I don't want to take leave? Manager Liu snapped, then looked over at Yichuan. Yichuan, you usually have the most ideas. Got anything good? Yichuan, in this kind of situation, you're asking an intern for ideas? Are you out of your damn mind? Nope. He shook his head without hesitation. A provincial TV public service ad sounded prestigious, sure, but there was no money in it. And if it got rejected, there'd be another round of scolding. All risk, no reward, only an idiot would take this on. Manager Liu looked to the others, but everyone avoided his eyes. You all. He nearly choked on his own anger. A bunch of useless dead weight. You're always complaining about low salaries and poor benefits. Well, here is a 30,000 yuan reward for one ad. Any of you got the guts to take it? Ding. God tier choice system successfully activated. Host S current dilemma detected. Providing the following options. Option 1. Refuse the public service ad. Reward. 100,000 cash. Option 2. Accept the task. Take the lead in filming the ad script provided by the system. Reward. 3 million cash, plus Lin Anlan's admiration. Just as everyone was at a loss, an electronic voice rang in Yichuan's mind. The protagonist's mandatory starter pack. The system had finally arrived. He eyed the rewards with mild disdain. Lin Anlan's admiration? What the hell is that worth? But that 3 million cash. Now that was tempting. Manager. While Manager Liu was still muttering to himself, Yichuan suddenly spoke up. Chapter 3 Washing Mother's Feet. Swish. More than a dozen people looked at him, their faces full of hope. You said that there will be a reward of 300,000 if the advertisement is adopted. Yichuan asked. How? The angry manager responded subconsciously. Then he was stunned and stared at Yichuan blankly. Do you have any ideas? Feeling a little embarrassed by the manager's gaze, Yichuan smiled and said, an idea suddenly popped into my head. Manager. Everyone around him. Who the hell just said categorically that there was no such thing? Are you sure? The manager asked again. Yichuan nodded. Sure. Of course he was sure. The system has provided the script, so what else is uncertain? Director Lin. As soon as Yichuan finished speaking, the manager stood up and looked towards the podium excitedly. It's confirmed. The provincial TV station's public service advertising project is planned by our department's new talent, and Yichuan is in charge. Next, let him report the specific plan to you. After saying that, the manager suddenly turned sideways and made a gesture of invitation to Yichuan. Beside Yichuan, a group of colleagues took several steps back, leaving him free. Yichuan. You guys are so fucking awesome. Real. Feeling the nearly 100 people in the conference room, especially Lin Anlan's gaze at the summit. Yichuan stood up slowly and said calmly, Hello everyone, I'm Yichuan. I've accepted this project. After saying that, he sat down leisurely, with no intention of giving a detailed report. Everyone at the scene. Lin Anlan. Blinking her beautiful eyes in disbelief, Lin Anlan suppressed her inner turmoil and asked, Mr. Yichuan, please tell us your plan in detail. I don't. Below the stage, Yichuan shook his head stubbornly. It's not that he is too proud of himself. The main thing is, I haven't had time to read the script yet. On the summit platform, Lin Anlan was almost frightened to death and looked at Yichuan angrily. Please, I'm the chairman. How can you let me step down like this? Mr. Lin, I suddenly realized that this idea is not yet mature. Please give me some time and I will think about it. Seeing that Lin Anlan's eyes were becoming more and more hostile, Yichuan quickly spoke. Okay, I'll give you 1 day. If you can't explain it clearly tomorrow, I'll resign on my own initiative. Patting his chest, Yichuan continued. Meeting adjourned. At the summit, Lin Anlan glared at Yichuan again and angrily adjourned the meeting. She walked out of the meeting room first in high heels. Yichuan, sure. Xiao Yi is awesome. Tomorrow I'll sing you 2 farewell songs. After Lin Anlan left, everyone in the planning department quickly gathered around and began to express their gratitude. This young man is so brave. He even dares to tease the chairman. Let's go. Without paying attention to everyone, Yichuan strode out of the meeting room. In the planning department, Yichuan held the script that floated out of the system in his hand, and lowered his head to read it carefully as if no one was around. I read it over and over again until the afternoon, and stuttered it no less than 100 times. Only then did he thoroughly understand every detail of the advertisement called Washing Mother's Feet. Without saying a word, he walked towards the manager's office. What the hell? You want to take the photo yourself? In the manager's office, the manager stared at Yichuan blankly, his eyes almost blazing with anger. But in just a moment, he suppressed his anger and began to mutter in his heart. As soon as the morning meeting ended, he was called to Director Lin's office for a talk. During the half-hour conversation, the topic basically never left Yichuan. From the time he joined the company to his daily performance, then to character, personality, hobbies. Director Lin asked about every detail, from public to private. The question made him wonder if Director Lin had taken a fancy to Yichuan. I want to chase this guy. At the end, Mr. Lin made an even more shocking statement. From now on, all matters concerning Yichuan, no matter how big or small, must be reported to her. It's up to her. Right. Looking at the manager, Yichuan nodded. It was not that he did not trust others. The main reason was that the 4 words lead the completion in the task made him a little confused. What if I let someone else shoot it and she is not the lead? Let me take a look at the script first. The manager took a deep breath, suppressed his inner discomfort, and spoke. After giving him a wary look, Yichuan quietly put his hand holding the script behind his back. How about I just dictate it? The manager's face was full of question marks, and he thought he had misheard. What do you mean by looking so defensive? What does it mean to hide the script? Can I steal your ideas? Seeing that the manager was about to explode again, Yichuan quickly spoke. It's not what you think. I'm worried that the director might misunderstand my ideas and not be able to film the effect I want. Impossible, I tell you, don't even think about it. The manager refused directly. You want to shoot? Shoot the ball. Do you know how to shoot? Do you understand lighting, camera positioning, and environmental layout? I'm going to take the photo for you, you. Halfway through his words, the manager suddenly got stuck. Thinking of what Director Lin had said before, he suddenly regretted it and was thinking about how to make amends. Manager, please read the script first, and then we can talk. Too lazy to argue with the manager, Yichuan just threw the script out. He believed that after reading the script, the manager would satisfy him even if he made more excessive demands. If this guy doesn't know how to appreciate it, don't blame him, find a wife. Okay, I'd like to see what good ideas you can come up with. As he spoke, the manager reached out, picked up the script, and began to flip through it. Washing Mother's Feet. What the hell? Chapter 4, Being Spoiled by My Wife. After glancing at the title, Manager Jing glanced at Yichuan with disdain, then lowered his head and continued reading. Kindness. After a few seconds, the manager's eyes slowly lit up. His sitting posture also changed from being crooked to being straight. In fact, parents are the best teachers for their children. When the manager saw the last line of the advertisement, he stood up immediately. He looked at Yichuan as if he were a monster, then looked at the script in his hand, his face full of disbelief. These are all your ideas? Right. Yichuan nodded shamelessly and continued. Manager, if you don't like me, I'll keep my word and resign. Take this ad and try it out at other companies. Manager. It's so fucking embarrassing. You insist on taking the photos yourself. Holding the script tightly, the manager asked again. Right. Yichuan nodded, and the manager was so angry that he almost jumped up. If Mr. Lin's instructions were not still fresh in his mind, he would have said that he would let the intern in front of him experience the dangers of society. So damn stubborn. After a long pause, the manager continued to persuade earnestly. Yichuan, you may not realize how good your idea is. If you agree to let the company arrange for a director to shoot this commercial, I will double your bonus right now to 600,000. Seeing the manager gritting his teeth, Yichuan shook his head firmly again. Although 600,000 is tempting, the system reward is a full 3 million. You stubborn donkey, even a donkey isn't as stubborn as you. The manager threw the script hard on the table and exploded, yelling loudly. He is really optimistic about this idea. At the same time, I really don't think Yichuan can produce an ideal film. Well, wait a moment. I'm going to the bathroom. The manager made up an excuse and walked out angrily with the script. Yichuan. I took a look at the office toilet and wondered if this manager had any urinary problems. On the other side, on the top floor of the building, is the chairman's office. Director Lin, this is the script Yichuan handed over. As he spoke, Manager Liu respectfully handed the script to Lin Anlan. So soon. Slightly surprised, Lin Anlan put down the document he was reviewing and took the script to read. As he watched, Lin Anlan's eyebrows slowly raised and he looked at Manager Liu in surprise. Are you sure he wrote this? Yes, Mr. Lin. The manager nodded seriously. The script was indeed completed independently by Yichuan. Hearing this, Lin Anlan's mouth curled up slightly, and he muttered softly, I didn't expect he is quite talented. The manager's hair stood on end at the shy little girl's expression, and he quickly turned his eyes away. Okay, the script is fine. After reading the script, Lin Anlan handed the document back. Director Lin. The manager looked at Lin Anlan cautiously and said, Yichuan requested that he shoot this commercial himself. After saying that, he stood there nervously, waiting for Lin Anlan's scolding. However, to his surprise, Lin Anlan simply hummed indifferently and said casually, then send 2 of the best photographers to work with him. Manager. There is something fishy. There is definitely something fishy going on between these 2 people. I've never seen the chairman indulge anyone like this. Anything else? Seeing Manager Liu standing there blankly, Lin Anlan glanced at him in confusion. No. Director Lin, I'll go down first. Planning Department, Manager's office. The manager looked at Yichuan with a strange expression. Yichuan also looked at the manager with a strange expression. They looked at each other in silence. A full few minutes later, the manager finally gave in and said earnestly, Yichuan. After careful consideration, we have decided to send 2 photographers to help you shoot the whole process. However, if the finished film doesn't meet the requirements, the company will arrange for the director to reshoot it. 1 day, I only give you 1 day. If you don't shoot well within a day, the company will take over. No problem. Yichuan agreed happily. If you have any other requests, please tell me. Handing the script to Yichuan with both hands, the manager asked, I don't have any specific requirements, just that, doubling the bonus. Get out. Get out of here. The manager finally gave up and his roar almost shattered the glass. Half an hour later, boom, boom, boom. Yichuan knocked on the manager's office door again. Come in. Manager, you haven't given me the filming funds yet. Roll. In the end, Yichuan successfully extorted 10,000 yuan from the manager by relying on his shamelessness and deep background. He left the company humming a song while everyone in the planning department bowed to him in worship. He's going to find an actor. He doesn't like any of the actors contracted by the company. Too vulgar. It lacks the simplicity of the actors in the Washing Mother's Feet commercial. As soon as Yichuan left, the director of the planning department arrived at the planning department. Bang, bang, bang. There was another knock on Manager Liu's office door. Get lost. If you bother me again, I won't approve a single cent of your salary. In the office, Manager Liu's incompetent roar was heard, which shocked the director who was just about to step in and stumbled. Did you eat dynamite? Chapter 5 Casting. Looking at the director's surprised expression, the manager couldn't help but twitch his mouth. Sorry. I thought it was that little bastard Yichuan. The manager quickly stood up and apologized. Who? Forget it. Just look at this idea. The director waved his hand indifferently, handed the folder in his hand to the manager, and continued. This is the idea Wang Meng just gave me. Please help improve it. The manager took the document and felt a little unhappy. He bypassed himself, the planning manager, and handed the idea directly to the director. This morning he was in the conference room, looking eagerly for ideas. Where's Wang Mengren? Yichuan has started filming now. He thought of submitting his idea. What the hell were you doing this morning? Okay, let me take a look first. Although he was dissatisfied, the manager didn't say much. After all, Wang Meng is the director's nephew, so it's not easy to refuse him in person. Opening the folder, the manager suppressed his dissatisfaction and began to read. But with Yichuan's previous example of washing his mother's feet as an example, the manager couldn't stand this creative idea. Director, why is Wang Meng suddenly submitting his creative ideas at this time? Closing the folder, the manager asked straight to the point. On the other side, Yichuan took a car to the urban-rural fringe, in front of a public kindergarten. In the advertisement of washing mother's feet, the role of the child is of utmost importance. Clean eyes, simple but lovely smile. It is difficult for children in the city to meet the requirements. Another point is that children who can afford to go to private kindergartens will not be valued by their families for the performance phase. An hour later, Yichuan shook his head in disappointment. There was no one suitable for the role in this kindergarten. He stopped a car and headed to a more remote kindergarten. By the time Yichuan arrived at the gate of the second kindergarten, it was already noon. It happened to be the time when kindergarten was getting out of school. The entrance was crowded with parents who came to pick up their children. Standing about 10 meters behind the parents, Yichuan looked at them one by one. Even after the crowd dispersed, there was still no one who satisfied me. Sighing secretly, Yichuan prepared to find a place to eat and continue in the afternoon. Just as he was about to leave, a plainly dressed and somewhat anxious figure ran over from across the street. As the other party approached, Yichuan's eyes became brighter and brighter. The familiar floral jacket and the familiar ponytail hairstyle. This outfit, this expression. No need for makeup at all. In just a moment, Yichuan made a decision. Even if you have to beg them, you have to convince them to shoot this commercial. A few minutes later, the woman came out with a little boy of 4 or 5 years old. Yichuan's eyes lit up again. This child satisfied him even more than a woman. Yichuan quickly took out his work ID and walked up to the other person in 2 steps. Hello, I'm from the planning department of Shangyun Group. My name is Yichuan. This is my work ID. To show his sincerity, Yichuan directly handed over his work ID and continued. There's a company phone number above. You can call to verify my identity. This series of words made the woman opposite a little confused. Looking at him in surprise, he asked, "What's the matter with you?" It's like this. Immediately, Yichuan stated his purpose. He also said that the mother and son would each receive 2,000 yuan for the performance. You mean, you're shooting a commercial for the provincial TV station, and it takes 3 generations? The woman asked. As for suspecting Yichuan's intentions, the woman didn't even think about it that way. Which liar has such a sincere look? He proactively submitted his work ID and verified it over the phone. Right. Yichuan nodded, pointed to the contact number on his work permit, and continued, "If you don't believe me, you can call this number or search for it online." No. The woman on the other side waved her hands repeatedly and said awkwardly, "I just want to say that I have a mother-in-law at home. I don't know if she meets your standards." Is it such a coincidence? Yichuan thought for a moment and continued, "Do you have any photos?" The woman was stunned when she heard this. "Or would it be convenient for me to go with you?" Seeing the woman's reaction, Yichuan knew that it was definitely not the case and added, Sure. The woman's face lit up and she replied happily. An hour later, Yichuan followed the mother and son to a village. This place is a remote suburb, at least 50 or 60 kilometers away from the city center, without any of the hustle and bustle of the city. "Mom, I'm back." Pushing the door open and walking into the house, the woman casually pressed the light switch. The corridor was so dim that even in broad daylight, it was difficult to see where you were stepping. Yichuan didn't act pretentiously and followed him in. This is a house that has basically not been decorated. The walls are covered with newspapers and there is a faint musty smell. "Mom, this is Planner Yi." Walking into the room, the woman pointed at Yichuan and told an old lady in a wheelchair her purpose. Hearing this, the old lady smiled kindly at Yichuan and signaled the woman to pour water for the guest. It was this smile that made Yichuan make a decision. Chapter 6. Arrogant. Yichuan took out a stack of banknotes from his pocket. If the old man is willing, this 3,000 yuan will be considered a deposit. He looked around the room and continued. Your performance fees, plus the filming location fees, total 10,000 yuan. Is that okay with you? Looking at the 3,000 yuan handed over by Yichuan, the woman stood there for a long time without saying a word. Thanks. In the end, the woman did not refuse. He took the money with both hands and bowed deeply to Yichuan. No, this is normal labor employment. Quickly move aside, Yichuan said. Tomorrow, I wonder if it would be convenient for you to film. Convenient. The next morning, before Yichuan went to work, a young man arrived at the planning department first. He looked to be about 27 or 28 years old. With a work badge hanging on his chest, he walked unsteadily, giving people a gangster-like feeling. Hey, the sun rose from the west today. Young Master Wang Meng actually came to work. Someone saw him and couldn't help but joke. Xiaoma, I heard that there's a new person named Yichuan in our planning department. Wang Meng found a chair and sat down at random, glancing around with a tone full of sarcasm. Newcomer. Yichuan has been working here for over 3 months already. As he spoke, Xiaoma seemed to have thought of something and looked at Wang Meng with a strange look. 3 months. A jerk who's only been in this class for 3 months can come up with an ad that's guaranteed to be selected. Wang Meng picked up a folder and threw it out. Bang! The folder hit the wall and the documents inside were scattered all over the floor. The planning department fell silent, and everyone turned to look at Wang Meng, their eyes filled with shock. Wang Meng's mentality is not important. The key is the phrase guaranteed to be selected. Yichuan submitted his advertising idea to the manager just yesterday. How can you guarantee to be selected? Who told you? Director Wang. After a while, Xiaoma finally reacted and asked in disbelief. Good. He also made a big fuss, saying he looked down on our level and wanted to complete the filming independently. I just don't understand. You say he's just a newcomer who's only been working for 3 months and yet he looks down on us seniors. If I really get chosen this time, won't my tail be soaring to the sky? Wang Meng's few words made the entire planning department fall silent again, and everyone began to mutter in their hearts. They all knew that Wang Meng had handed over a planning proposal through the director yesterday. I also know why he did this. He said this most likely to discredit Yichuan. But as Wang Meng said, if Yichuan's independent filming plan was selected, how will these old veterans deal with themselves in the future? Humph. If he's capable, just let him shoot it himself. If there are any problems later, I think everyone knows what to do, right? After a long silence, a colleague from the planning department who was close to Wang Meng started to mock him. I just don't believe it. He's a newcomer and hasn't come to us for help yet. That's right. No matter how good the idea is, it's just an idea. He's a newcomer who can't even write a plan. How can he make a good film? Brother Meng, you're familiar with the production department, so please go and say hello. Let's make sure that arrogant junior Yichuan has no one to use. See how arrogant he is. Soon, the news that Yichuan was arrogant, looked down on his colleagues, and was so conceited that he wanted to shoot commercials independently spread quickly through the mouths of everyone in the planning department. One person tells 10 people, 10 people tell 100 people. In less than an hour, everyone in the company knew about it. Have you heard? There's a very arrogant person in our company's planning department. I've only been working here for 3 months and I'm already looking down on all my seniors. That's nothing. He even said his ad is guaranteed to be selected. What are you talking about? The provincial TV station is theirs? Where does the confidence come from to be so arrogant? Who knows? But I heard that several bigwigs in the planning department and the production department have said at the same time that anyone who dares to help Yichuan shoot a commercial will have trouble with them. Fuck, this is too much for him, isn't it? How can a mere intern planning come up with a good commercial? Is it really necessary to mobilize all this energy? For a moment, the whole company was talking about it, and most people were surprised and found it funny. Almost no one believed that Yichuan, an intern planning who had only been working for 3 months, could produce any good advertisement. Everyone is waiting to see the arrogant and ignorant newcomer make a fool of himself. On the other side, Yichuan, who had no idea what was happening in the company, came to the village early with 2 photographers. As soon as they arrived at the other party's door, a man who had been waiting for them came up to greet them warmly. Hello, I'm Xiaohu's father. Taking the equipment from the cameraman, the man pushed open the door and turned on the corridor light while speaking. Hello. After shaking hands, Yichuan followed the other party into the house while the photographer was setting up the scene. He said to the man, Hey, big brother, I want to ask, has your sister-in-law ever washed your aunt's feet before? This issue is too important to him. Chapter 7 Mom, wash my feet. On the way here, Yichuan suddenly had an idea and wanted to try shooting without any deliberate arrangements. The biggest impact of this advertisement on him was nature. Whether it's a woman washing her mother-in-law's feet or a little boy carrying a basin full of water. When the classic line, Mom, wash my feet is uttered, all the scenes give people a natural and unpretentious feeling. It was as if it was a normal and insignificant thing that happened at home. She washes and massages my mother's legs every day. My mother's legs have been paralyzed for more than 10 years. She never stops washing and massaging my mother's feet. Facing Yichuan's gaze, the man nodded repeatedly. This sentence made Yichuan make a decision all of a sudden. Put aside the script, set up the camera, and adjust the lighting. Yichuan gathered the 2 photographers and the woman together. Sister, don't be nervous, just pretend we don't exist. Wash your aunt's feet the same way you washed her feet before. Don't try to do or say anything deliberately. Seeing the woman nervously grabbing the corner of her clothes and walking around in circles, Yichuan spoke to comfort her. After saying that, he looked at the 2 photographers and told them what they needed to pay attention to during the shooting. Excuse me, do I need to take a photo to boil water? After Yichuan had made all the arrangements, the woman asked, Of course, you can start boiling water now. As he spoke, Yichuan waved to the photographer who was moving the camera and followed the woman into the kitchen. In the kitchen, The woman struggled to lift the bucket and poured the water into the big iron pot. Yichuan quickly turned his head to look at the photographer. Fortunately, the other party had already found the right angle and started filming. Only then did he feel relieved. After adding water, the woman walked towards the stove. He squatted down skillfully, lit the fire, and added firewood. When adding firewood, a strand of bangs fell down in front of her forehead. The woman subconsciously moved her elbow to the side. Everything is so natural. The movements are smooth and unpretentious. Did you take a picture of that shot just now? Looking at the familiar scene, Yichuan couldn't help it anymore and asked quickly. Beside him, the photographer nodded. After receiving a positive answer, Yichuan clenched his fists tightly. The woman just now carried water, poured water, added firewood, and combed her bangs. Each one was exactly as expected. These were all the effects he wanted. A few minutes later, the woman scooped hot water from the pot and walked into the house carrying the basin. Before entering the house, Yichuan overturned the previous camera arrangement. 2 locations were designated for the 2 photographers. Fortunately, the 2 of them were also experienced and carried out Yichuan's orders perfectly without any hesitation. The next second, the woman squatted down, helped the old lady take off her shoes, and put her feet into the basin. The old lady looked at the woman with kindness. Perhaps it was because outsiders witnessed that his daughter-in-law had no regrets and had taken care of him meticulously for 10 years. The old lady suddenly choked up and couldn't help but reach out and gently stroke the woman's cheek. The woman raised her head slightly, smiled, and said the line that Yichuan had forgotten. "Mom, I'm not tired." The whole process was exceptionally natural and smooth. At this moment, the 2 seemed to have forgotten the presence of the camera next to them. What it was like before is what it is like today. There is no deliberate element at all. The shooting effect is absolutely perfect. Aside, a man covered his face with his hands, tears streaming down his face. Yichuan's scalp was tingling, just as Yichuan was about to stop filming, when preparing for the next one. At the end of the corridor behind him, the little boy who Yichuan deliberately left outside suddenly ran into the kitchen. Seeing this scene, Yichuan widened his eyes in disbelief. He pointed at the corridor and shouted like a furious cat, "Quick, camera!" Behind him, 2 photographers hurried over and quickly found the right angle. 2 seconds later, the little boy came with a basin full of water. With an innocent smile on his face, he strode over from the kitchen. As he walked, water splashed on the little boy's face from time to time. "Mom, wash my feet." Chapter 8. Not very capable, but with many flaws. In the afternoon, Yichuan returned to the company. "Look, he is Yichuan. That arrogant guy. Look, Yichuan is here." Along the way, everyone who saw him pointed at him and whispered to each other. However, when he turned his head to look, those people also immediately turned their heads and pretended to look elsewhere. It's okay if it happens once or twice, but the problem is that everyone is doing it, which makes Yichuan a little confused. What's going on with them? Arriving at the planning department, Yichuan pointed outside and asked. No one responded. Apart from the sound of his colleagues typing on their keyboards, no one in the entire planning department responded to him. This time, Yichuan was completely confused. In the past, no matter who entered the planning department, colleagues would at least greet them politely. But not today. From the moment he came in until now, no one has paid any attention to him. "Hey, what's going on today?" The manager exploded again. Yichuan asked, nudging his colleague next to him. However, his colleague just looked at him expressionlessly and continued to busy himself with his own things. He didn't say a word the whole time. What kind of trick is this? With a head full of black question marks, Yichuan knocked on the door of the manager's office. "Enter." Glancing at the hall in confusion again, Yichuan pushed the door and walked in. "Manager, what's wrong with them today? Why are you all talking so weird?" Hearing Yichuan's voice, Manager Liu sighed and motioned him to close the office door. "Wang Meng came this morning." Manager Liu spoke. "What does his coming have to do with me?" Yichuan asked doubtfully. "Yesterday, he passed me over and handed an advertising plan to the director." The manager motioned Yichuan to sit down and slowly explained the whole story, including Wang Meng's incitement to mislead people in the morning and the entire department's joint boycott of him. He said it without hiding anything. "You mean Wang Meng wants to grab this project?" He didn't care at all that he was boycotted by the entire department. Yichuan asked briefly and directly to the point. He took great pains to advertise, not just for the 300,000 yuan prize. It's the system's task. If the project was snatched away by Wang Meng like this, he would rather not do this advertisement and take his creative ideas to other companies. He believed that no one would be stupid enough to reject such an advertisement that was sure to cause a sensation. Don't be impulsive. Seeing Yichuan's face darken, the manager instantly guessed what he was thinking and quickly began to explain. The project is definitely yours. You can rest assured about it. Even if Wang Meng has connections like the director, he can't take it away. There is no doubt that the company is a place where rules are followed. The key is your future situation. As he spoke, the manager subconsciously looked out the window. Oh, the situation. Yichuan curled his lips and said indifferently, "They have nothing to do with me. They are incompetent. Do we have to follow their example? A bunch of wimps. Not very capable, but with a lot of flaws." Listening to Yichuan's angry words, the manager grinned subconsciously. All the words of advice I wanted to say were aborted. By the way, manager, looking at this situation, can I no longer rely on the senior colleagues in the company for the post-production of my advertisement? It should be. Manager Liu nodded, his face full of helplessness. Under normal circumstances, if anyone dared to trip him up like this, he would have exploded long ago. But this matter is a little special. On the one hand, Wang Meng has the support of the great director. On the other hand, Yichuan's qualifications are here. He has been working for 3 months and has no achievements to show for himself. Even if I want to speak for him, it is completely untenable. Unless, in that case, manager, please approve another 10,000 yuan in funding. I'll go find someone outside to do it. 3-legged frogs are hard to find, but 2-legged people are everywhere. Can I be suffocated to death by them? I want to see if their faces turn red and hot in a few days. There was no panic at all, Yichuan said coldly. Seeing how confident he was, the manager didn't say anything more. With a wave of his hand, he approved another 10,000 yuan in funding. That's the last 10,000. If you weren't in such a miserable state, I wouldn't even think about giving you this 10,000. In fact, his anger was not much less than Yichuan's. There is trouble in your own territory. Have you asked him as the manager? Now I am just watching from the sidelines, waiting for Yichuan's advertisement. Just as Yichuan said, the news of the provincial and municipal government's approval will spread in a few days. He wanted to see how these planners under him would deal with it. Don't worry, manager. Reaching out to take the note, Yichuan walked straight out, and his expression changed from indifferent before entering the door to gloomy as water. Leave the office. He didn't stay for a moment and left the planning department with a cold face. Behind him, everyone looked at each other. Everyone looked at each other, their faces full of disbelief. They wanted to use this isolation method to force Yichuan to submit, but they didn't expect that the latter was more stubborn than they imagined and had a worse face than them. This. Looking at Yichuan's leaving back, Xiao Ma was a little at a loss. Humph. What are you afraid of? He's just putting on an act. Without anyone to help him in the entire department, I don't believe he can make any more waves. Just wait and see. He will definitely give in to us tomorrow at the latest. No matter what the advertisement is, we have to get him to agree to add our name. The man with glasses who was close to Wang Meng said proudly. Chapter 9 Rewards Doubled Upgrade. Yichuan was in a dilemma about leaving the company. In terms of post-production, the level of the veterans in the company is top-notch. Where can he find people more capable than these old guys? The main reason is that he is a newcomer in March and has no connections at all. Even if he had 10,000 yuan in his hand, he still felt like he had money but nowhere to spend it. Ding. The God-level selection system has detected that the host is facing a decision and provides the following options. Choice 1. Shamelessly ask a colleague for help. Reward. 1 cent commemorative coin. Option 2. Find an expert to complete post-production. Reward. 100,000 in cash and a look from a superior. It's time to choose again. This is the voice Yichuan wants to hear most. Option 1. Let it beg those idiots for mercy? He wouldn't do that even if you beat him to death. Not to mention the mockery of the 1 cent commemorative coin. 100,000 cash is certainly tempting, but what is even more tempting is the gaze of a superior. This thing sounds pretty awesome. Maybe it can scare people with just a glance. Yichuan held the 10,000 yuan in cash in his hand and had already made a plan. Look how I'm going to smash your stinky faces. It doesn't matter if industry experts don't know it. Post-production is not a cutting-edge technology anyway. Money makes the world go round. Yichuan thought for a moment and took a taxi directly to Communication University. There must be experts there. Looking at the young people coming in and out, Yichuan directly stopped 2 college students who looked like tech geeks and started asking, "Hey, guys, do you know who's the best at post-production in school?" A man wearing black-framed glasses pushed up his glasses, glanced at the man wearing red-framed glasses next to him, and said, "We are the best." Yichuan was speechless. Are young people nowadays so shameless? This is the most awesome question. Yichuan directly pulled out a big red bill, shook it, and said, "Tell me, you two go to the restaurant and order 2 more dishes." The black-framed man looked at the red-framed man and smiled shyly. "Brother, we two are really the best." Seeing that Yichuan still didn't believe it, the man in the red frame said seriously, "Brother, who in Communication University doesn't know that our 2 generals have won all the relevant awards in the school?" Yichuan looked at the 2 of them and couldn't believe that his luck was so good that he met 2 masters at once. He couldn't help but ask, "Can CCTV's public service announcement be done?" Their eyes lit up instantly and they nodded excitedly. "As long as the money is in place, even if it's a Hollywood movie, we can get it done." "That's right. No charge if you're not satisfied," another person echoed. "Come on, I'll let you witness a miracle right now." The 2 generals Heng and Ha directly dragged Yichuan to the dormitory, turned on the computer, and asked for the original video. After a quick look at the video, the 2 generals were amazed and said to Yichuan weakly, "Brother, this is amazing. We don't charge any fees, just a credit. What do you think? As long as you can produce the effect I want, it's no problem to get your name on it, and I'll give you 6,000. Yichuan smiled faintly. If the 2 of them really have this ability, everything will not be a problem. The 2 were immediately extremely excited. 6,000 yuan was not a small amount of money, so they started working without saying anything. Yichuan did not leave either. He kept communicating with the 2 of them and finally achieved the effect he wanted in just 2 hours. Looking at the finished product of washing mother's feet in front of him, a confident smile appeared on Yichuan's lips. Perfect. Even more perfect than he expected. He even had a feeling that the version of washing mother's feet he filmed was more perfect than the original. The 2 generals standing by were so moved that they burst into tears by the video they edited. They never thought that one day they would be shocked and moved by this public service announcement. The 2 generals Heng and Ha wiped away their tears, looked at each other, and smiled. "Brother, just tell me what you think. Are our 2 generals awesome?" "Brother, just say it, don't hesitate to use compliments." "Yes, if you don't know how to praise me, I'll find Baidu for you." Looking at the 2 men's expectant expressions, Yichuan laughed heartily and gave them 2 thumbs up. "2 brothers, you are really awesome." Bang! Yichuan directly threw out a bundle of cash and slammed it on the table. Looking at the bundle of 10,000 yuan bills, the 2 generals Heng and Ha were a little dumbfounded. Yichuan smiled and said, "This is 10,000. 6,000 is the agreed amount, and the extra 4,000 is the deposit for our next cooperation." The 2 generals Heng and Ha were stunned for a moment, then burst into ecstasy, and thanked Yichuan and expressed their loyalty 100 times. After leaving his contact information, Yichuan left happily. As soon as I walked out of the dormitory building, the system prompt sounded as expected. "Ding, congratulations to the host for completing the mission. Find an expert to complete post-production." The host has been detected to have produced a perfect product, and the reward has been doubled and upgraded. Reward: cash of 100,000 doubled to 200,000, and the gaze of the superior is upgraded to the aura of the superior. Superior's aura: an upgraded version of the superior's gaze. From the eyes to the movements, to the tone and voice, all carry the unstoppable aura of a superior. Make a fortune. Yichuan couldn't stop smiling. He had already felt the changes in his body, and a sense of pride, confidence, and contempt for others emerged out of nowhere. It was as if he was the prince who dominated a region, with an intimidating aura. Ding dong. A text message rang on his cell phone, and Yichuan took out his phone to take a look. China Merchants Bank. Your account 1688 received 200,000 yuan at 12:06. The money has arrived. Chapter 10 Boyfriend? Male best friend? 200,000. How should I spend it? Even though he had become a man with a system, Yichuan still shamefully let out an obscene laugh. He had never seen so much money. Go check it out. He trotted all the way to the nearest bank ATM, inserted his card and entered his password, doing the whole process as fast as a tiger. Then, he finally saw the balance interface 201,168.66 yuan. A genuine 200,000. Buy. 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 Yichuan happily drew his card and left, running directly to the nearest shopping mall. We need the latest and most expensive Apple phone. There's no other way we can afford it. Here comes a wave of casual suits that are comfortable, low-key yet luxurious, and underwear and socks are of course indispensable. After buying a mobile phone and 2 sets of clothes, spending nearly 40,000 yuan, Yichuan was a little confused. He didn't know what to buy. This amount of money was not enough to buy a car and a house, so Yichuan could only comfort himself. One should be low-key. Well, let's go have a seafood dinner first. Seeing that it was almost time to get off work, it was too late for him to go back to the company, so he might as well wait until tomorrow morning. When Yichuan arrived at the most famous seafood restaurant in Qincheng City, he was stopped as soon as he got out of the taxi. Yichuan. Yichuan looked back in surprise and saw a stunningly beautiful woman standing there gracefully. She is stunningly beautiful, with bright eyes, white teeth, and beautiful collarbones under her white neck. Wearing a pink kyongsum, her curvy figure is subtly highlighted. A pair of white crystal high heels makes the slender long legs look even straighter. As her long hair flutters in the wind, 2 strands of dragon whiskers slowly fall down, creating a unique charm. Her lips were lightly painted red, and her upturned smile was full of surprise. Surprise? Yichuan was very puzzled. Why would this campus goddess from his college days be so surprised to see him? Although he is a little handsome, he comes from a mediocre family and his academic performance is average. There is no way he can catch the goddess's eye. What's wrong, Yichuan? Don't you recognize me? Yichuan withdrew his thoughts, and the aura of a superior he had just acquired quietly emerged. He smiled faintly and said gracefully, "How could I not recognize the campus goddess Jiang Chanqing? I haven't seen her for a long time. She looks much more beautiful now." "You're not bad either." Jiang Chanqing smiled lightly, revealing 2 dimples and adding a hint of playfulness. Seeing that Yichuan was well-spoken, had bright eyes and was well-dressed, she naturally had a high opinion of him. "Let's get together when there's a chance." Yichuan nodded and turned to go in for dinner. All men like beautiful women, but he is a married man now and has no interest in being a bootlicker. A trace of surprise flashed across Jiang Chanqing's beautiful face. Why did he just leave like that? Am I not beautiful and a goddess? Jiang Chanqing was a little angry, but for the upcoming trouble, she bit her red lips and called out to Yichuan. "Yichuan, wait a minute." Ikawa. Hearing this rather intimate way of addressing him, Yichuan looked back at Jiang Chanqing in confusion. Jiang Chanqing was a little embarrassed, but when a Porsche Panamera appeared in her sight, her eyes instantly became firm. She walked a few steps to Yichuan's side, took Yichuan's arm, and said urgently, "Yichuan, do me a favor and be my boyfriend." "What? Goddess, are you mistaken?" "Oh no, please pretend to be my boyfriend. My family insists on setting me up on a blind date." Jiang Chanqing said helplessly that she didn't expect such a bloody thing to happen to her. Yichuan also found it ridiculous. He just came out for a meal, so how could he encounter such a classic scene? Is it true that with the system in hand, good and bad things happen together? Yichuan instinctively wanted to refuse. He was not that familiar with Jiang Chanqing. He also didn't want to get into trouble for someone who wasn't his woman. But Jiang Chanqing didn't give him a chance to refuse. She waved to the rich second generation dressed in designer clothes who got out of the car and shouted, "Wang Shandy, we are here." Wang Shandy, a leader among the second generation rich in Qincheng, felt a surge of anger when he saw the beauty in his pocket intimately holding a man's arm. "Damn it, you dare to snatch the woman I like." Wang Shandy was so angry that he gritted his teeth, but he always had a polite smile on his face. He walked up to the 2 of them with his head held high and greeted Jiang Chanqing with a smile. Then he extended his hand again and said to Yichuan in a very rich second generation manner, "You are Chanqing's best friend, right? The intimacy between you 2 makes me, Chanqing's #1 shooter and future husband, jealous." Best friend? Male best friend? Is this even human language? Isn't this calling Yichuan a coward? Yichuan sneered and retorted, "I'm sorry, I've already picked the peaches. Chinga can only be my wife." After saying that, Yichuan naturally put his other hand around Jiang Chanqing's slender waist. "Just give it a gentle pinch. It feels so good." "Oh, that's disgusting." Jiang Chanqing's vagina had never been touched by a man, and she suddenly felt a strange electric shock. She spoke shyly, and her pretty face turned pink. This scene almost made Wang Shandy lose his breath. He had many girlfriends and he knew too well what this kind of reaction from women meant. Just like Yichuan said, the peaches have been picked. No matter how good Wang Shandy was at pretending, he was now jealous. Chapter 11. Rich second generation is nothing. In the circle of the rich second generation in Qincheng, who doesn't he know that Jiang Chanqing is Wang Shandy's designated woman? Even those who are stronger than Wang Shandy's family, unwilling to have conflicts with Wang Shandy. It's because this person is a typical old villain. He uses all kinds of dirty tricks, both overt and covert, which are hard to guard against and extremely disgusting. In addition, his family has a strong backing, so no one wants to cause trouble. Wang Shandy hasn't met a troublemaker like Yichuan for a long time. He took a deep breath to suppress his anger and sneered. You can keep making noises after you get the certificate. Let's go and eat, or people will say that I, Wang Shandy, neglected my goddess. This reaction was a little beyond Yichuan's expectations. Isn't it said that rich second generations are all stupid and have bad tempers? This Wang Shandy in front of me is quite interesting. Since he had been forced to offend him anyway, Yichuan had nothing to be afraid of. He put his arm around her slender waist and walked into the restaurant. Yichuan, thank you. Jiang Qianqing spoke softly, and her elegant breath sprayed on Yichuan's ears, making him feel numb all over. Yichuan smiled indifferently. It's been a long time since we last met, and you already owe me a big favor. Jiang Qianqing rolled her beautiful eyes and felt a little aggrieved. I owe you a favor, but you've also taken advantage of me a lot. He seemed quite honest before. How come he has become bad now? Arriving at the private room, the three of them sat down and the atmosphere was extremely weird. Wang Shandy tried to make small talk to get close to Jiang Qianqing, and Jiang Qianqing could only respond politely. Only Yichuan was fiddling with his new phone and having a lot of fun. Soon the table was filled with seafood. Wang Shandy saw Yichuan's eyes light up and secretly cursed him as a bumpkin. He had long guessed that Yichuan was a temporary actor, but he was not in a hurry. He wanted to see how this country bumpkin would break the deadlock. So, he said warmly, don't be polite, just eat. It's sunny, this lobster has just been airlifted in, it's very delicious, come and try it. Hey, you guys, eat quickly too. Yichuan nodded and started eating right away. Idiot, I'm here to eat, why not eat if it's free? Yichuan was very happy, his hands and mouth coordinated tacitly, and he ate very quickly. As for the two stunned people, watch it or not, I'll eat it all. In just half an hour, Yichuan was satisfied with his meal. He really enjoyed the meal. This seafood feast would cost at least 50,000 or 60,000 yuan, and he himself would really not be willing to spend that. Seeing that Wang Shandy was about to mock him, Yichuan burped with satisfaction, revealing his white teeth, and said, Chinga, are you full? Thank you for your hospitality, Master Wang. We'll be leaving first. Jiang Qianqing was a little confused. Before she could react, Yichuan had already pulled her out of the private room. The remaining Wang Shandy took a while to come to his senses and angrily overturned the table. He felt like his IQ had been thrown to the ground and trampled on several times by Yichuan. After a series of clattering sounds, the private room was already in a mess. Wang Shandy's eyes were red as he angrily took out his phone and dialed. He's out, follow him closely. Once you catch him, go to the warehouse first. I'm going to kill him myself. At this time, Yichuan got into Jiang Qianqing's BMW X5. Yichuan, thank you so much. Jiang Qianqing said gratefully, with a hint of obvious worry on his face. Yichuan waved his hand indifferently. He knew what Jiang Qianqing was worried about. A wealthy and powerful second generation like Wang Shandy would definitely take action against Yichuan. She was afraid that Yichuan would get into a lot of trouble. Wang Shandy is notoriously bad. I don't know what my family is thinking. They insist on me going on a blind date with him. You must be careful next time. This is my phone number. If you have any trouble, you must find me. I will solve it. Jiang Qianqing took out a business card, which said he was the manager of a department of the Jiang Group. Yichuan smiled faintly and said, Don't worry, the rich second generation is nothing to me. Yichuan, where do you work now? Jiang Qianqing asked curiously. She didn't know where Yichuan's confidence came from. Just at this moment, Yichuan touched his head, shook his head, and spoke with a bright smile on his face. Stop the car, I'm here. Thanks for taking me. Seeing Yichuan get out of the car, Jiang Qianqing was even more confused. What is going on? The hero saved the beauty. Shouldn't he strike while the iron is hot? Why did you get off the bus directly? Especially since there is a riverside park outside the car, there is no residential area at all. Looking at the back figure walking into the riverside park, Jiang Qianqing bit her red lips and left unwillingly. In the riverside park, Yichuan found a chair and sat down. With the system in hand, the world is mine. I thought I'd made a losing trade, but I didn't expect it to trigger a system task. Yichuan grinned and laughed happily. Just now in the car, the system prompt sounded. Ding, the host is detected to be facing a dangerous moment. The following options are now provided. Option 1. Have Jiang Qianqing leave faster and shake off the thugs who are following her. Reward, 100,000 in cash and gain the favor of Goddess Jiang Qianqing. Option 2. Let Jiang Chanqing leave and get out of the car to face 10 strong thugs. Reward: 200,000 in cash and mastery of street fighting techniques. How could Yichuan not be happy? The goddess's favor is nothing. ISNT 200,000 in cash good? Being proficient in street fighting. ISNT that awesome? Chapter 12. Different street fighting techniques. Ding. The host chose to face danger head-on. Congratulations on receiving the reward. Congratulations to the host for receiving the reward, 200,000 in cash and mastery of street fighting techniques. A text message came in saying that 200,000 yuan in cash had arrived. Yichuan put away his phone with satisfaction, and then felt the changes in his body. Street fighting, as the name suggests, is the fighting skills used in street fights, specifically designed to deal with the ever-changing and complex situations on the streets. Yichuan laughed. I wonder what level this mastery is? Can the system explain it to me? The system remained silent. Well, it seems I have to try it myself. Yichuan shrugged his shoulders, and out of the corner of his eye he saw 10 burly men with tattoos walking towards him quickly. Are you Yichuan? The strong men approached, and the leader asked fiercely. Yichuan slowly stood up, moved his wrist, and punched the opponent directly in the nose. Snap! Yichuan was as fast as lightning, and his powerful fist instantly broke the opponent's nose. Blood gushed out immediately. The burly man looked bewildered, holding his nose and mumbling anxiously, "You're so fucking unruly. It seems like I didn't use much effort. It seems my physical fitness has improved." Yichuan touched his strong arms and then touched the 8 abdominal muscles on his stomach. This was something he could never get no matter how hard he tried before, but now he has charmed countless young ladies. Boy, you. The strong man in the lead wiped the blood and spoke again while enduring the pain. But what greeted him was Yichuan's crotch-kicking kick. It's understandable that they would start fighting over something they disagreed on. But what happened when he started with a punch to the nose and then followed up with a kick in the crotch? Is this guy going to follow some rules of the underworld and some martial ethics? After this kick, Yichuan felt something being squeezed vigorously. Looking at the burly man lying on the ground, Yichuan smiled faintly, hooked his finger, and said, "Why are you talking so much nonsense? There are so many people attacking me, and you're still talking nonsense. I wonder if the villain died because he talked too much." The strong man on the ground was in excruciating pain and screamed heartbreakingly, "Beat him to death." Crash! The remaining 9 strong men took out their batons and swarmed forward. They are all veterans in fighting. How could they not see that Yichuan is definitely not a novice? Unfortunately, they still underestimated the art of street fighting and understood what mastery meant. Yichuan's expression was calm, and there was even a faint smile on the corner of his mouth. In his eyes, there are many ways to crack every attack from every person, but he always instinctively chooses the most insidious but most effective method. For example, a crotch kick, or digging eyes, or, in just 3 minutes, 10 strong men were lying on the ground. Each strong man has a different posture, but they all cover some important parts. Yichuan clapped his hands and said a little embarrassedly, "Well, it was my first time, so I was a little unprepared. I didn't expect you guys to be so weak. Haha, I'll be more careful next time so you don't feel so much pain. Will you pay attention next time?" The 10 strong men were in great pain. They wanted to curse, but the pain in their bodies made them unable to do anything. Who would have thought that a young man who seemed to be weak and helpless was not only a martial artist, but also the one with the most ruthless hands and the most vicious heart? All 10 of them were strong enough to fight 3 at a time, but now they were knocked down by Yichuan almost immediately. Yichuan thought to himself, although the method was quite poor, the result was very satisfying. Am I considered an expert? He was very satisfied with the power of his mastery of street fighting techniques. With his strength, he should have no problem defeating a soldier with his bare hands. Looking at the burly men on the ground, Yichuan said, "By the way, tell that Wang Shandy that there are some people he can't afford to offend." After saying that, Yichuan turned around and left in a leisurely manner. When he returned to the road, he happened to see 3 cars that were still running, which were the cars of the strong men. Since there was a free car, he didn't hesitate and drove directly back to the city. Anyway, they had to take the 120 special car. Then he parked the car in a no parking zone and left. At the same time, Wang Shandy, who got the news, angrily parked his car on the side of the road. "Useless. You're all useless. 10 of you can't beat one. Damn, a bunch of useless people." After cursing, Wang Shandy hung up the phone. Yichuan's strength did exceed his expectations, but there was no such person in the circle of rich second generation. He felt that Yichuan should have just appeared. He picked up his phone again and dialed a number. "Third brother, check this person for me and give me all his details." Just half an hour later, Yichuan's message was sent to Wang Shandi's mobile phone. Looking at this message that couldn't be simpler, Wang Shandi felt like he had been slapped twice in the face. All the information revealed that Yichuan was a loser. Although he works at Shangyun Group, he is just a rookie in the internship period. When he thought about how he, the great young Master Wang, was tormented like this by a loser, he felt extremely humiliated. Shangyun Group. Damn it, if I can't kill you, I'll take your last name. He took out his cell phone again and made a call. Hello, Manager Wang. There's someone named Yichuan in your group's planning department, right? Chapter 13. My wife is here. Yichuan returned home and drank the otaku happy water happily. He hasn't drunk this stuff for a month. There's no other way. He didn't have the conditions before. Now, he just moved 2 boxes. Comfortable. Yichuan finished 1 bottle and was about to open the 2nd bottle when there was a knock on the door. Yichuan thought it was the landlord coming to collect the rent, so he slowly got up and went to open the door. Hey, big sister, isn't it a bit inappropriate for you to keep asking for money like this every day? Yichuan said without even looking. Who are you calling big sister? The woman standing outside the door suddenly turned cold and said angrily. Only then did Yichuan realize that the person who came was not the annoying landlord, but Lin Anlan. Well, her figure is still as explosive as ever, as impeccably perfect as ever. Sorry, I didn't know it was my wife who was here. Yichuan smiled awkwardly. My dear wife? Lin Anlan's expression turned even colder. She glared at Yichuan and walked straight into the room. Watch your mouth. Yichuan shrugged nonchalantly. I didn't call you that wrong, did I? At least legally, we are husband and wife, so there's nothing wrong with me calling you my wife. Oh, by the way, since we haven't divorced yet, why don't you call me husband first? As the saying goes, money can make a man stand up straight and turn a man who doesn't tease women into a seasoned man. This is the case with Yichuan now. With the public service announcement in his hand, he is not afraid that Lin Anlan will fire him anyway. Lin Anlan didn't lose his temper. His voice softened. Stop talking nonsense. How's your public service announcement going? It's very important to Shangyun Group. We can't afford to make any mistakes. It was for advertising. Yichuan felt a little disappointed. He thought Lin Anlan was going to do something unspeakable with him and use it as hush money to prevent him from talking nonsense in the company. It's done, don't worry. Yichuan said confidently. The commercial has been filmed, but the system task has not been completed. Yichuan guessed that it would not be considered truly completed until the public service announcement was released. Let me see. A hint of anticipation flashed in Lin Anlan's eyes. She liked the script very much. It was definitely a script that would cause a national sensation. Yichuan raised his eyebrows and asked curiously, why are you so anxious? Submit it to work tomorrow and then take a look. Isn't it the same? No. Lin Anlan frowned slightly, with a hint of worry in her eyes. Then give me a reason. Yichuan said lightly, having already seen that Lin Anlan had something on his mind. But he believed that it was definitely not the fault of that damn Wang Meng and the director, as their level was not high enough. Lin Anlan was silent for a moment, as if considering something. Soon, she sighed softly and said, there is another very strong competing company for the provincial TV station's public service announcement this time. Yichuan was puzzled. Does this have anything to do with you coming to my house? There is a traitor in the company. Lin Anlan said with certainty, and a hint of coldness spread across his body. Feeling the arrogance and coldness of the icy beauty president, Yichuan understood instantly. A common tactic in business warfare. Okay, I didn't expect that my wife, as the president, still has difficulties. Tell me what you want me to do. Yichuan smiled slightly, as if he had Lin Anlan in his grasp. Looking at his indifferent smile and the calm and confident feeling on his body, Lin Anlan was surprised. How come Yichuan has changed so much in just 2 or 3 days? She always felt that there was a highly intelligent and powerful person hidden in Yichuan's body. How could she know that this was the inherent effect of the superior's aura? Lin Anlan stretched out her fair jade hand and made a gesture of taking it. Yichuan shook his head and pretended to refuse. You beg me, this is my lifeblood. There was ice in Lin Anlan's eyes, and Yichuan felt a chill in his vitals. He handed the phone to Lin Anlan helplessly and touched her white and tender skin. Under Yichuan's proud gaze, Lin Anlan finished washing mother's feet. Good. That's great. Yichuan, we will definitely win this time. Lin Anlan stood up excitedly and hugged Yichuan subconsciously. Just when he was expecting to be kissed by those fiery red lips, Lin Anlan suddenly pushed Yichuan away. You rascal. Damn it. Am I a hooligan? It was you who came to hold me, okay? Seeing Yichuan about to speak, Lin Anlan waved her hand. Her pretty face flushed as she said, "Tomorrow, you go to work as usual, but don't submit your advertisement. The day after tomorrow at 10:30 a.m., come directly to the banquet hall on the 8th floor of Linen International Hotel to find me. I want to submit this public service announcement on the spot." Lin Anlan's eyes lit up as she spoke, and she waved her fists excitedly like a child. Yichuan nodded and said, "As you wish, my dear wife." No wonder Lin Anlan can be a domineering female CEO. She uses her little tricks to great effect. By the way, when are we going to get a divorce? After Lin Anlan recovered, Yichuan asked casually. Lin Anlan was stunned for a moment, frowned, and said, "We have to wait a little longer. Maybe I need your help. We'll talk about it after the public service announcement is over." Yichuan shrugged his shoulders and asked mischievously, "Are you conquered by my handsomeness and talent and planning to become a real couple with me? If that's the case, let's take a shower and change clothes first. After all, a night of love is worth 1,000 gold." Yichuan was speaking excitedly when she saw Lin Anlan stand up and walk around her. After a bang, the door closed tightly and the beauty disappeared. Chapter 14, Kneel Down and Beg for Forgiveness? The next day, Shangyun Group. Yichuan walked into the planning department with an expressionless face and sat down in his seat under everyone's gaze. "Yichuan, have you finished the advertisement?" The colleague sitting next to me changed his cold attitude from that day and asked enthusiastically. Yichuan turned his head and looked at him expressionlessly. Then, he turned his head and looked at the computer screen. I ignored him at all. This is called giving someone a taste of their own medicine. The man was frustrated, his face flushed red, and he said unhappily, "Let's see how long you can be so arrogant." Yichuan still gave him a smug look. 10 minutes later, Manager Liu called Yichuan. "I'll come to the office." Arriving at the office, Yichuan sat down. "How's the post-production going?" asked Manager Liu. Yichuan said expressionlessly, "It's not finished yet." "Not finished yet? Big brother, can I call you big brother? Did you know the deadline has been moved up? The hand-in deadline is tomorrow. You're telling me you're not done yet?" Manager Liu was anxious. Yichuan said helplessly, "No one told me that it was ahead of schedule. Manager, don't worry, it will definitely be finished tomorrow." Manager Liu stared at him for a long moment before saying, "Have you offended someone? I've heard that it's not just Wang Meng who's targeting you. The group's vice president, Wang Jinshan, is also targeting you." Group Vice President Wang Jinshan? Where did this character come from? Yichuan was speechless. "I'm just an ordinary person. Who can I offend?" Suddenly, he remembered that he had offended a rich second generation yesterday. Wang Shandy. He mumbled something subconsciously, but Manager Liu heard it clearly. "What? Wang Shandy? You offended young Master Wang." Manager Liu's face changed drastically. No wonder. Shangyun Group has a partnership with Wang Xiao's family's company, and Wang Jinshan is the person in charge. How did you offend him? Looking at Manager Liu's nervous expression, Yichuan said a little embarrassedly, "Nothing, I just took his goddess away." Manager Liu was petrified instantly. He wanted to say something else, but was interrupted by Yichuan. "Manager, it's okay, I'm going out. I will hand it in tomorrow." Manager Liu slumped in his chair and waved his hands weakly. He knew that Yichuan might not be able to deliver the finished product of the public service announcement. What a shame for a perfectly good idea. Even if we rush to make it, it will be too late. Thinking of the promise of guaranteed selection, Manager Liu became even more depressed. "Manager Liu, I'm afraid your mood is going to be on a roller coaster. Haha." Yichuan walked out of the office, his heart full of anticipation. Just wait until tomorrow. He deliberately made his face darker and uglier, and walked out directly without returning to his workstation. He was going to the tea restaurant downstairs to have some morning tea and look at the beauties. How could his colleagues not know what was going on when they saw his behavior? Suddenly, they started chattering. "Look at the way he looks. He definitely hasn't managed it. It's a wonder he can do it. I heard Wang Meng has already contacted all the powerful post-production teams in the industry. Then he's completely finished. Ha ha ha. If he doesn't get screwed for being so pretentious, who will? It's useless even if he begs us now. The deadline for submission has been brought forward, and he might even be fired. Serves you right. This is what happens when you're arrogant." Listening to the tiny sounds, Yichuan snorted in his heart. Just a bunch of trash. Hey, isn't this the incredibly awesome, arrogant figure Yichuan. Have you finished your ad that's guaranteed to be selected? Suddenly, a sarcastic voice was heard. The person who came was Wang Meng. Yichuan glanced at him as if he were an idiot. Boy, stop pretending. If you offend me, you're dead. Wang Meng said viciously. As he spoke, he stretched his arms and legs, trying to gesture. You are too weak. Yichuan replied indifferently. As a man proficient in street fighting, Wang Shandy's 10 thugs were all hospitalized, and Wang Meng, who was just a pretentious guy, was really not worth his attention. Wang Meng wanted to take action, but happened to see someone walking over. It was the group's vice president, Wang Jinshan. His eyes rolled, and a plan came to mind. Yichuan, you're going too far. You took the order but didn't work hard, and you even slack off. This is the ad I worked so hard on overtime to make. Where's yours? Show it to me. My colleagues immediately became alert, knowing that something interesting was about to happen. Yichuan smiled faintly, then congratulations. After saying that, he walked away. Stop! What are you doing during work hours? Suddenly, a majestic voice was heard. Yichuan took a look and saw that it was Wang Jinshan, the vice president of the group. Wow, everyone who is supposed to come is here. Quite the gathering. I have approval. You can leave the company during the production of the advertisement. Yichuan said lightly, as if he did not take the other party's leadership posture seriously. Please, I am a man with the aura of a legitimate superior. What's the use of your little power? Wang Jinshan sneered. You are Yichuan, right? You are really brave. You actually dared to offend the company's big client, Mr. Wang Shandy. Do you really think you're awesome just because you filmed a commercial? There are some people you can't mess with. Oh, thank you for reminding me. It turns out that Wang Shandy's blind date, a private matter, is also your business. Yichuan sneered. Wang Jinshan's face changed slightly. He didn't expect Yichuan to be such a young and inexperienced person. You gong, I have to take care of the affairs of major customers. Personally, I'm young Master Wang's distant cousin, so naturally I have the right to take charge. Yichuan, I'm telling you, go kneel down and kowtow to young Master Wang right now and beg for his forgiveness. I can fire you for this alone, not to mention that you made a false report and caused the group to miss the best time to shoot the commercial. Chapter 15 let him find a grave to lie down. This big hat was put on so badly that Yichuan couldn't help but applaud. Just at this moment, the system prompt sounded. A ding. It is detected that the host is facing a choice, providing the following options. Choice 1. Leave with your tail between your legs, and you will be rewarded with a commemorative coin worth 1 cent. Option 2. Self-defense, reward of 100,000 yuan. Yichuan was stunned. Option 2 only has the 4 words self-defense, which seems to have some deep meaning. Is it that he? Yichuan looked at Wang Meng, and sure enough, the other party was glaring at him, with undisguised jealousy and anger in his eyes. Yichuan was immediately happy. Young man, you probably haven't been beaten by society yet. Do you know what street fighting is? And do you know it at the proficient level? Not to mention that he had wanted to teach this kid a lesson for a long time. Even the 100,000 yuan given by the system made him extremely willing to do it. But how can we defend ourselves? Wang Meng was now looking at him as if he had pink eye, but it would not be easy to get him to take action in public. After all, in a harmonious society, everyone has a clear idea in mind. Did you hear that? Mr. Wang asked you to kneel down and kowtow to apologize. Wang Meng suddenly started shouting. Yichuan was delighted and continued, saying nonchalantly, how about this? I've never knelt before a living person in my life. You ask him to find a grave to lie down in. Otherwise, I don't feel like kneeling down. Before Wang Meng and Wang Jinshan could react, he stared at Wang Meng and said, if it doesn't work, I have another way. Wang Jinshan was about to get angry when he subconsciously asked, what's the solution? You two demonstrate it to me once, and I'll learn. If 1 time isn't enough, do it twice. Yichuan pointed to the floor in front of him and took 2 steps back to leave them enough space. Well, is this space enough? If not, I'll make more space. Yichuan. Wang Meng had never been so insulted in his life. What's more, it happened in front of all the colleagues in the planning department. Everyone was waiting to see Yichuan make a fool of himself, but now he was the one who made a fool of himself. He became a clown. Did I teach you this when you were little? Don't call me by my name when you're out there. Remember to call me Dad. Yichuan stretched out his little finger to scratch his ear, and flicked it in front of Wang Meng. You just have to be arrogant enough, shameless enough, and infuriating enough. It was a perfect operation and he was very satisfied with his actions. This is intolerable. Anyone else probably wouldn't be able to hold back at this point. There is no other way. In order to defend oneself, Wang Meng must take the first step. Do you want to hit me? Yichuan continued to add fuel to the fire. He looked at the camera above his head, pointed at it and said, "There are cameras here. If you make a move, I won't be polite either. I will still be acting in self-defense." Looking at Yichuan's smug face and smug smile, the volcano of anger in Wang Meng's chest suddenly erupted. He couldn't bear it anymore. "I'm defending your mother." Wang Meng rushed towards Yichuan with bared teeth and claws like a vicious dog pouncing on its prey. Turtle fist. Yichuan looked down on him in his heart. In the face of master-level street fighting techniques, such random punches were full of flaws. In front of so many people, Yichuan couldn't be too harsh. If he broke an arm or a leg, it would be considered excessive self-defense. He raised his foot and kicked Wang Meng's thigh, and a huge force was instantly transmitted to Wang Meng. Wang Meng's upper body still maintained the momentum of charging forward, but his lower body was kicked backward by Yichuan. Bang! The next moment, Wang Meng lost his balance and fell to the ground. The fall was so hard that even the dust on the floor was shaken up. "Oh my, that's scary. You weren't going to hit me? Why did you kneel down and kowtow to me?" "I can't bear it, I can't bear it. It will shorten my life." Yichuan took a step to the side in time to avoid being pounced upon by this standard-level vicious dog. Everyone who saw this scene opened their mouths in surprise. This seems very different from the script I imagined. Yichuan spread his hands innocently and blinked at his colleagues who were watching with extremely pure eyes. Everyone saw it. He was the first to attack. I was acting in self-defense. Yichuan, you are simply lawless. Seeing Wang Meng being beaten by Yichuan in front of him, Wang Jinshan was furious. Although he didn't have much friendship with Wang Meng and the director, they were now on a united front to deal with Yichuan. So he quickly seized this rare opportunity. "Oh." Yichuan raised his eyebrows, and a purer and more domineering aura of a superior emerged spontaneously. "You mean, if he hits me, I have to stand there and let him hit me?" Yichuan questioned in a cold voice. Judging from the situation, it is clear that they are going to attack Wang Jinshan, the vice president of the group, as well. Of course, this is also what Yichuan is most looking forward to. "You." Faced with Yichuan's sudden arrogance, Wang Jinshan couldn't help but feel a little panicked. What's going on? He's just a poor boy with no power or influence. Why should I be afraid of him? Wang Jinshan silently encouraged himself in his heart and raised his head again, which had been lowered due to Yichuan's questioning. "Then you shouldn't be so cruel, even if you have a feud before." Wang Jinshan's face turned pale. Yichuan nodded. "You are right, I shouldn't be so cruel. I should kick him in the crotch." Silence. The huge office fell into deathly silence. Is this still the same obedient, hard-working, and easy-to-bully newcomer Yichuan? Wang Meng, who was lying on the ground groaning, suddenly felt a chill in a certain part of his body. He didn't dare to scream anymore. He held his breath and his face turned red. Wang Jinshan was so angry that he was shaking. He wanted to take action, but was afraid of following in Wang Meng's footsteps. He suddenly remembered what Yichuan said about self-defense, and finally swallowed the thought back in frustration. Looking at Wang Jinshan's appearance, a trace of regret flashed through Yichuan's heart. This old dog won't fight with him, otherwise he could have completed a perfect doubles match. "I know you were sent by that Bird King. Go back and tell him that as a man, if you have the guts, you should stand up. Hiding behind and cowering like a disgusting person is nothing but a waste." Yichuan snorted coldly, "Get lost." Wang Jinshan's face was so gloomy that it seemed as if water was dripping out of it. "Okay, okay, okay." He said 3 good words in a row. "Yichuan, just wait for me." After saying that, Wang Jinshan left angrily, but he felt relieved in his heart. "And you, stop jumping around in front of me. There are surveillance cameras and people watching us now. I won't do anything to you, but can you guarantee that you will be under surveillance every moment?" Yichuan leaned close to Wang Meng's ear and whispered. The tone was light, but to Wang Meng, it sounded like a demon from a horror movie whispering in his ear. What bad luck. Yichuan stood up and clapped his hands. My good mood for the whole day was ruined by these 2 little idiots. The superior's aura disappeared instantly, but everyone in the office still couldn't recover. Yichuan chuckled. "I'm really sorry to have frightened everyone, but punishing evil is my duty. Please call me a partner of justice." His colleagues didn't dare to look him in the eye. His words were like telling everyone that whoever provokes him will end up like the person lying on the ground next to him. Wang Meng, who was still lying on the ground, had a face as red as a pig's liver. Under Yichuan's tall and mighty figure, he moved to the side carefully. Chapter 16. The rich woman said to support me. Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing the mission. Self-defense. Reward. 100,000 yuan in cash. With the sound of a text message alert on his mobile phone, Yichuan knew that the money had arrived. I'm a wealthy man now, after all. I won't get too excited over such a small amount of money. Yichuan thought about it in his mind, but his hand honestly took out his cell phone and took a look. China Merchants Bank. Your account 1688 received 100,000 yuan at 8:48. A smile appeared. We have so much money, but we don't know how to spend it. I only earn 1,800 yuan a month and I still want to buy a car. Yichuan hummed a little tune and walked into the elevator with great interest. Wait a minute. At the moment when the elevator door was about to close, Manager Liu's voice came from outside. Through the crack in the door, Yichuan saw Manager Liu jogging over, waving his arms to signal Yichuan not to leave. He reached out and pressed the elevator door open button, waiting for Manager Liu to approach. Having just let out a sigh of relief, he was in a good mood and joked with Manager Liu. Manager, you should exercise more often. Look at you. You're already out of breath after just a few steps. Look at me. Yichuan lifted up his shirt, revealing his 8 perfectly defined abdominal muscles. Manager Liu secretly admired and did not take Yichuan's joke seriously. What does the manager want to see me about? Yichuan asked. Manager Liu took a deep breath and said, Yichuan, you are too impulsive. He is the vice president of our Shangyun group. Even Director Lin has to be polite to him. You provoked him. His original intention was to tell Yichuan not to act on impulse, and that if he apologized to Wang Jinshan now, there might be room for redemption. A vice president is just a vice president. What's that? In the past, Yichuan might have compromised for the sake of work. But the times are different now. With the system in hand, you will experience unimaginable wealth and glory in the future. Manager, don't worry. No one can fire me unless I want to leave. Manager Liu was really nice to him. If there's nothing else, I'll leave first. Yichuan waved his hand and closed the elevator door. Manager Liu stood outside the elevator, watching the number of floors on the display screen next to him continuously decrease. No, this matter must be reported to Director Lin immediately. Yichuan spoke with such confidence, but didn't others know how much he was capable of? He is just a young man with no background, no backing, and no strength. Outside Lin Anlan's office. Director Lin, I have something to talk to you about. Come in. Lin Anlan's cold voice came from inside. This stunning beauty was like this almost every moment, as if nothing could arouse her emotional changes. Except Yichuan. Manager Liu reported the situation to Lin Anlan and asked, Director Lin, what do you think we should do about this? Although Yichuan was a bit reckless, he is indeed talented. If he is really fired, it will cause some losses to the group. Lin Anlan nodded expressionlessly and said, I understand. Go back and do your own thing. What is going on? Manager Liu was confused. Director Lin was not like this before. He cared more about Yichuan's affairs than me, his boss. Yichuan, I have tried my best. There's no way. He's just a department manager after all. On the other side, Yichuan, who had just returned home, lay down on the bed and browsed his mobile phone comfortably. After a while, I felt sleepy and fell asleep. The next morning, around 9 o'clock, Yichuan packed up and went out with the USB drive. As soon as I walked out of the building, I saw a very familiar car. Yichuan. The car door opened and a beautiful figure came down. Jiang Qianqing. Yichuan was a little confused. Why are you here? The beautiful Jiang smiled slightly and said, I'm waiting for you here. Why are you waiting for me? Yichuan was even more confused. I have something to tell you. Get in the car. I'll treat you to coffee and we can talk while we drink. Jiang Qianqing invited Yichuan to get in the car. Yichuan waved his hand and said, Forget about the coffee. I'm in a hurry to get to Linen International Hotel. If you don't mind, you can give me a ride. He said half jokingly. Who knew Jiang Qianqing nodded and said, Sure, I happen to be going there too. Yichuan got in the car. You went there to submit your advertisement, right? Jiang Qianqing started talking first. How do you know? Yichuan pretended to be shocked, but he was thinking in his mind. I've checked. You didn't submit an advertisement before, but now you are in a hurry to go to Linen Hotel. You must be going to submit an advertisement. Jiang Qianqing had a proud expression that was worthy of me. Yichuan couldn't help but praise the beautiful profile. By the way, you must be more careful during this period. Wang Shandy will definitely not let you go. Jiang Qianqing reminded him, if your company doesn't want you, you can come to me and I will support you. Yichuan chuckled and said mischievously, rich woman, please give me a hug. Seeing Jiang Qianqing's face quickly flushed, Yichuan hurriedly said, but don't worry, I won't be fired no matter what. Jiang Qianqing spat softly and whispered, who are you calling a rich woman? You're calling me old. In front of Linen Hotel, Yichuan got out of the car and waved goodbye to Jiang Qianqing. Unexpectedly, Jiang Qianqing also got out of the car. What are you doing? Yichuan asked in confusion. Jiang Qianqing replied with a smile, my company also has business. If you can't make it outside in the future, come to me. I will open an independent department for you. You will be the department manager. She is indeed a rich woman. Yichuan sighed silently in his heart. He walked towards the hotel, and Jiang Qianqing followed beside him. How confident are you that your ad will be approved this time? Jiang Qianqing asked curiously. Yichuan smiled faintly. I guarantee you'll pass. Jiang Qianqing was slightly stunned and fell silent. She had investigated and found out that because of this advertisement, Yichuan almost offended the entire Shangyun group. It was precisely because of this that she wanted Yichuan to come to her company. On the one hand, it was to repay Yichuan for offending Wang Shandy because of her. On the other hand, she also learned from investigation information that Yichuan was indeed a very talented person. Otherwise Lin Anlan would not pay so much attention to him. The two walked into the hotel and went up to the banquet hall on the 8th floor. Yichuan was about to go in when the security guard at the door suddenly stretched out his hand. Hello, sir. You are not allowed to enter the private party. What? Yichuan was stunned. I'm an employee of Shangyun Group. The security guard shook his head and said, I know you. Your name is Yichuan. Then why don't you let me in? Yichuan said speechlessly, you were just fired, so you can't go in. The security guard smiled disdainfully. Yichuan was completely confused and felt as if there were countless small question marks flying above his head. Chapter 17, Born to be a Gigolo? Was he really fired? Yichuan couldn't believe his ears, but the security guards in front of him stopped him outside without giving him a chance. Who told you that I was fired? Yichuan asked coldly. Of course it's me. A man walked out of the banquet hall. Wang Jinshan. Yichuan looked at the figure. The obese Wang Jinshan walked out, but did not stand in front of Yichuan. What happened yesterday was still fresh in his mind, and he didn't dare to stand in front of Yichuan and mock him. What should I do if this young man starts doing something again? After all, Wang Jinshan is a bit older and is not as tough as young guy Wang Meng. Yichuan looked down on Wang Jinshan. You said I was fired, so I was fired? Did you get Director Lin's approval? Yichuan didn't believe at all that he was fired. Putting aside the unclear relationship between him and Lin Anlan, just for today's banquet, Lin Anlan still needs him to submit an advertisement. Only a fool would fire him. Humph, I'm the vice president of the group. If I say you're fired, you're fired. Who else do I need to get approval from? Wang Jinshan snorted coldly, thinking to himself, let's see how you, little bastard, can act so arrogantly this time. That's right, Yichuan, if you can't find a job in the future, you can come to me. I will plead for you to come back to sweep the toilets. Wang Meng also walked out of the banquet hall, looking like a smug villain. But he was limping, which was really funny. You don't want the other leg anymore. Yichuan took a step forward, his eyes shining, as if he was about to take action again. Oh my God. Wang Meng was immediately frightened and quickly hid behind several security guards. Then he realized, that's not right. There are so many people on my side. If we fight again, it will be that bastard Yichuan who gets beaten. Thinking of this, Wang Meng became more and more proud, and his sarcastic remarks came one after another like a machine gun. As if sensing the movement outside, another person walked out. Ikawa. It's Manager Liu. He looked at Yichuan with regret in his eyes. If Yichuan had not been fired, the planning department would have prospered because of this genius and his status in the company would have skyrocketed. It's a pity that he offended the company's senior management. Except for Lin Anlan, all other senior leaders of the company had considerable prejudice against this young man. On the one hand, it was because Yichuan was indeed a little arrogant before, and the bigger reason was that Wang Meng and others had been spreading bad things about him. The company has indeed fired you. The Human Resources Department has completed the process and will notify you soon. Manager Liu said with a somewhat unwilling tone, but he was just a small department manager and had the will but not the power to do anything. Yichuan smiled and nodded continuously. Good, good, Wang Jinshan, Wang Meng, you did a good job. Wang Jinshan also laughed heartily. Seeing this boy being humiliated made him feel particularly relieved. You're welcome. It's what I should do. At the same time, he added, I have to thank you very much this time. If it weren't for you, my relationship with young Master Wang wouldn't have taken a step further. Wang Shandy, it's him again. Yichuan was angry and pushed away the security guard who was blocking his way and prepared to break in. No matter what they said outside, Lin Anlan was still waiting for him inside. Yichuan, what do you want to do? Stop him, security. Seeing Yichuan coming forward aggressively, Wang Jinshan immediately became intimidated and shouted at the security guard to stop him. Several security guards at the door surrounded Yichuan and prevented him from going any further inside. Get out. Yichuan shouted coldly. He was really angry now, and the aura of a superior automatically emerged. His scorching and intimidating aura made the security guards surrounding him a little at a loss. What are you standing there for? Throw him out. Wang Jinshan shouted. Several security guards received the order and took action together. However, in Yichuan's view, these security guards are nothing but a bunch of rotten fish and shrimps. The nearest security guard punched him in the face. Yichuan dodged slightly by turning sideways, twisting his waist and exerting force, and also punched out. The security guard was thrown with anger and was knocked to the ground by him. He held his stomach and curled up like a cooked shrimp. Everyone was shocked. Without waiting for them to react, Yichuan threw another punch, knocking down another security guard. The remaining security guards realized that something was wrong. Isn't this guy too good at fighting? It's just like making a movie, one punch after another. Yichuan sneered in his heart, mastering street fighting skills. Do you think this is a joke? He easily dealt with the 10 strong men who had been in the underworld for many years and was sent by Wang Shandy before. In just 10 seconds, he knocked down the security guards surrounding him and they lay on the ground groaning. How dare you hit someone? Wang Meng saw that his greatest supporters had all fallen to the ground, and saw Yichuan walking towards him with a sneer. He suddenly panicked and his legs felt weak. Don't come over, I'm going to call the police. Wang Meng took out his cell phone and threatened, his face flushing red. Wang Jinshan secretly took a few steps back and hid himself behind Wang Meng. They really didn't dare to face Yichuan, the killing god. Have you had enough? Jiang Qianqing, who had been watching from behind Yichuan, came out. You said he is no longer an employee of Shang Yun, so you don't let him in, right? Her tone was calm, but there was an irresistible majesty in it. Yes, he is no longer an employee of Shang Yun. Outsiders are not allowed to enter. What if he overhears business secrets? Wang Jinshan said in a firm voice. Jiang Qianqing nodded with a sneer on his face. Okay, since he is not an employee of Shang Yun now, you can stop him. But now, as the department manager of my company, it is not your turn to manage him. Get out of my way. Jiang Qianqing was really angry. She didn't expect that it was just a small favor that made Wang Shandy target Yichuan so much. The more obstacles Yichuan encounters now, the more favor she owes him. Who do you think you are? He is the only one who can be the department manager of your company. Your crappy company is probably just an 18th tier bankrupt company. Although Wang Meng was too timid to come forward to stop him, his mouth was never idle. A broken company. Jiang Qianqing laughed. If her company was also called a broken company, then Shang Yun was not even a small workshop. She took off her sunglasses and said coldly, My name is Jiang Qianqing. Wang Meng still looked indifferent and had no idea what the name meant. Wang Jinshan was stunned for a moment. You are Jiang Qianqing? Jiang Qianqing from the Jiang Group. Others may not know who Jiang Qianqing is, but how could he, a veteran, not know? The daughter of the Jiang Group CEO, a favored child of heaven, it is no exaggeration to say that she is the princess of Qincheng. Everyone in Qincheng knows about the Jiang Group. It is the bulk of Qincheng's GDP, and the taxes it pays every year are an astronomical figure. Jiang Group. At this time, Wang Meng also reacted. He didn't know Jiang Qianqing, so how could he not know Jiang Group? You bastard, don't you even know about the Jiang Group? Wang Jinshan kicked him hard, knocking him to the ground. Can't you see the huge word Jiang on the tallest building in the city center? Wang Jinshan pointed out the window. Just outside the huge floor-to-ceiling window, he could see a tall building not far away. Such a tall office building in the city center belongs entirely to the Jiang Group. Almost everyone passing by the city center can see the word Jiang on the roof. Wang Jinshan no longer had any intention of stopping the other party. If dealing with Yichuan was to please Wang Shandy, he would definitely do it without saying a word. But if trying to please Wang Shandy would offend the Jiang group, then the gain would be counterproductive. Pleasing Wang Shandy might not necessarily bring much benefit, but if he offended the Jiang family, it would be useless even if he left Qincheng, as he would no longer have a place to stay in the entire country. Okay, you can go now. Jiang Qianqing walked forward, and Wang Meng, Wang Jinshan, and others did not dare to stop him. They stepped aside and did not even dare to look up. This princess's aura is so terrifying. Yichuan also reacted and followed Jiang Qianqing inside. Am I born to be a gigolo? Yichuan muttered to himself. Chapter 18. Do you dare to take action? With Jiang Qianqing's appearance, no one dared to stop Yichuan. He followed Jiang Qianqing inside. Thank you this time. Yichuan said somewhat embarrassedly that he had never properly thanked a girl in his life. He has always been very strong-willed and always does things by himself if he can, and never asks for help from others. But this time, if Jiang Qianqing hadn't helped him out, the situation at the door might have gotten worse and worse, and if he missed the banquet, it would have been troublesome. What's there to say thank you for? If you really want to thank me, just come to me. What I said before was absolutely true. Jiang Qianqing smiled with sincerity in his eyes. How about it? Do you want to come? She raised her pretty eyebrows. Yichuan's heart beat faster. You're so young, you can't live off gigolos. He said seriously, looking straight ahead, ignoring Jiang Qianqing's teasing. Young people don't know the sweetness of soft rice, and they waste their youth on the wrong things. Jiang Qianqing sighed. In today's society, there are not many young people like you. Yichuan was in a dilemma. He really didn't want to be a gigolo, but what was going on with Jiang Qianqing's pitiful look? Could it be that after having the system, my charm has increased rapidly? He muttered to himself. Jiang Qianqing wanted to say something to persuade Yichuan, but he raised his hand to stop her. It's getting late. I need to hurry and deliver the advertisement first, otherwise it will be too late. Jiang Qianqing had no choice but to nod and said, Okay, go ahead. How about we go have a cup of coffee together afterward? Yichuan ignored her completely and ran away as if he was running for his life. Jiang Qianqing was left standing there alone. HMPH. No romance at all. She pouted and stamped her feet. If anyone else saw this scene, they would probably be shocked. It was unbelievable that the goddess, who was like a 1,000-year-old iceberg and was known for her decisive and tough methods in the Jiang group, actually looked like a young girl. Yichuan trotted towards the banquet hall, wiping the sweat from his forehead. Fortunately, I managed to control myself. I almost fell for that little vixen. But then again, a goddess is a goddess. Every frown and smile of hers is worth savoring. When he thought of this, he raised his hand and slapped himself. Yichuan, Yichuan, how can you be so irresponsible? Now you are already a married man. Although she is a cheap wife that appeared out of nowhere, a cheap wife is still a wife. In the banquet hall, Yichuan stood outside the door, adjusted his breathing, and adjusted himself to the best condition. After all, it is a very important matter. If the customer sees me running and panting, it will give a bad impression. He was about to go in. Yichuan. Not far behind him, a person he had just passed shouted in confusion. Ha! Yichuan turned around. He was thinking about something and didn't notice anyone was around. Really you? Weren't you fired? The colleague saw Yichuan turn around and became even more confused. This matter had spread throughout the company. How did you get in? Yichuan's face darkened. None of your business. There was no way. In order to save time, he was too lazy to explain. Yichuan. Manager Liu came running over from a short distance away, panting heavily as he ran. Have you finished your ad? Just now, in front of so many hostile people at the door, it was not convenient for him to ask such questions. Yichuan chuckled and said, Manager, don't worry, everything will be fine. Manager Liu finally felt relieved and began to breathe heavily while supporting his knees. But, honestly, Manager, you really need to be more careful. You're already out of breath after just a few steps. Yichuan patted Manager Liu on the shoulder and whispered, Is there something wrong with you? Manager Liu was confused. Is this the time to talk about this? However, because Yichuan had hinted and hinted so many times, he began to doubt himself. Is there really something wrong with me? Yichuan ignored him and walked into the banquet hall. Yo yo yo! Who is this? As soon as they entered the banquet hall, a colleague who had a good relationship with Wang Meng, or was simply Wang Meng's lackey, pointed at Yichuan and shouted, "Isn't this our famous young master Yichuan? I remember a few days ago he was blustering about not taking anyone in our company seriously. How come he's become a lost dog now?" Yichuan curled his lips and whispered, "Idiot. Master Yi, what are you doing here today? Are you here to ask Director Lin to give you another chance and let you return to the company?" The man ignored Yichuan's scolding and said, "Don't tell me. Director Lin is kind-hearted. If you cling to her and beg for mercy, maybe she can arrange a position for you to sweep the toilet." Yichuan ignored him and prepared to go inside. "He is really in a hurry. Don't go. How did you get in?" Seeing Yichuan ignoring him, the man stopped him and said, "Today is an important meeting of our company. You are not from our company. What do you want to do by coming in? Are you trying to eavesdrop on our business secrets?" Another person nearby added, "Maybe she got in by knowing some vixen somewhere." "That's right." A group of people echoed. On the other side of the banquet hall, Lin Anlan was already walking inside with some unfamiliar faces, but she couldn't hide a hint of anxiety in her eyes. Yichuan also saw her and prepared to go over and hand in the advertisement. Just at this moment, the company director came over. "Yichuan, who let you in? Where's the security guard? Get him out." Behind Yichuan, the security guards who had been blocking the door before had caught up. "What's wrong? You are trying every possible way to stop me from seeing Director Lin. Do you have any conspiracy?" Yichuan walked up to him and looked at him. Lin Anlan had said before that there was a traitor in the company, and now it seems that he already knows who it is. "What did you say? You are slandering me. I will sue you for defamation. He slandered me. He slandered me." On the one hand, the director was forced to not dare to look him in the eye due to the aura of his superior. On the other hand, it seemed that Yichuan had revealed the deepest secret in his heart, which made him feel a little helpless. "Security, kick him out." The director strode back and signaled the security guard behind Yichuan to take action quickly. Do you dare to take action?" Yichuan turned around and said to the security guards who were afraid to step forward, "Be obedient. You are just trying to earn some hard-earned money, not risk your life." Yichuan continued. The security guards looked at each other. None of them dared to move forward. They were still in pain from the blows Yichuan had just given them. Chapter 19. This world is crazy. Go ahead. Kick him out. The director was so furious when he saw the security guards who didn't dare to step forward. In fact, if these security guards were not here, he would not dare to be too arrogant in front of Yichuan. He also knew that Yichuan had beaten someone in public in the company before. Ask them, do they dare? Yichuan stared at the director without turning his head. The director was stared at by Yichuan, feeling a little uneasy and couldn't help but take a step back. "You guys," he yelled at the group of security guards. "You're a bunch of losers. Did the company keep you around just to eat and do nothing? Okay, get out of here right now." Yichuan stepped forward. The director stepped back step by step, and Yichuan stepped forward step by step. Suddenly, he seemed to see a savior and shouted, "Boss Wang, I'm here." At the same time, he waved in the direction behind Yichuan. Yichuan knew without looking back that it was Wang Jinshan who was following him. He smiled slightly and turned around. Wang Jinshan and Wang Meng stood not far away and did not dare to come forward. They originally thought that it was cruel enough to easily knock down Wang Meng in the company, but who knew that Yichuan would once again refresh their cognition in front of them. There were so many security guards, none of whom were easy for ordinary people to deal with, but Yichuan easily took care of them all. Wang Jinshan walked around Yichuan and came to the director, and whispered to him what had just happened. When the director heard that Yichuan had a good relationship with Jiang Group's Princess Jiang Chanqing, his eyes widened and he couldn't believe it. Who is Yichuan? A small worker with no background, no connections, and no experience to show off. How could such a person get on the big ship of Jiang Chanqing and the Jiang Group behind Jiang Chanqing? Especially when he heard Jiang Chanqing say that as long as Yichuan was willing to go to Jiang Group, she would set up a department just for him and let him be the department manager. It's crazy. This world is crazy. The director was so shocked by the news that he was incoherent. He had worked so hard for so long, running around to build relationships and having a certain background, just to be able to sit in the position of director of Shangyun Group. As a result, as long as Yichuan was willing, he could become a department manager, and a department manager of Jiang Group. You wait. The director knew that now was not the time to go against Yichuan. If they continue to target Yichuan and prevent him from submitting the advertisement smoothly, they will leave a bad impression on Director Lin and even the subsequent plans will not be able to proceed. I'll wait. Yi Yichuan said calmly. They were just a few rotten fish and shrimps. In the past, Yi Yichuan might have taken a step back, but now, it can be considered that he has a good temper if he doesn't kill the other party. I just don't have time to mess around with you guys now. Don't provoke me again, otherwise, I don't think you will want to see the consequences. Yi Yichuan walked towards Lin Anlan. Wang Meng gritted his teeth beside him. Although he was eager to make a move, he became timid again when he thought of Yi Yichuan's terrifying fighting power just now. The director and Wang Jinshan looked at Yi Yichuan's departing back with vicious eyes, as if some conspiracy was quickly forming in their minds. In just a moment, Yi Yichuan caught up with Lin Anlan. Mr. Lin. Yi Yichuan walked to Lin Anlan and said in a low voice. Lin Anlan was shocked, and then felt great joy. She originally thought that Yi Yichuan would not come today and was full of disappointment in Yi Yichuan. But the moment Yi Yichuan appeared, all the dissatisfaction and worries disappeared. You're finally here. Lin Anlan said in a coquettish tone, giving the impression of a young wife mocking her husband who comes home late. Yi Yichuan smiled innocently, raised his hand and scratched the back of his head, saying, A few clowns blocked my way, so I'm late. I'm glad you can come. Lin Anlan smiled. She certainly knew what Yi Yichuan meant by the clown blocking the road. This was one of the reasons for her previous worries. Now it seems that Yi Yichuan has been completely dealt with, otherwise he would not have the chance to stand in front of her. Mr. Lin, this is what you want. Yi Yichuan took out a USB flash drive and handed it to Lin Anlan. Lin Anlan took the USB drive and didn't even look at it twice. Instead, he looked Yi Yichuan up and down. Only after confirming that he was indeed fine did he finally feel relieved. Director Lin, who is this? Beside Lin Anlan, several leaders from the provincial TV station and senior executives from other companies who accompanied him were a little curious. This handsome young man seems to have a special relationship with Lin Anlan. I forgot to introduce him to you all. This is Yi Yichuan from my company, an employee of the planning department. This public service announcement is his work, Lin Anlan introduced. Several leaders nearby were a little confused. Just introduce it, but what's with that rather proud tone? She looked like a young wife introducing her perfect husband. Yi Yichuan felt a little embarrassed. The scrutinizing looks from these old guys made him feel uncomfortable, but he was too embarrassed to show it. Firstly, they had no ill intentions at all and were just out of curiosity. Secondly, they were the leaders of the provincial station, and their influence depended on whether his system mission could be successfully completed this time. He could only let these people look at him. Well, Mr. Lin, you guys chat first. I was in a hurry to go out this morning and haven't had breakfast yet. I'll go eat something first. Yi Yichuan was stared at for a long time and really couldn't stand the gazes of these old men. If it was a pretty girl, he could barely accept it, but the key point was that almost all the men present were old men who were more than a head older than him. The roundness in the middle of their heads was more typical than a Mediterranean, and the reflected light was enough to blind his eyes. This is a bit unbearable. Hungry? Lin Anlan smiled playfully and said, Wait here for a while. I'll get you something. You can chat with the leaders. In an instant, a strange light flashed in the eyes of all the leaders. What is the relationship between these two people? Just as Yi Yichuan was about to stop her, Lin Anlan had already left quickly. Judging from her brisk steps, she was obviously in a good mood. Hello, leader. Yi Yichuan raised his hand and gave a standard salute followed by a crisp marching step. Several leaders were all stunned. They had never seen anyone greet someone in such a way. Afterwards, the leaders looked at each other. All of them burst into laughter. One of them even said directly, This young man is interesting and rare. Given their status, except for a very few, the younger generation would be extremely respectful when they saw them, not daring to breathe, which was quite boring. As for the very few, they are the children of aristocratic families who can stand on equal footing with them at a young age, and even have to ask them to please them. They are usually meticulous and equally boring. Yi Yichuan's eccentricity actually made them interested. Chapter 20, An Unexpected Event. Not far away, the director and Wang Jinshan looked at this side with fierce eyes. This guy is really good. He's made these leaders laugh so hard in just 1 minute. Mr. Lin left suddenly. Why did he go? The director looked in the direction where Lin Anlan left and muttered softly. Wang Jinshan shook his head and said, I don't know. However, they soon found out what Lin Anlan was doing. Lin Anlan was holding a small plate with a few pastries on it. Then they saw an extremely incredible scene. The chairman of Shangyun Group actually personally gave food to a small employee, and a newcomer at that. Seeing Lin Anlan handing the small plate to Yi Yichuan, Yi Yichuan didn't hesitate and took it and started eating. The director and Wang Jinshan exchanged a glance and said in unison, "Am I dazzled? How is this possible?" Wang Jinshan thought it was ridiculous. It was unheard of for a chairman to run errands for employees. On Yichuan's side, Lin Anlan also noticed Wang Jinshan and the others when he went to get the pastries. He glanced over and saw them with their jaws dropped in surprise. Yichuan followed Lin Anlan's gaze and saw the funny expressions of Wang Jinshan and the director. He raised his eyebrows provocatively. "It's time," a leader suddenly said, and the watch he was holding up just made a crisp reminder sound. Soft and soothing music began to play, coming from everywhere. "Let's go." Lin Anlan called Yichuan to follow. The leadership team and senior executives from other companies went to the main hall together. Yichuan also followed Lin Anlan and walked towards the main hall. After entering the main hall, the first thing you see is a huge screen. Then, the public service advertisements submitted by various companies will be projected onto this screen. Lin Anlan took Yichuan to sit in the front row. The rest of the people also sat in their respective seats. The real show has begun. A host in formal attire walked up to the podium. He was the host with the highest ratings and the most popularity on the provincial TV station. He reintroduced the purpose of this banquet to everyone present and then left the stage. Contributions from various companies began to play on the screen. As time passed, the public service announcements submitted by the other 6 companies had all been played. Many senior executives in the main hall were quietly discussing the public service announcement that had been aired with the people around them. The reviews have their merits, but none of them have reached the level of being broadcast on provincial TV stations. To put it simply, they are all okay, but not good enough. Next it is Shangyun Group's turn. Even Yichuan couldn't help but sit up straight. However, what he and Lin Anlan did not expect was that the image on the screen began to slide, but it was not the public service announcement created by Yichuan. The host's voice also sounded. Next is the submission from Shangyun Group. The creator is Mr. Wang Meng from the planning department of Shangyun Group. Yichuan and Lin Anlan looked towards where Wang Meng was. Wang Meng sat next to Wang Jinshan and the director, and the 3 of them smiled proudly at this time. Lin Anlan understood instantly that all this was caused by them. Lin Anlan took out his cell phone and sent several messages in succession. The public service announcement submitted by Wang Meng has finished playing. There was silence for a moment, followed by a wave of applause. The ad that just played is much better than the previous 6. Even Yichuan had to admit that this advertisement was indeed good. If he didn't have the help of the system, Wang Meng would probably be the final winner. However, he also knew very well that with Wang Meng's level, it was impossible for him to produce such an advertisement on his own. He looked towards Wang Meng. At this time, they had completely discarded their masks and revealed smug smiles. Wang Meng even stretched out his hand and gave Yichuan a thumbs up, then turned around and pointed downward fiercely. Even though they were at a certain distance, Yichuan could see that their lip movements were constantly mocking him. The appearance of a villain who has succeeded is a complete mess. At this time, Lin Anlan finally understood everything. He had received news before that there were people in the company who wanted to harm the company, and these 3 were definitely the leaders. Her face looked a little ugly, but with so many people around, she couldn't get angry. After all, they were all still members of Shangyun Group. If she made a scene on the spot, it would be Shangyun Group that would lose face, as well as Lin Anlan's. The host walked onto the stage, smiled at the audience, and said, "Everyone, the public service announcements submitted by the 7 companies have all been aired. After deliberation by the provincial TV station leaders, the finalists selected by the provincial TV station are." He deliberately dragged out his voice and was about to announce the final winner when suddenly a staff member walked up to the podium and whispered a few words in his ear. Waiting for the host to announce the final victory, Wang Meng looked at the host expectantly, and at the same time kept whispering, "Get out. Let him announce the result quickly." However, when the host opened his mouth, Wang Meng was like being struck by lightning, and he was stunned on the spot. Not only him, but Wang Jinshan and the director were also stunned. The host smiled, holding the microphone, and said, "Everyone, Shangyun Group is truly full of talented people and constantly surprises us. They've already presented such an excellent piece, yet they're still not satisfied and have asked us to play another one. According to Ms. Lin, the chairperson of Shangyun Group, this is a last-minute piece, guaranteed to be even better than the one just played." There was an uproar at the scene. They had already been deeply shocked by the public service announcement that had just been played, and now Shangyun Group actually said that it had something even better to offer. For a moment, the anticipation for the next advertisement instantly melted away the shock I had just felt. The advertisement that had originally attracted so much attention seemed to have been casually thrown aside, and no one was discussing it anymore. Wang Meng was unwilling, but there was nothing he could do. Not only him, but the director and Wang Jinshan were also powerless. This was already their limit. You were powerless to save the situation. Yichuan laughed from afar. Wang Meng, who saw Yichuan's lip movements clearly, felt a strong sense of frustration and collapsed on the chair like a puddle of mud. The image on the screen began to dance. There is no pretentious background music. There are no fancy or showy lights. There is only an ordinary and even somewhat simple house. Then there was an equally ordinary woman, boiling water in a pot in front of an old-fashioned earthen stove that is now almost extinct. Chapter 21 Perfect. Just the opening scene is a king bomb. Almost everyone at the scene was excited. They are increasingly looking forward to what will happen next. The flames from the burning wood in the stove dyed the woman's cheeks red and made the sweat on her face more clearly visible. The water in the pot is heated. The woman picked up the bucket, scooped the hot water from the pot into the bucket, added a little cold water and tested the water temperature. Just right. She carried the bucket with some difficulty and walked towards a room. "Mom, wash your feet." Just 3 simple words, like a heavy hammer, struck the hearts of everyone present. Even some ladies with shallow eye sockets have slightly red eye sockets. They seem to recall some scenes from their past memories. Continue playing. The woman helps the old man wash his feet. A simple and harmonious picture. The old man raised his hand and rubbed the woman's face. "Thank you for your hard work." "Mom, it's not hard." The woman raised her hand, wiped the sweat off her wrist, and said with a smile. Outside the room, a small figure leaned his head and watched the scene. After the woman washed the old man's feet, she packed up the bucket, returned to her room, and gently tapped her shoulders, which were sore from a busy day. Just at this moment, staggering footsteps were heard outside the room. A small figure was holding a large basin of water, splashing some water from time to time. The little boy walked into the woman's room, placed the basin of water in front of her, and said with a smile, "Mom, wash your feet." There was thunderous applause at the scene. This scene made many people's hair stand on end and got goosebumps all over their bodies. This kind of public service announcement that allows the audience to fully immerse themselves in the story is something that not only provincial stations, but even central stations may not be able to produce. Parents are the best teachers for their children. The narration's voice sounded just right, pushing the original climax to a higher level. In an instant, the whole audience stood up and applauded thunderously. Yichuan saw Lin Anlan covering his mouth with tears in his eyes. On Wang Meng's side, including him, Wang Jinshan, the director, and Wang Meng, all lowered their heads. Over the years, they have been obsessed with pursuing fame and fortune, but seem to have lost a lot of things that a human being should have. A deep sense of frustration rose in the hearts of the 3 people. This no longer made them feel powerless, but made them unable to even think of fighting against it. Next to Yichuan, Lin Anlan looked at the young man beside her with tears in her eyes. Maybe marrying a man like this is a good thing. She thought secretly in her heart. Even Yichuan himself didn't expect that the advertisement he submitted would have such a big response, and he didn't expect that there would be another woman who wanted to make a living off him. If he knew, he would definitely throw up his hands helplessly, and then sigh helplessly, "Actually, I really don't want to be a gigolo. I also want to reach the pinnacle of life through my own hard work, but my charm is too great, and it's impossible to resist it. My damn charm." After the commercial ended, the host walked up to the podium but didn't start speaking. There was another wave of applause that lasted for a long time like a tide. Even the knowledgeable and discerning leaders of the provincial TV station did not hesitate to give their applause to this public service announcement and the person who produced it. Keep a close eye on everything. If the author of this ad has any new work, I need to be the first to know. Even if I can't get his work, I need to get the details faster and more detailed than anyone else. I have a feeling he'll make some big moves in the future. A provincial TV station leader said to his subordinates, "It's like a dragon emerging from the water, encountering wind and rain, and seeing the wider sky, transforming into a true dragon soaring into the sky. He won't be willing to remain silent any longer." Yichuan said nothing and enjoyed the applause from the hundreds of people present. He didn't say anything, but to Wang Meng and others, it seemed as if he had said everything. That condescending attitude was a complete disregard for them, not even contempt, because in Yichuan's eyes, they were not even worthy of a glance, and were completely ignored. "We lost." Wang Jinshan lowered his head and was suddenly confused. He had planned for so long, but everything collapsed because of Yichuan who suddenly appeared. Their lives will be difficult from now on. Having offended Lin Anlan, they will no longer be able to survive in Shangyun. Moreover, the expected results have not been achieved, and the people behind them are probably unwilling to take them in anymore. Just as Yichuan said, he disdains to fight with them, because once he exerts his strength, they will not even be qualified to fight with Yichuan. This huge banquet has become a stage that belongs to him alone. Wang Meng murmured absent-mindedly. The applause gradually died down, and the host was still smiling, but now the smile was more sincere. He took the microphone and began to announce the final results. Shangyun Group is really full of surprises. Such excellent works. I believe everyone will be very touched after watching them. Many people nodded. He smiled and said, "So, I believe everyone has no objection to the final result." There was no objection. Even Wang Meng agreed with the final result, although he was unwilling to see it. The final shortlisted work was Washing Mother's Feet by Mr. Yichuan of Shangyun Group. After another round of applause, Yichuan stood up, walked to the podium, and bowed deeply to everyone below. The host handed him the microphone and said with a smile, "Mr. Yi, please say a few words." Yichuan smiled slightly and looked at Lin Anlan below the podium. He said, "Actually, there's not much I want to say. I'm able to produce such a great work thanks to the company's cultivation, especially the chairman, Ms. Lin. She appoints people based on their merits and didn't look down on me just because I was a grassroots employee. Instead, she provided me with a lot of resources to allow me to produce such a work. If it weren't for the company and the chairman, no matter how good my idea was, I wouldn't be able to present it to everyone." He returned the microphone to the host, indicating that he had finished speaking. There was a tide of applause. Everyone present was deeply impressed by Shangyun Group and its chairman. Lin Anlan himself did not expect that Yichuan would say such words on a podium. However, in front of so many people, Yichuan did not take all the credit. Instead, he vigorously promoted Shangyun Group to everyone. Wasn't it all for her? Lin Anlan felt warm in his heart, and there was a strange light in his eyes as he looked at the young man on the stage. The banquet ended here and everyone left one after another. Even the 6 companies whose works were not selected did not feel any resentment. If you were defeated by someone of similar level, you might think that the other party was just lucky, or even feel unwilling to accept the defeat. I was defeated by Yichuan's work, which was on a completely different level. I felt only admiration and joy and pride for being able to see such a work with my own eyes. Chapter 22. 3 million arrived. The advertisement Washing Mother's Feet created by Yichuan will be broadcast on the provincial TV station the next day. This also means that he has completed the system's task. Yichuan was in a good mood and left humming a little tune. Lin Anlan still has some things to hand over to the provincial TV station. At this point, Wang Meng and others no longer dared to appear in front of Yichuan. They did not do a good job this time and also offended Lin Anlan. From then on, they are abandoned pieces, and abandoned pieces will have no chance to appear on the chessboard again. Yichuan walked out of the hotel building, looked at the bright sunshine outside, stretched comfortably, and couldn't help humming. 3 million. 3 million. I've never seen so much money in my life. He muttered to himself quietly. At this time, the system's voice also sounded at the right time. "Ding, congratulations to the host for completing the mission. Lead the filming of the advertising script provided by this system. A reward, 3 million in cash and Lin Anlan's appreciation." Yichuan chuckled and his phone vibrated. He knew that the money had arrived. How should I spend this money? He now looked like a nouveau riche whose house was suddenly demolished. Buy a villa? No, no, villas are too expensive. This amount of money is not even enough to buy a balcony. He rubbed his chin, lost in thought. Buying a luxury car? No way, I haven't even got my driver's license yet. Besides, there's a subway station 200 meters from my home. It's much more convenient than driving, and there's no traffic jam. He listed several options for spending money, but he eventually gave them all up. None of them are suitable. It was not until this time that Yichuan suddenly realized that his world was still too small. Even if he had a large sum of money, he didn't know how to spend it. Forget it. It seems that this is my fate. I won't be lucky enough to enjoy these 3 million. Yichuan sighed and joked. In the end, he decided to take the 3 million back to his hometown to improve the lives of his parents. It wasn't easy for them to support me back then. Now that I'm rich, I can repay them well. Yichuan nodded secretly. He didn't know if it was because of the public service announcement he had just made, but he felt a little touched. Just as he was daydreaming, his cell phone suddenly rang. Who would call me at this hour? Yichuan took out his cell phone and the caller was Lin Anlan. "Hello, Mr. Lin. Are you looking for me?" "Yichuan, where are you now?" Lin Anlan's voice was filled with uncontrollable joy. After all, this advertisement not only brings the remuneration from the provincial TV station, but also the goodwill of the provincial TV station. In the future, if there is any publicity or other things through the provincial TV station, it will have a certain priority. This can be regarded as completely relying on the support of the provincial TV station. I'm at the hotel entrance. Yichuan replied. Okay, wait for me there for a while. You helped me so much this time, I want to repay you well. Lin Anlan said with a smile. Yichuan's old face flushed. Is this reward serious? On the other end of the phone, Lin Anlan was slightly stunned, then reacted, a blush covering her beautiful cheeks. What are you thinking about? I'll treat you to a meal. Lin Anlan said angrily. Yichuan smiled. Okay, I'll wait for you at the hotel entrance. After hanging up the phone, Yichuan waited boredly on the side of the road in front of the hotel. Buzz, boom, boom, boom. The roar of engines resounded through the sky and came from the hotel's underground parking lot. Even though it was still a long distance away, the exhaust sound like the roar of a beast was still deafening. Yichuan looked towards the exit of the underground parking lot curiously. A charming purple sports car drove out. Although Yichuan doesn't have a driver's license, he is very familiar with the dreams of this kind of man. He recognized the model of the sports car at a glance. McLaren 720s, awesome. Yichuan couldn't help but sigh. The $3 million I earned after spending so much time and effort isn't even enough to buy someone else's car. It's really frustrating to compare yourself to others. However, there was no sign of frustration in his tone. Instead, he was full of fighting spirit, because he understood that just because he couldn't afford a car now, it didn't mean he couldn't afford it in the future. He was just like Xiang Yu, who saw the first emperor traveling in a carriage in Xianyang thousands of years ago, except for the sentence, he can replace him. However, what he didn't expect was that this particularly eye-catching sports car actually stopped in front of him, and then the window rolled down, revealing Lin Anlan's stunning profile. Handsome guy, are you alone? Lin Anlan was possessed by the spirit of acting, staring straight ahead without looking away, just like the handsome male protagonist in a soap opera who teases the heroine's heart. But why is it the other way around when it comes to my gender? Yichuan felt a little toothache. Am I really only fit to be a gigolo in this life? Yes, I'm alone. Beauty, do you want to date me? Yichuan didn't play by the rules at all. If it were a soap opera, he would be too shy to look up and speak, with his face red like an apple, so that the hero's handsomeness and wealth can be shown. Lin Anlan was also confused. The lines he had been thinking about for a long time in the underground parking lot were stuck in his throat and he didn't know how to say them. Yichuan laughed and walked over to open the passenger door. However, he overestimated himself. He could recognize what kind of car it was, but he had never seen a real car before and didn't even know where the door handles were. Lin Anlan didn't help him out, just watched silently from the driver's seat, angrily saying in his heart, "You're being a hooligan. You deserve it." Seeing that the onlookers who were attracted by the sports car were now all looking at him, even if Yichuan was thick-skinned, he couldn't stand it. He whispered, "Director Lin, I was wrong. Open the car door and let me get in. With so many people watching me, I feel like I'm no different from a monkey in the zoo." Lin Anlan raised his chin proudly and reached out to open the passenger door. The particularly eye-catching butterfly door flips upwards, like a dancing butterfly flapping its wings. Yichuan got in the car and took a deep breath. Ah, the smell of money. He sighed with a long sigh. You like it? Lin Anlan winked at him. Do you want me to give it to you? Is there such a good thing? Yichuan sat up straight. Although he had just given up the idea of buying a good car, who would not want it for free? Call me auntie and I'll take you there. Lin Anlan said with a smile. Yichuan was suddenly shocked. Aunt? Isn't this a bit intimate? Something is wrong. Why is she so proactive all of a sudden? He thought again of the system's prompt just now. It seemed that after completing this task, the reward would also include Lin Anlan's appreciation. Could it be that Lin Anlan had always had a good impression of him, and after the system's reward, she fell in love with him directly? Chapter 23, Taking You Home. Yichuan looked at Lin Anlan carefully. At this time, he did not call his wife jokingly as he did before, because he knew that Lin Anlan's seemingly joking words might hide his true feelings. Sometimes, what you say comes with a heavy responsibility. It's a pity that I can't drive, otherwise I would have called. Yichuan did not refuse directly, but found an excuse to get away with it. Lin Anlan didn't care, or perhaps she didn't even know it herself. This was probably because in the eyes of a lover, beauty is in the eyes of the beholder. Whatever Yichuan did was right. Fasten your seatbelts, let's go, I'll treat you to dinner. Lin Anlan stepped on the accelerator, and the roar of the car sounded simultaneously. Yichuan felt that he was not in a car now, but on an arrow that had been shot from a bow. Inertia pressed him firmly against the seat, and the powerful push on his back caused by the acceleration of the vehicle was like a bull pushing against him from behind. Awesome! Yichuan couldn't help but yell. There's something even more exciting. Lin Anlan also shouted without caring about his own identity. She just pressed a button, and the roof of the car made a slight sound. Then, Yichuan saw the roof of the sports car lifted up and retracted into the rear of the car. Convertible. Yichuan became even more excited. A violent wind howled overhead and the sun was shining brightly outside. Yichuan felt that this was what fucking life was. Yichuan. Because of the convertible top and the fast speed of the car, Lin Anlan had to speak loudly, otherwise he would be drowned out by the wind. What's wrong, wife? Yichuan also replied loudly. Thank you. You're welcome. When you return to the company, you'll take over as the planning department manager from Lao Liu. Lao Liu has been working here for so many years, so it's a good time to give him a promotion. Lin Anlan said loudly, actually, I want to give you a better position, but this company isn't just mine, so this is the best I can offer you. The company will give you a lot of rewards, and I will strive for more for you because the results this time are so great. From now on, our Shangyun group will be famous throughout the province. Yichuan smiled slightly. No need, Mr. Lin. I've been fired and I'm no longer a member of the company. HMPH. Yichuan, don't you take me, the chairman, seriously? I said you will be a department manager in the future, and you will be a department manager in the future. Lin Anlan said coquettishly. Yichuan covered his face and said, Oh God, if I am destined to be a gigolo, then please give me more gigolos. Lin Anlan was in the driver's seat and was amused by Yichuan's words, laughing so hard that his body was shaking. The car slowed down gradually. Yichuan looked at the familiar environment outside and asked, What is this? Come to my house. Lin Anlan said with a smile. That's right, this is where Lin Anlan lives, and it is only separated from the community where Yichuan lives by a wall. Last time, I got drunk at his house and then got the certificate. Now I'm going to her house, and then... Yichuan's eyes widened. Director Lin, isn't this progress a little too fast? I'm not prepared at all. Lin Anlan rolled his eyes. What are you thinking about? Just eating. No hooliganism. Yichuan nodded quickly, but only he knew whether he agreed or not. The car drove into the villa's garage, and Yichuan and Lin Anlan got out of the car. Mr. Lin, is there anyone at home? When it really came to this moment, Yichuan became a little timid. Although he is very confident in himself and knows that his future achievements will definitely not be low, he would still be very panicked if he were to face the legendary mother-in-law now. There's no one here, but don't think about doing anything rash. Lin Anlan reminded again. Yichuan made so many promises that he almost swore to the heavens. The two walked into the villa. The huge living room once again refreshed Yichuan's understanding of the word rich. Wow, half of the living room is bigger than my house. He exclaimed. Lin Anlan took Yichuan to walk around the villa and finally came to the basement. Look, my collection. Lin Anlan pushed open the sealed door and walked in with Yichuan. All I see is wine, all kinds of wine. On the wine racks are red wines stored in old wooden barrels, and on the wine cabinets are bottles of wines that are either luxurious or simple. Yichuan smacked his lips. Are these all your collections? Lin Anlan nodded. Both of them are drinkers, otherwise there would not have been that clever encounter at the beginning, and they would not have become husband and wife directly. But I have collected too much. I'm afraid I can't finish it all by myself, so... She looked at Yichuan. Her meaning was obvious. When Yichuan heard this, his eyes lit up. Leave it to me. I will make sure you drink it all up. In return, I'll cook tonight and let you taste my cooking skills, he said, patting his chest. Lin Anlan smiled slightly and said in a particularly good mood, Okay, don't let me down. After saying that, she started to walk out, and Yichuan had no choice but to follow her, walking out of the wine cellar reluctantly. Coming to the kitchen, Yichuan opened the refrigerator, which was bigger than his bed. Wow! He was shocked when he saw the fresh ingredients inside. Someone will deliver these ingredients every day to replace the old ones with fresh ones, said Lin Anlan. Yichuan nodded. What do you want to eat? Just order whatever you want. Don't worry about me not being able to cook. Looking at Yichuan's confident look, Lin Anlan couldn't help but sneer. Then I want to eat a full banquet. Yichuan was frustrated. Auntie, let's pick some dishes that people can cook. Didn't you say we can just order whatever we want? Lin Anlan laughed, and he was in a good mood looking at Yichuan's embarrassed look. I was wrong. Let's order some normal dishes. Yichuan didn't dare to be arrogant anymore. Lin Anlan randomly named a few dishes, all of which were relatively common dishes. This time, Yichuan could still cook what she mentioned. Start cooking. Lin Anlan was helping him on the side and jokingly said that he was the assistant of a top chef. The two of them prepared all the dishes and served them on the table while laughing and joking. I'm starting. Yichuan raised his glass and drank the craft beer inside the quilt in one gulp. Great. He closed his eyes in satisfaction, savoring the aftertaste of the bittersweet taste, and then he burped loudly. Lin Anlan didn't rush to drink. She put a piece of fried goose liver into her mouth and chewed it gently. Delicious. To her surprise, Yichuan's cooking skills were indeed as great as he boasted. Yichuan laughed heartily. Of course, with a husband like me, you better be careful not to gain weight in the future. Lin Anlan rolled his eyes again, raised his glass, and the two clinked glasses. Cheers. Cheers. Outside the window, the streetlights on the roadside lit up one by one, the sun set below the horizon, and the bright moonlight filled the earth. It's night. Chapter 24. I'm here. Yichuan drank glass after glass of wine, accepting both red and white beer. What's more, the treasures in Lin Anlan's wine cellar were all top-notch and he couldn't stop sipping them. For a wine lover, this is heaven. What do you think? Would you like to consider becoming my husband? All this wine will be yours. Lin Anlan said with a slightly red face and a dazed look in her eyes. Yichuan suddenly thought of the words that popped up in his mind at the hotel entrance. He can replace him. Now it seems that I should marry her instead. As long as he marries Lin Anlan, the sports car, fine wine, and auspicious clouds will all be his in the future. Isn't this what a man pursues throughout his life? Luxury cars, fine wine, fame, wealth, and a woman who loves him. Mr. Lin, you've drunk too much. Yichuan still did not respond at this time. Who knew that as soon as he said this, Lin Anlan suddenly burst into tears slowly sliding down her cheeks. Yichuan panicked on the spot. It shouldn't be that serious. I just cherish women of your level so much that I don't dare to speak carelessly. What's wrong? What's wrong? Yichuan stood up in a panic and walked to her side. Lin Anlan cried even harder, her eyes tearing up. She no longer looked like the overbearing female CEO she used to be, but rather more delicate. Yichuan sat beside her, looking at her helplessly. Yichuan had never seen a girl cry in front of him in his life, so he really had no experience at all. Just when he was thinking about how to comfort her next, Lin Anlan threw himself on him and snuggled tightly in his arms. Yichuan was a little dazed by this sudden hug. Taking a deep breath, he suppressed the abnormal emotions in his heart and forced himself to recall the faces of famous women in the world, such as Ru Hua, Feng Jie, Dong Shi, etc., in his mind, suppressing his inner restlessness. Lin Anlan, he said in a gentle tone, gently holding her in his arms. Lin Anlan did not answer him, but continued to let her tears flow in his arms. Okay, don't cry. Yichuan coaxed the beauty in his arms in a gentle tone as if coaxing a child. It was a long time before Lin Anlan stopped crying. However, her eyes were red and swollen from crying for so long, and she looked extremely pitiful. Yichuan felt that something was wrong and he was almost in danger of having another headache. Fortunately, I have inherited the true teachings of Liu Xiaohui, so I can remain calm even when a woman sits on my lap. He shamelessly boasted in his heart. Lin Anlan threw herself into Yichuan's arms and began to tell him about her experience. The Lin family is not an unknown small family. On the contrary, although it cannot compare with the Jiang family and other aristocratic families, it is also not something that ordinary people can reach. After so many years of development by several generations, the Lin family has already accumulated a considerable fortune. However, the culture of favoring boys over girls is very serious in the family, and even in this day and age, it has not changed. Lin Anlan, as a member of the younger generation of the family, is outstanding in ability and wit. It can be said that she is the best one in her generation. It's a pity that she is a girl. Even though she was the best one, she still did not get the attention of the family. In fact, she was suppressed by the family because she was too outstanding. The family didn't want her to put too much pressure on other children, nor did they want to see her grow up. Because once she grows up, what if she wants to seize the family property? Those can only be passed down to male descendants. Not only did the family not help Lin Anlan, they even placed a lot of people in Shangyun to hinder her. Lin Anlan was helpless. No matter how capable she was, she had no way to fight against a family that had accumulated power for nearly 100 years. What's more, this family knew her very well. She could only let these termites sent by the tribe suck Shangyun's blood. If she didn't have enough ability, Shangyun would have gone bankrupt long ago if she were an ordinary person. Yichuan listened to her quietly, but felt a little confused. What era is it now? How can there still be such a preference for boys over girls? Shangyun's journey to where it is today is like walking a tightrope over an abyss. If one is not careful even a little, the whole thing will collapse. It's not just the people sent by the clan. The other investors are also not easy to deal with. They joined forces, and even though Lin Anlan was the nominal leader, he had no way to fight against them. She felt like she was climbing a cliff carrying a heavy burden on her back. She had to bear all the pain and hardship by herself and could not afford to make any mistakes. Because once something goes wrong, you will fall badly and there will be no chance or hope of getting up. After walking on thin ice for so long, the pressure is like a mountain, getting thicker and thicker. And now, it seemed that because Yichuan was the only one there, the pressure in her heart, like a huge rock, fell to the ground with a bang. The emotional outburst made her tears flow uncontrollably. Because of her special feelings for Yichuan, she let go of her pretense of being strong in front of Yichuan. Yes, no matter how outstanding she is still just a girl after all. It's been so long, you must be very tired. Yichuan gently stroked Lin Anlan's hair and hugged her tightly. Yeah. Lin Anlan nodded slightly. Yichuan was about to speak when the system's voice rang out. Ding, the God-level selection system has detected that the host is facing a decision and provides the following options. Choice 1. Ignore everything and let Lin Anlan face the family's pressure alone. Reward, 1 cent commemorative coin. Option 2. Help Lin Anlan gain full control of Shangyun Group. Reward, 30 million in cash, a random gift pack, and a villa in Qianfu Villa District. Hiss. Yichuan couldn't help but take a breath. This time the reward seems to be a bit brutal. Not to mention the 30 million in cash, the Qianfu Villa District is the best villa district in Qincheng, or even within hundreds of kilometers. The cheapest villa costs 200 or 300 million. There is also a random gift package. Although I don't know what's in it, how can the things given by the system be bad? Based on past experience, the system is still very reliable, which means that what can be obtained from this so-called random gift package will definitely exceed Yichuan's expectations. Why would I hesitate? Yichuan made his choice immediately. It's not about the villa or not. It's mainly because I don't want to see my wife suffer too much. Don't be afraid, I'm here. Yichuan gently patted Lin Anlan's back and whispered in her ear. I will help you. Yichuan's tone was unquestionable. Trust me. Chapter 25. Which girl doesn't have love in her heart? Yichuan's tone was so serious, as if he really had the ability to do what he said. However, Lin Anlan has been in this environment for so long, she knows very well how difficult it is to do so. Not to mention the pressure from the Lin family, those investors alone are no pushovers. Perhaps if they were alone, Lin Anlan could easily deal with it, but when they joined forces, even Lin Anlan could only ensure that his own boat would not be destroyed. That's all. However, this sentence is enough. She felt warm in her heart. Thank you. Lin Anlan whispered. Yichuan suddenly laughed frivolously. We are all family. Why are you saying thank you? If you really want to thank me, shouldn't you give me some sincere reward? Lin Anlan was stunned. What reward? She remembered Yichuan's nasty laugh again, and suddenly realized, asshole. The beauty cursed angrily and punched Yichuan on the chest with her little pink fist. The force was not strong, but Yichuan was like a movie star possessed. He let out a strange cry, covered his chest and fell straight down. He saw Yichuan fall straight down after being hit by his punch, and he and the chair fell to the ground with his limbs spread out. Lin Anlan was stunned. Are you okay? She quickly squatted down and tried to pull Yichuan up, who knew that Yichuan suddenly jumped up and grabbed Lin Anlan into his arms. It's late at night, it's time to exercise, especially waist exercises, which should not be neglected. Lin Anlan was startled. The sudden close contact made her a little flustered. Even though she just threw herself into Yichuan's arms, that was just now. Now that she had finished expressing the emotions that had been suppressed in her heart, she had already sobered up. What are you doing? Lin Anlan stretched out his hand to push Yichuan away. But Yichuan was originally a strong young man, and his physical fitness had been enhanced by the system before. Not to mention Lin Anlan alone, even if 10 more people came, they would not be able to push him away. Okay. Yichuan laughed. But he also knew his limits. After taking advantage of the situation, he ran away and let go of Lin Anlan. Yichuan knew that now was not the time to force his way into her. If he really did force himself on her, he would never be able to get Lin Anlan's forgiveness again. Lin Anlan retreated a long distance in shock, staring at Yichuan vigilantly. He thought it was a good thing. If it was a little later, maybe people would not have been alert and might have called the police directly. Stop making a fuss, stop making a fuss, but you are my wife and you won't even let me hug you. You are so stingy. Yichuan muttered. Lin Anlan immediately retorted, Who is your wife? It was just the blush on her face that reflected her true thoughts. Although he said it was tough, he wasn't really resisting in his heart. He just felt it was happening too fast. Then should I take out my marriage certificate and have a look? The person who registered his marriage with me seems to be called Lin Anlan, and what a coincidence, he looks exactly like you. Yichuan said with a sly smile. Rogue. Lin Anlan spat. The farce ended, and Yichuan began to concentrate on eating the delicious food on the table. Seeing him eating with relish, Lin Anlan's appetite was also aroused. The two of them drank heavily again, eating up all the dishes on the table and leaving dozens of wine bottles on the ground. Long after the sun had set the next day, in the master bedroom of Lin Anlan's villa, on that large, soft, and comfortable bed, two figures were entangled together. Lin Anlan's long eyelashes moved and he opened his eyes. Then she saw a scene that she would never forget in her life. She was actually lying in a man's arms, and the key point was that the man was not wearing any clothes. Looking at his muscular body, his long arms were like a pillow behind his head. 8 abdominal muscles like marble sculptures were arranged on the well-proportioned and muscular torso. Lin Anlan couldn't help swallowing. Every girl has love in her heart. Even those from wealthy families are no exception. What's more, she is not a girl from a wealthy family, but a female president. Seeing this scene that looked like a pornographic picture, Lin Anlan was stunned. But she woke up immediately, because she saw that familiar face. Yichuan. Because Lin Anlan stood up, Yichuan also woke up slowly. When he was about to wake up, Yichuan gradually woke up. Ah! Yichuan swore that this was the sharpest and most piercing sound he had ever heard. Even when he was riding a high-speed train in the past, hearing the trains whistle up close at the station was not as exciting as this scream. He woke up instantly and jumped out of bed. What the hell? The Japanese invaded the village? Why are the air raid sirens going off? Yichuan looked around blankly, a typical example of a person whose body was awake but whose soul was still in a dream. Lin Anlan just watched the man in front of her, who was only wearing a pair of shorts, looking left and right in front of her. Then Yichuan heard the second loudest scream he had ever heard in his life. Yichuan woke up completely and saw Lin Anlan screaming with her eyes covered. What's going on? Yichuan was confused himself. Rogue. Lin Anlan covered his eyes with one hand and picked up a pillow with the other hand and waved it in front of him. Yichuan quickly jumped out of bed and put on his pants. Why am I sleeping in your bed? Yichuan was confused. But now Lin Anlan's face is as red as a ripe apple. What's going on? After Yichuan put on his clothes, he ran out of the bedroom and heard a voice coming in from outside. After Lin Anlan was sure that Yichuan was no longer inside, he opened his eyes and put on all the clothes that he had casually thrown on the side of the bed. How should I know? Lin Anlan shouted angrily. This was different from what she had imagined. In her original expectation, this kind of thing would only happen after she married a good enough man. Result. However, as she gradually calmed down, she found that there was nothing abnormal about herself, which meant that nothing happened last night. If they slept in the same bed, and she woke up drooling over Yichuan's body, it wouldn't count. Of course, this kind of thing must be kept in my heart and Yichuan must not be told, otherwise it would be too embarrassing. Well, wife, take a shower first, I'll make you breakfast. Yichuan's voice came from outside the room. Lin Anlan walked into the bathroom with her clothes and suddenly felt that if it was Yichuan, it would not be bad either. Chapter 26A Group of Fence-sitters. After Lin Anlan finished washing up and came to the restaurant, she saw the white and tender fried eggs and bacon on the table, as well as a large cup of hot milk. Although it was simple, it was obvious that Yichuan put a lot of effort into it. Well, you eat first. I need to take a shower. I smell of alcohol. Yichuan scratched the back of his head. Although he said this, he had no intention of moving at all. What? Lin Anlan saw him staring at her without blinking, and felt a little uneasy. It's okay, it's just that my wife is so beautiful. Even without makeup, she's beautiful, like a lotus emerging from the water. How can there be such a beautiful little beauty in the world? Yichuan was almost drooling. I have to say that Lin Anlan, who had just taken a shower, did have a unique charm, with half-dry hair draped behind her and a pleasant fragrance on her body. The little home skirt fits the body very well, and the key points are clearly highlighted. Moreover, her body was still steaming because the moisture had not completely dried out, making her look like a fairy. Roll. Yichuan immediately slipped away. After a simple breakfast, the two came out of the villa. Lin Anlan drove his other GT sports car and took Yichuan to Shangyun Group. When I arrived at the company, it was already past 10 o'clock. Yichuan got out of the car and secretly felt happy. It felt so good to be late in front of the boss. And the boss is late because of me, which makes it even better. Yichuan and Lin Anlan separated and took the elevator to the planning department. After the elevator door opened, Yichuan walked out and headed towards the planning department. Everyone in the planning department noticed the movement outside and looked towards the door. Yichuan walked in from outside. The planning department fell silent. Yichuan was too lazy to care about them and walked towards the manager's office. At this time, a colleague wearing glasses came over with a flattering smile on his face. They all knew very well that with such achievements, Yichuan would become a favorite of the boss in the future. Even if he did not get promoted, he would still have a lot of say in Lin Anlan's eyes. The group of people who had mocked Yichuan before all had gloomy faces and did not dare to look up at Yichuan. They were afraid that if they were a little too high profile, Yichuan would pick them out and crush them like ants. Brother Yi, now that you're here, I was wrong about what happened before. I didn't recognize the real talent. It's all Wang Meng's fault. He was the one who stirred up our emotions and made us go against you. The man with glasses skillfully put the blame on Wang Meng. In fact, Wang Meng's instigation was indeed partly the reason, but if it weren't for their own jealousy of Yichuan, how could they be so sarcastic towards Yichuan? Yichuan didn't care. They were just small characters. He was just venting his emotions with his mouth. What else could he do? Do we have to ask the entire planning department to get out? Not to mention whether Lin Anlan would agree. None of the other investors would agree. Moreover, the planning department is also a very important department of the company. If there is no one, the company will fall into chaos, which is what Yichuan does not want to see. After all, Shangyun Group is his wife's company, which is his company in the final analysis. How could he do something that is detrimental to his own company? It's okay, as long as you admit your mistakes and correct them. Yichuan waved his hand. Brother Yi, you are so broad-minded. No wonder you can make such an advertisement that has caused a sensation throughout the province. Do you know that you have been reported in the provincial capital news? The man with glasses flattered. They are all trivial matters, not worth mentioning. Yichuan said he didn't care at all. The man with glasses continued to flatter him. That's right, for you, Brother Yi, this is definitely a trivial matter, but for us, it's a goal we can never reach in our lifetime. Brother Yi, you will be my idol from now on. Do you still want to print out my photos and hang them on the wall? Yichuan asked back. The man with glasses was stunned for a moment, then immediately realized, yes, it needs to be hung on the wall and framed. Does the photo have to be in black and white? The man with glasses said subconsciously, yes. No, Brother Yi, I said the wrong thing. The man with glasses realized that he had said the wrong thing and apologized quickly. It's okay. It's your business whether you regard me as an idol or not. As for the photos, forget it. I'm still young and can't afford it. Yichuan said with a smile. Okay, go and do your own thing. Yichuan patted his shoulder with such force that he almost knocked the man with glasses to the ground. The man with glasses rubbed his shoulders, which were sore from being slapped a few times, and returned to his post with a smile on his face. On the other side, Wang Meng, who had been watching silently, also walked over. Yo, isn't this young Master Wang? Yichuan imitated Wang Meng's tone and said in a shocked tone, why are you still in the company? If it were me, after losing such a big person, I would want to move to another planet. Wang Meng was stunned, and his anger suddenly ignited. However, when he thought of his current situation and Yichuan's current position in the company, he suppressed his anger. Before Wang Meng could say anything, Yichuan continued. Oh, I almost forgot. Master Wang, you are such a big shot. Does it matter to you whether you lose face or not? Anyway, your face is thicker than the armor on that tank. Even armor-piercing bullets can't penetrate it, let alone such a trivial matter. Don't you agree, Master Wang? Wang Meng took a few deep breaths and once again forced himself to suppress his anger. Yi. He was about to speak. Yichuan held him down and said, sure, during working hours, let's not chat about anything other than work. He held Wang Meng down, looked around, and said, you said that it was because he instigated you before that you didn't know the truth, right? Right. That's him. Brother Yi, don't let him off easily. Yichuan listened to the responses from his colleagues around him and looked at Wang Meng with a sneer. Wang Meng's face turned green. He didn't expect this group of people to change their attitude so quickly. They were clearly mocking Yichuan yesterday. Go back. Yichuan pushed Wang Meng away and walked towards Manager Liu's office. After he left and entered the manager's office, Wang Meng stood there and watched the door close. Yichuan, you are so proud now. Sooner or later, I will ruin your reputation. When that time comes, I will make you kneel in front of me and lick my shoes. Wang Meng looked at the door with resentment. As for other colleagues, they are just fence-sitters. They will follow whoever is in power. There is no need to pay too much attention to them. In Manager Liu's office, Manager Liu was surprised to see Yichuan coming. Chapter 27, The Dog is Coming. Manager Liu, I miss you so much. Yichuan screamed and ran over, opening his arms for a hug. Manager Liu was a little confused. What's going on? It's okay. Yichuan pushed Manager Liu away and sat on the chair opposite the desk. Yichuan, this time it's all thanks to you. Manager Liu didn't care about the hug just now. He was so excited that he didn't even move from the chair and sat down on the desk. You've finally become famous this time. Not only you, but our entire planning department has become famous. Manager Liu was so happy that he was incoherent. Let me tell you, our planning department's performance will definitely increase in the future, and by then, our salaries will also increase. Manager Liu laughed. When it comes to their own interests, no one is immune. Manager Liu looked at Yichuan like a mother-in-law admiring the perfect son-in-law. He knew very well that because of Yichuan's contribution this time, he would have a good chance to climb up. In addition, he had always spoken for Yichuan before, and now he had a good relationship with Yichuan. If anything happened in the future, Yichuan would definitely not stand idly by. Let me tell you, you will be my half-brother from now on. A close brother. Manager Liu patted Yichuan's shoulder and laughed. By the way, I also have a daughter. Yichuan looked at Manager Liu, who was only in his 30s, and his mind was full of questions. Brother Liu, how old is your daughter? She just turned 7 last week, so she's a little young, but I didn't say now. I'll let my daughter marry you in 10 years or so. Yichuan was confused. In 10 years or so, I guess his and Lin Anlan's children will be able to have a premature love affair at school. Although if his children really do that, he will break his legs. Forget it, manager. Let's just be brothers. We can't mess up the seniority. Yichuan evaded the question. I can't call you Brother Liu and your father-in-law at the same time. Manager Liu actually thought about it very seriously for a moment, then sighed and said, That's true. Alas, what a pity. But this time it's really thanks to you. If it weren't for you, I guess no one would be able to stop Wang Meng from gaining power in the end. But that faction and I don't get along. When he gains power, I will definitely be the first obstacle they will clear. Manager Liu suddenly said in a serious tone. Yichuan nodded. That was true. If Wang Meng wanted to move up, he would not be able to bypass the obstacle of Manager Liu. But there are only so many positions in the company. We can't give Manager Liu a higher position just to support Wang Meng's promotion. If we do that, the loss will outweigh the gain. The two chatted for a while, and then Manager Liu's cell phone rang. Liu Ming from the planning department. Manager Liu answered the phone. He listened carefully to what the person on the phone said, nodding continuously. Okay, got it. I'll be there right away. What's going on? Yichuan asked curiously. You'll find out when you get there. Manager Liu said with a smile. You have to go too. Where are you going? Yichuan asked. The management meeting actually emphasized that you should be brought along. I guess this office will be yours from now on. Manager Liu did not have any negative emotions. Unlike Wang Meng's promotion, Yichuan's promotion was Lin Anlan's idea. He had helped Yichuan before, and even if he didn't make any contribution this time, he had worked hard. It was very likely that he would be promoted along with Yichuan's promotion this time. Let's have a meeting. Yichuan nodded, and the two left the office. After the two of them left, discussions began to be heard in the planning department. Wang Meng was sitting at his desk, frowning as he listened to the people around him constantly praising Yichuan. These should have belonged to me. More than 30 senior executives of the company gathered in the huge conference room. Except for some who were on business trips, all of them were present. Lin Anlan sat at the head of the conference table, looking at his subordinates. Everyone has worked hard during this period. Lin Anlan said expressionlessly. She is like this in front of outsiders, as cold as an iceberg, keeping people at a distance. If I hadn't seen you crying like the fountain in the park, I would have been fooled by your appearance. Yichuan complained silently in his heart. The main purpose of this meeting is to discuss the planning department's affairs with everyone. The secretary beside Lin Anlan opened the document with a projector. Although Yichuan is a new employee of the company, in view of the huge profits he has brought to the company this time, I have decided to let him replace Liu Ming as the manager of the planning department, and the former planning department manager Liu Ming will serve as the supervisor. Lin Anlan controlled the projection and arranged a detailed interpretation. Also, because of Yichuan's contribution this time, the company has decided to double the original 300,000 yuan reward, rewarding Yichuan 600,000 yuan. She looked at everyone present. Does anyone have a different opinion? Of course not. Even if she really had some opinions about Yichuan, she would not jump out at this time for the small amount of 300,000. It was obviously not a wise choice to contradict Lin Anlan for 300,000. Even the vice president Wang Jinshan is no exception. Okay, then it's decided. Let's applaud and congratulate Yichuan for becoming the manager of the planning department and Liu Ming for becoming the supervisor. Lin Anlan led the applause. Applause broke out in the conference room. A personal bodyguard walked in carrying a suitcase. Everyone looked at him curiously and at the black suitcase he was carrying. Could it be? Yichuan was a little excited. The bodyguard placed the suitcase in front of Yichuan without saying a word, and he opened the suitcase. A red light, a red light. Yichuan had never seen so much cash in his life, and now it all belonged to him. Mr. Lin, I have no objection to doubling the bonus, but Yichuan is a newcomer after all. He has only been in our company for 3 months, and he has already been appointed as department manager. Isn't it a bit too fast? How will other grassroots employees view the management of us decision makers? An executive stood up and said, Yes, Director Lin, in my opinion, doubling the reward is enough. We can talk about the promotion later. Yichuan silently looked at those who held different opinions. Originally, no one dared to speak out, but now suddenly so many people expressed opposition, which obviously meant something special had happened. He saw Wang Jinshan sitting on Lin Anlan's right, looking at him with a sneer. So it's you. You don't want to stand up, so you let your dogs jump out and bark, right? Yichuan looked at him with a slight smile on his face. Chapter 28 Promotion and Salary Increase. Newcomers? If you can achieve such results when you are still rookies, I can also promote you. But has any of you done it? Lin Anlan said in a cold tone. The powerful aura immediately plunged the conference room into a brief silence. Director Lin, in my opinion, this matter still needs long-term consideration. Don't make such a big change on impulse. Although the department manager is a grassroots manager, he is still a manager after all. Yichuan is just a newcomer and has no experience in this area. Maybe he is just better at advertising. The director said in a seemingly sincere tone. Wang Jinshan also added, Yes, Director Lin, the planning department is now the most watched department in our group. If the planning department's reputation is damaged due to the mistakes of some people, it is no small matter. It is a major matter that concerns the reputation of our entire company, Director Lin. Wang Jinshan is the vice president, and his say is only slightly less than Lin Anlan's. What's more, those investors did not want Lin Anlan to dominate Shangyun Group and make Shangyun Group her one-man show, so they supported a group such as Wang Jinshan to compete with Lin Anlan. Lin Anlan looked at the people who were talking without changing his expression. After a long time, the discussions gradually died down. I'm not discussing this with you, I'm informing you. Whether you agree or not, this matter is settled. Yichuan silently took note of the people who had expressed dissenting opinions. Although these people were not necessarily all on the investor side, some of them were indeed concerned about the company and believed that he lacked experience. But it's a good idea to write it down first. Moreover, he knew that with Lin Anlan's current tough attitude, it seemed that he was ready to start competing with the investors. As for Wang Jinshan, as the top executive of Shangyun Group supported by investors except Lin Anlan, it will be impossible to take him down in a short time. However, a 1,000-mile dike is destroyed by an ant-hole. As long as their subordinates are dealt with one by one, only Wang Jinshan left will not be able to make any waves. Okay, starting today, Yichuan will officially take over as department manager. Your salary and other matters will be arranged for you later. You should prepare to hand over with Liu Ming in the near future. The meeting is adjourned. Lin Anlan stood up and took the lead to walk out. As for Yichuan, he had already memorized all those people he had trouble with. After the meeting, Yichuan returned to the planning department with his briefcase and manager Liu. No, now supervisor Liu. Although they have both been promoted now, there is still some time left for the handover of work, and they cannot change jobs as soon as they are promoted. Yichuan and supervisor Liu walked together, muttering quietly, 600,000 in cash isn't as heavy as I thought. I thought it was much heavier, but this is it. Supervisor Liu standing by was stunned. His annual salary was only less than 140,000 yuan, and with various bonuses and commissions, he barely reached the 200,000 yuan threshold. As a result, the guy next to me came up and said that 600,000 was nothing. It's true, comparing yourself to others makes you feel nauseous. Supervisor Liu sighed, but he was not jealous. As he said, he was able to get promoted this time entirely because of Yichuan, and he didn't even have time to thank him. After returning to the planning department, Liu Ming asked all the employees in the planning department to put down their work. Everyone stop for a moment and look over here. Supervisor Liu looked around and saw that the effect was very good. Perhaps because Yichuan was there, those troublemakers usually looked over him obediently, their ears perked up to listen to what he said. Everyone has seen that the person next to me, Yichuan, will take over the position of department manager of the planning department in the future. In other words, he will be your immediate superior in leading everyone. I hope you can give him a lot of support. As for some people, I hope they will not do anything behind my back. Supervisor Liu said. Now, let's applaud and congratulate Yichuan on his appointment as department manager. Applause. Brother Yi is awesome. Brother Yi, I love you. Brother Yi, I want to give birth to a baby for you. Yichuan's face darkened. Giving birth to a baby is too much. Let's not talk about whether humans can give birth to babies. We are both male. Will it be your next life or mine? A burst of laughter. Those who had been worried that Yichuan would retaliate against them after he came to power finally breathed a sigh of relief. From this point of view, Yichuan is not a stingy person. In comparison, someone else seems to be much more narrow-minded. At the edge of the crowd, Wang Meng gritted his teeth, stood up, and walked in front of Yichuan. I hope you don't take what happened before to heart. We are all colleagues, right? Wang Meng said loudly, and then he leaned close to Yichuan's ear and said, I hope you don't be ungrateful. Although you are a department manager now, you are only a small department manager. Yichuan grinned and said, I am indeed just a small department manager, but I still hope you will not flatter me. Just do your job well and don't let me get the chance. Who the hell are you? Why should I give you face? Yichuan was really tired and really wished this idiot would waste some air. The two passed each other, and Yichuan walked into the manager's office carrying a suitcase. With his help, Supervisor Liu quickly moved his things out of the office. After Supervisor Liu left, Yichuan lay down on the soft big chair, crossed his legs on the desk, half lying comfortably. Oh, the feeling of being a leader is different, so comfortable. Just as he was enjoying himself with his eyes closed and humming a little tune, there was a knock on the door. Yichuan quickly put his feet down from the table, straightened his collar, and said, Come in. Lin Anlan's secretary walked in from outside with a bunch of documents in his hand. What is this? Yichuan had a bold guess in his mind. These are the recent work arrangements of the planning department. There are 10 items in total. Director Lin hopes that Manager Yi can complete them as soon as possible. After the secretary said this, he put down the documents and left. Only Yichuan was left alone, disheveled in the cold wind from the air conditioner. What a sin. This must be revenge. Yichuan felt that Lin Anlan must have felt that what happened in the morning was too embarrassing, so he was so cruel to him. Just when he was about to cry, the system's voice rang out. Ding, the God-level selection system has detected that the host is facing a decision and provides the following options. Option 1. Assign all tasks to the planning department staff. Reward, 100,000 yuan in cash. Option 2. Lead and complete a public service announcement that airs successfully on CCTV, regardless of channel or time slot. Reward, 3 million, plus CCTV's attention and goodwill. Chapter 29 Cans. Here I come. Yichuan was a little excited. As long as the system sounded, it meant good things to him. Although it is difficult to create advertisements at the CCTV level, he has accumulated a certain degree of fame in this circle with the success of the film Washing Mother's Feet. The production of subsequent advertisements will be simpler and easier, because his fame, the resources, and connections he can mobilize are beyond the imagination of ordinary people. This is not a privilege given to him by the company, but a privilege he created for himself, which no one else can enjoy. Of the 10 ads, the system didn't require me to make all of them reach CCTV level quality. Instead, it only required me to make one. Yichuan pondered the options given by the system. So, the other 9 are just byproducts. They are not important to me. Of course, not important doesn't mean I don't value them. Yichuan only needs to lead the completion of one, and the other 9 can be assigned to others to produce. After all, the planning department is such a large department. If Yichuan has to do everything himself, The planning department might as well be disbanded and let Yichuan collect everyone's salary alone. He picked up the documents, walked out of the office, looked at the many employees who were busy, and said, "Stop for a moment." Everyone put down what they were doing, looked up at Yichuan, and waited quietly for what would happen next. The higher-ups just gave us instructions. Our planning department needs to come up with 10 excellent advertising plans. The specific details are in the document. I'll print it out and distribute it to everyone later. Of course, I won't be idle either. I will complete one of them alone, and the other 9 will require everyone's concerted efforts to complete. Yichuan raised the document in his hand and shook it. This is the first task I've received since taking over as the manager of the planning department, so I hope everyone can give me some face and do their best to complete it. Especially those who are certain of you. Please don't be passive and lazy because of your personal emotions and prejudices against me. When Yichuan said this, he didn't look at anyone in particular, but glanced around. However, everyone knew who he was talking about. As fellow Shangyun employees, you are not working for me, but for yourselves. Yichuan felt that he had the potential to be a leader. Moreover, he didn't just talk big and encourage everyone to cheer him on. If you want a horse to run, it must eat grass. For this mission, I'll personally give out 45,000 as a reward to the 9 people who made the greatest contributions, 5,000 each. I hope everyone will give their all for this 5,000. The office was suddenly filled with the howling of ghosts and wolves. 5,000 is equivalent to their monthly salary. Even if it is just for these 5,000 yuan, their feelings towards Yichuan will disappear in their hearts. Yichuan was very satisfied with the current situation. He smiled and nodded, saying, "Don't worry. Since I am your direct superior now, as long as you work hard, I will not treat you unfairly." He returned to the office, his heart bleeding silently. 45,000, 45,000. Although it is not an unacceptable number for him who now has a fortune of millions, his concept has not changed. In his heart, 45,000 still carries the same weight as before. No, I have to ask my wife to reimburse me. I work so hard and diligently for her. Yichuan suddenly thought of Lin Anlan and laughed. Letting you let go is like giving me 10 tasks. If I don't let you pay a bit, I'll be sorry for all my hard work. After thinking of the countermeasure, Yichuan's reluctance in his heart immediately disappeared. He began to read the document carefully. Well, these 10 are not particularly difficult. After all, as someone who works in this field, Yichuan has a good eye. After judging the difficulty of these 10 targets, he felt relieved. As for which one I want to photograph, this is it. He fished out a document from a thick stack. As the saying goes, protecting the environment is everyone's responsibility. The remaining 9 ads did not meet the requirements to be broadcast on CCTV. Only this one who cares about the environment and has high aspirations can make it to CCTV if he takes a good film. But how should I shoot it? Yichuan stroked his chin and fell into thought. At this moment, the system's help arrived. A script floated out and fell into Yichuan's hands. It was a complete advertising script. He played the commercial over in his mind several times before committing every detail to memory. Interesting, it can be done this way. He chuckled. Let's shoot it according to this standard. I believe that even if it doesn't become a hit in the short term, it will definitely be broadcast on CCTV. And as more and more people watch this magical commercial will definitely become a hit all over the country. The protagonist of the advertisement he is going to shoot this time is not a person or an animal, but a small can. That can that was discarded carelessly, passed through the feet of all kinds of people, and finally ended up in the trash can. It was so magical and brainwashing that it was hard to forget once you saw it. The name is Cans. Yichuan was very satisfied with this advertisement. He continued to do what he always did, making a living by himself. He took out his cell phone and called the 2 college students who helped him edit the video last time. Hey, brother, you're here to see us again? Is there new work to do? A voice came from the other end of the phone, revealing a strong sense of anticipation. How do you know I will come to you if I have new work? Yichuan asked curiously. The person on the other end of the phone laughed and said, because we have good skills, it's normal for people to look for us because of our skills. Yichuan covered his face, still the same as before, so shameless, but he had the corresponding ability to support him behind the scenes, so it was normal for him to be a little crazy, and it was understandable. Let me be clear with you first. This ad is much more important than the last one. The last one was only broadcast on the provincial TV station, but this time it needs to meet the standards of a central TV station. If you can't do it, I'll find someone else. CCTV. The breathing on the other end of the phone became much heavier. Damn, this is going to be rich. Hurry, Hurry, my sword is thirsty. Stop talking nonsense, let's get started now. If the advertisements that can be broadcast on CCTV are edited by them, then they will become famous immediately. Young people, isn't fame the most important thing? Chapter 30, it's a waste of youth if you don't act frivolously. A minute later, the two generals finally calmed down and asked, Brother, are you kidding me? Yichuan said in a serious tone, as long as the advertisement is well made this time, it will definitely be broadcast on CCTV. I want to be famous, the young man roared on the other end of the phone. Yichuan's ears were numb from the sudden roar. Don't be so excited. Where's the commercial? Start editing now. Yichuan's hand holding the phone suddenly froze. This, the commercial? It hasn't started filming yet. What? The two generals Heng and Ha were confused on the other end of the phone. They asked for editing before the filming even started? Can we guarantee that it will be broadcast on CCTV before filming even starts? This is much crazier than the two of them combined. The two generals Heng and Ha suddenly felt like they had met their match. Okay, I just want to inform you first. This is my recognition of you and my trust in you. I hope you won't let me down. Yichuan's words were loud and clear. After all, flattery doesn't cost money. After hanging up the phone, Yichuan frowned. Although it sounds easy, it is not easy to shoot this advertisement well. In Qincheng, it is not easy to use a running train carriage as an advertising shooting location. Although Qincheng is not very prosperous, it is still among the best in the country. The subway is only distributed in the urban area. However, in the urban area, any subway line is extremely busy when running. There is not even enough time to pick up passengers. How can it be used to shoot commercials? At this time, the benefits that the previous commercial brought to Yichuan were reflected. Because the influence of that advertisement was so great, even the leaders of the provincial TV station took the initiative to leave their contact information to Yichuan. In fact, they originally wanted to poach Yichuan and dig him to the provincial TV station. But Yichuan said he would not leave no matter what, and said that Shangyun Group was his home and he would not leave his home. At that time, the leader felt as if he had seen a ghost in broad daylight. He had seen many company leaders shout slogans asking employees to treat the company as their home, but Yichuan was the first one who really treated the company as his home and remained unmoved even when faced with the solicitation of a behemoth like the provincial TV station. Yichuan dialed the number, and after a few rings, the call was connected. Hello. There was a weathered voice on the other end of the line. Yichuan greeted. Director Liu, I'm Yichuan, the person who planned and filmed the washing mother's feet video last time. Oh, it's you. Why is Xiaoya calling me? Director Liu asked with a smile. Have you thought it through and decided to work at our provincial station? Yichuan's face stiffened for a moment. Are you still thinking about me? No, Director Liu, I have something to trouble you with. Yichuan said. He didn't believe that Director Liu would refuse. Even if he really refused, Yichuan was confident that he could make the other party change his mind. What can I help you with? Director Liu asked. I want to borrow a subway car to shoot a commercial. He said calmly, as if it was just a trivial matter. On the other end of the phone, Director Liu's brain froze. Wow, he dropped a bombshell as soon as he opened his mouth. That's probably difficult. Director Liu gave a wry smile. You think too highly of me, Liu. No, Director Liu, you haven't read my plan yet. How do you know that you can't borrow it? Yichuan asked back. As Director Liu, although borrowing a subway car is not an easy task, it is not impossible. It is just a question of whether it is worth it. He and Yichuan had only met once. Although the last advertisement was indeed amazing, it was obviously impossible to expect him to put so much effort just based on that eye-catching advertisement. However, Yichuan was confident that he would agree to help him after reading the plan. Oh. Hearing Yichuan's confident tone, Director Liu also became interested. So, this time the advertisement is another pair of king bombs. That must be the case, otherwise I wouldn't dare to trouble you for help. Yichuan laughed. Okay, send it to me. Director Liu also smiled, full of anticipation for the plan that was about to be sent. Yichuan was not worried about the other party plagiarizing his ideas. After all, he was the director of the provincial TV station. Although he was not a formal director, but only a deputy director with a nominal position, he still had some pride. Director Liu disdained to steal other people's ideas. Yichuan sent the plan over, then walked out of the office with his phone. However, before he pushed open the office door, he heard a small discussion outside thanks to his physical fitness enhanced by the system. This Yichuan really thinks is a big shot. He's asking us to work hard for just 5,000 yuan. Is he trying to get rid of beggars? That's right. I heard that he got a bonus of 300,000 yuan after completing the last mission. That information you have is outdated. The 300,000 yuan reward has been doubled to 600,000 yuan. 600,000. Many people were shocked by this number. Why does he get 600,000 for just one ad, while we have to work so hard to only get 5,000 out of 45,000? That's right. I heard the discussions outside, especially from an employee named Wang, who was complaining about Yichuan's faults. Yichuan's face turned black. He really didn't expect that the 45,000 yuan he took out with great pain would be so worthless in the eyes of this group of people. You have to know that when he was not yet rich, his monthly internship salary was only 1,800 yuan. If it were not for his parents' support and his own frugality, he would not even be able to survive in Qincheng. It's true, greed is like a snake swallowing an elephant. Yichuan said playfully, "How come the 600,000 yuan I earned through my own ability is as easy as picking up money in your eyes? Do you really think that top-notch ideas are so easy to accomplish?" He shook his head. A bunch of idiots. The office door was opened and Yichuan walked out with a thick stack of documents. He had printed many copies of the previous 9 planning requirements. "Hello, brother Yi." "Hello, manager." Seeing Yichuan coming out of the office, all the whispers stopped and a group of people greeted Yichuan with a smile. Yichuan didn't care and sent the document down with a smile. He is just a small person. If he has to care about every small person who says bad things about him behind his back, how tiring it would be. The most difficult thing to control in this world is other people's mouths. After distributing the documents, Yichuan returned to his office, leaned back in his office chair, and sighed. It turns out being a leader is so tiring. He picked up his cell phone and silently dialed a number. Chapter 31 Forgot to bring money? I'm tired. My heart is so tired. Yichuan lay in the chair and suddenly felt that being a leader was just that simple. I didn't expect that when I was so sincere in seeking benefits for my subordinates, they would say this about me behind my back. Although Yichuan didn't care about their words, this situation still made him doubt his life. Is this what it means to repay kindness with enmity? I finally got to see it today. When the call was connected, Liu Ming asked, "What's the matter?" He was tidying up his new office at this time, the joy of promotion still filling his heart. "Brother Liu, I have a favor to ask you." Yichuan said. His relationship with Liu Ming is already very good now. In addition, he helped Liu Ming get promoted because of him, so Yichuan's status in Liu Ming is not low. Just tell me what it is. I will do my best to help you if I can. Liu Ming said seriously without hesitation. Yichuan did not tell Liu Ming about what had just happened. Firstly, Liu Ming, who had been in the leadership for a long time, must have experienced this before. Secondly, Yichuan felt that if he needed others to guide him on such a small matter, wouldn't it make him appear too fragile? "Brother Liu, please help me take care of the planning department recently. I will be away for a while." Yichuan decided not to let himself be too tired and wanted to go out to collect materials. Of course, going out to collect materials is just an excuse, and the real purpose is mainly to go out and relax. "Why are you going out?" Liu Ming asked casually. "Let's see if there's a suitable place to shoot a commercial." Liu Ming was surprised. "They arranged the next advertising production project for you so soon." "No, 10. Yichuan smiled bitterly and said, "The company really thinks highly of me, but I handed 9 of them to other members of the planning department, and I will make 1 myself." "Okay, then I'll help you look after it during this period. The position of a supervisor is about work anyway." Liu Ming agreed with a smile. As the supervisor of the planning department, it is actually the position of director, but the director of the planning department is Wang Meng's uncle, so the company had to arrange a completely new position for Liu Ming. Now that he has just been promoted, his prestige is far less than that of the director, so he still needs more time to accumulate experience before he can completely consolidate this position. Yichuan hung up the phone, thought for a moment, and submitted the application on the computer. Apply for 20,000 yuan of funding from the company, and then go out to collect materials, commonly known as public-funded tourism. The application was just submitted and was quickly approved. The finance department also quickly transferred the funds to his card. Yichuan sighed. "It's so convenient to work in my own company." The funding application was approved so quickly. No one in the company knew about his relationship with Lin Anlan, but Lin Anlan must have informed them in advance. Otherwise, even if Vice President Wang Jinshan wanted to apply for funding, it would take some time to review. After receiving the funding, Yichuan submitted an application to go out and collect materials. "Although I said I wanted to go out and relax, I still had to do the work I needed to do. The biggest problem he faces now is the staff and venue for this advertisement. As for the script, in Yichuan's opinion, there is no problem at all. This time the application was approved quickly as well. Yichuan walked out of the office. "Hello, Brother Yi." "Where are you going, Brother Yi?" When the employees of the planning department saw Yichuan coming out, they all greeted him. Yichuan also responded with a smile. As for what he had just heard, he was too lazy to care about it. "Everyone just do your own thing and don't worry about me." Yichuan left the planning department. "What are you so proud of? You're so proud of yourself just because you became a planning manager." "That's right, you're laughing so smugly, but be careful, the higher you climb now, the harder you'll fall later." After he left, there was another round of criticism. After leaving Shangyun building, Yichuan took a deep breath of the outside air. Well, it still has the same strong exhaust smell as always. Yichuan complained. Shangyun building is located in the CBD area of Qincheng, which is the most prosperous place in Qincheng. It has a large flow of people and naturally many cars. It is normal that the air quality is not so good. He walked to the side of the road and was about to hail a taxi when his cell phone rang. "Jiang Qianqing. Why is she looking for me at this time?" Yichuan was a little confused and answered the phone. "Yichuan, where are you now?" Jiang Qianqing asked casually. "Why are you calling me when I just left the company? Do you miss me?" Yichuan joked. "You actually guessed it. I just missed you, otherwise why would I call you?" Unexpectedly, Jiang Qianqing also joked with him openly. Now it was Yichuan's turn to be stunned, and he suddenly had an ominous premonition. "What are you doing now?" Jiang Qianqing asked casually. "I just applied for a business trip from the company." Yichuan stopped a taxi with his cell phone. "Business trip, where are you going?" Jiang Qianqing asked. Yichuan told the driver about his destination and then replied, "I haven't decided yet. I'm going to go out and look for a suitable place. I just wrote a new script and I'm looking for a suitable location to start filming." Jiang Qianqing was confused. He didn't even know where he was going. "Is this called a business trip? You mean, you have time now?" Yichuan nodded subconsciously, then realized how the other party knew he nodded, so he said, "Yes." "Okay, come find me at my house. I happen to be free. How about going hiking together? It's like you're accompanying me to relax. Forget about climbing the mountain. It's too tiring." Yichuan thought about it and felt that there was nothing fun about climbing the mountain, so he refused. "Oh, then come over first, and we'll decide where to go later." After Jiang Qianqing said this, he hung up the phone without waiting for Yichuan to react. Yichuan said no halfway and swallowed it back. This woman doesn't look like a good person. Yichuan thought secretly in his heart, "She's not going to trick me into her house and force herself on me, is she? That won't work. I've maintained my chastity for over 20 years, and I can't let anyone take it away this time." Although he thought so in his heart, Yichuan suddenly became a little excited. After telling the driver about the change of destination, Yichuan lay back in his seat and closed his eyes to rest. The taxi made many twists and turns in the city and took more than an hour to arrive outside the villa area. "Handsome guy, we are here. I can't get into the villa area, so I can only drive here." The driver woke Yichuan up. Yichuan casually took out some change from his pocket to pay for the fare. The result was nothing. "What? Forgot to bring money." He was a little confused, then looked at the suitcase at his feet. "That's right, a full 600,000 is not a small amount, so Yichuan carries it with him for insurance purposes." Then the driver watched him open the suitcase, and the bright red light almost blinded him. Chapter 32. Just a cool word. What the hell? The driver was shocked for a long time. He took a brand new 100 yuan note that Yichuan took out from the box of money, looked at it again and again confidently, and made sure it was not a counterfeit note. "Handsome guy, what do you do? Why do you carry so much money with you?" the driver asked curiously. Just now, for a moment, he wanted to kick Yichuan out of the car and start wandering around the world with the box of money. Although it's just a thought, this is the first time I've seen so much cash in my life. Shocking drivers all year long. Well, I'm just an ordinary handsome guy passing by. Yichuan didn't ask him for change because Jiang Qianqing called again, probably urging him to hurry up. After getting off the car, I walked to the gate of the villa area and explained the situation to the security guard. After asking clearly, the security guard did not stop me too much and let me go after confirming my identity. Yichuan walked according to the location given by Jiang Qianqing, looking around the villa area. It's great to be rich. This big villa, this beautiful scenery, This breath of fresh air. Yichuan suddenly felt that it would be great to buy a villa if he had money. When he arrived outside the villa where Jiang Qianqing lived, Yichuan saw that Jiang Qianqing had been waiting at the door of the villa. "Why are you looking for me suddenly?" Yichuan didn't ask clearly on the phone just now, so he asked after meeting her. "No reason. I just want you to play with me because I'm bored." Jiang Qianqing waved her hand. "Don't overthink it. Don't think that just because I let you pretend to be my boyfriend once, you can seize the opportunity to pursue me. Don't think that because I like food, you'll take me everywhere to eat delicious food. Don't think that because I like men with explosive boyfriend power, I'll secretly go to the gym." Yichuan rolled his eyes. "Where are you going?" Yichuan asked. "Let's go to the suburbs." Jiang Qianqing smiled happily when he saw that Yichuan did not refuse. At this time, inside the Shangyun building, there was a knock on Lin Anlan's office door. "Come in." Lin Anlan, who was handling things, said without raising his head. "Mr. Lin." Liu Ming felt particularly restrained in front of this woman who was a generation younger than him. Even though Lin Anlan behaved like a little woman in front of Yichuan, she was actually a very strong-willed person. Otherwise, she wouldn't have established such a large Shangyun group when the Lin family didn't think highly of her and even wanted to suppress her. "What do you want from me?" Seeing that it was Liu Ming who came to see her, Lin Anlan's attitude became much gentler. This may be the case of loving someone and loving everything about him. "It's like this, Director Lin. Didn't you ask me to keep an eye on Yichuan? He just asked me to help look after the planning department as he has to go out to collect materials for a while." Liu Ming said, "Well, I already know about this. Is there anything else?" Lin Anlan nodded and asked, "Nothing else." Liu Ming didn't stay here for long. Although Lin Anlan is good-looking, has a good figure, and is young and energetic, her temperament is like an iceberg that keeps people at a distance. In addition, as her boss, the double pressure makes Liu Ming dare not even breathe in front of Lin Anlan. However, after walking out of the office, Liu Ming recalled that when he saw him just now, he rarely showed any indifference. This was not right. This is so wrong. Could it be that Mr. Lin likes someone like me? A bold idea suddenly came to Liu Ming's mind, but he rejected it in an instant. Thinking about it carefully, it must be because of Yichuan that he was able to receive such treatment. Yichuan? Could it be? Liu Ming felt that he had another bold idea. In the villa area, Jiang Qianqing drove a huge car out of the garage. Yichuan watched the huge vehicle slowly driving out of the underground garage, like a beast out of a cage. Accompanied by the roar of the exhaust, it looks like a real steel behemoth. Mercedes-Benz G63 AMG. Yichuan is indeed a car fan and recognized what kind of car it was at a glance. The G-Class that is all the rage on the internet is nothing compared to this car. It's great to be rich. He sighed for the second time. "Get in the car. Let's go." At this time, Jiang Qianqing was sitting in this giant beast, looking particularly petite, but with a different flavor. Just like the female warrior in the movie who is shooting with a heavy machine gun, she has a wild and violent beauty. Yichuan got into the car, Jiang Qianqing stepped on the accelerator, the exhaust exploded, and it sped away quickly. Along the way, Yichuan was so excited by the acceleration brought by the rapid power that he kept yelling. Jiang Qianqing was driving, not caring that Yichuan was screaming like a primitive man beside him. Soon, the car arrived at the outskirts of the city. "What are you doing here?" Seeing the car slow down, Yichuan came back to his senses from the excitement and asked, "Let's go for a ride." Jiang Qianqing said with a smile while driving, "Want to try it?" "Try what?" Yichuan looked at the steering wheel. "You don't want me to drive, do you?" "I can't drive." "It's okay, it's very simple. Just hold the steering wheel tightly and step on the accelerator." Jiang Qianqing pulled the car over and exchanged positions with Yichuan. Yichuan sat in the driver's seat, feeling so excited that his heartbeat quickened and his breathing became rapid. "Don't be nervous, it's very simple." Jiang Qianqing said with a smile. "Try it. Step on the accelerator slowly," she encouraged. Yichuan controlled his toes and lightly stepped on the accelerator. This ridiculously powerful hardcore off-road vehicle rushed out in an instant. Yichuan was so scared that he stepped on the brakes immediately. After the car stopped, Yichuan looked at the steering wheel and suddenly burst into laughter. Paul Walker, Fujiwara Takumi, and Takahashi Ryosuke are possessed. Yichuan was much more relaxed this time and stepped on the accelerator. Jiang Qianqing didn't have time to react and was thrown hard onto the seat by the huge sudden impact. She quickly reached out to hold the handle and sat down on the seat obediently. "Awesome." This was a long straight road, and Yichuan gradually stepped on the accelerator. The car speed was getting faster and faster, and the pointer gradually exceeded 100. Slow down, slow down, slow down. Now it was Jiang Qianqing who shouted from the passenger seat. She had never seen a newbie so brave as to drive so fast just for the first time. Yichuan only had eyes for the road ahead and the steering wheel in his hands, pretending not to hear Jiang Qianqing shouting in the passenger seat. Go, go, go. Along the way, there was the roar of this high-performance hardcore off-road vehicle and the screams of Jiang Qianqing sitting in the passenger seat. It's like riding a roller coaster, so exciting. Chapter 33. After driving for a while, Yichuan had enough fun, and curves gradually began to appear in front of him. Yichuan had learned how to step on the accelerator on the straight road, but he had no idea how to control the car to make precise turns. So the car suddenly slowed down and moved slowly on the road like a turtle. Jiang Qianqing, who was sitting in the passenger seat, asked, "Where's that momentum you had when you stepped on the accelerator just now?" She had been shouting for a long time, but Yichuan didn't slow down, and her throat was a little sore. Facing Jiang Qianqing's scolding, Yichuan suddenly stepped on the accelerator with a malicious look, scaring Jiang Qianqing to scream again. "Stop making trouble, stop making trouble." Yichuan kept the speed stable and drove slowly on the road. When facing a curve, Yichuan either turned the steering wheel too much or too little, and several times the car almost ran off the road. That's not how you drive. Jiang Qianqing was directing from the co-pilot seat. Under her command, Yichuan gradually started to learn how to drive. However, after driving for a while, a sharp turn caught Yichuan off guard. Half of the car body fell out of the road, but fortunately the side of the road was not low and the height difference was not much. Moreover, Yichuan stepped on the brakes in time with his amazing reaction ability, stopping the car. "Put it in reverse gear," Jiang Qianqing commanded. Yichuan looked at her in confusion. "Where is the obstruction?" Jiang Qianqing rolled her eyes. "You don't even know this and you're driving so fast." Yichuan smiled a little embarrassedly. With her help, the car drove smoothly back to the road and continued to move forward. After driving for a while, Jiang Qianqing asked Yichuan to stop the car. "Arrive." The two got out of the car. Next to the road was an endless lake, and the road was trimmed along the shore not far from the lake. "How is it? The scenery is great, right?" Jiang Qianqing said with a smile. This is the place she often comes to. She comes here whenever she is in a bad mood. Because it is open and there are no tall buildings blocking the way, the wind on the shore is strong and makes people feel itchy. Yichuan and Jiang Qianqing walked casually on the small path built by the lake. "My family also participated in the construction here." Jiang Qianqing introduced this lake to Yichuan. Originally, there was no such beautiful scenery here. It was because the Jiang group was planning to develop this area that they spent a lot of money to renovate it. However, due to certain reasons, the development project has been suspended and there are no plans to continue it for the time being. Therefore, few people know about this place, and even fewer are willing to travel a long distance to come here to see the scenery. It's really good. Yichuan felt refreshed as he blew the wind mixed with moisture. After walking aimlessly by the lake and chatting for more than half an hour, Jiang Qianqing felt a little tired, so he and Yichuan returned to the car and prepared to go to the next place. "It's time for dinner. I'm hungry." Jiang Qianqing was sitting in the passenger seat. He seemed particularly quiet because he was tired from walking just now. Yichuan felt that Jiang Qianqing seemed more real like this. "Then let's go eat something," Yichuan said. Okay, there's a farm stay not far ahead, and the food there is delicious." As a veteran foodie, she knows better than anyone else where the food is delicious, or where the delicious food is. "Okay, let's go." Yichuan was driving the car and felt that driving was actually quite simple. He was thinking about whether he should buy a luxury car to drive in the future. However, after walking for a while, Yichuan saw the scene in the rearview mirror and shuddered with fear. What the hell? Jiang Qianqing looked behind him puzzledly. "What are you panicking about?" "I don't have a driver's license." Yichuan looked at the patrol cars that kept following behind him and felt that he couldn't hold the steering wheel tightly. "It's okay, just drive normally, it won't be difficult," Jiang Qianqing said carelessly. Yichuan nodded and watched the patrol car drive past. As expected, the car did not pull over to check the driver's license as he had imagined. However, Jiang Qianqing, who was sitting in the passenger seat, took out his cell phone and sent a few messages. "I asked someone to get you a driver's license. It will be issued soon, so you don't have to spend time learning to drive in the future," Jiang Qianqing said with a smile. "Then I would like to thank Miss Jiang." Yichuan smiled while driving. But in my heart I was sighing that in this world, people with power and money really have privileges in everything they do. You don't even need to learn to drive in person to get a driver's license. The more insignificant the matter is, the more it can reveal the foundation and strength of a family. The car drove on the road for a while and passed a small village. Wait here for a moment, I'll go buy 2 bottles of drinks. Yichuan got out of the car and walked towards the small shop at the entrance of the village. After casually buying 2 bottles of mineral water, Yichuan returned with the water and saw that something had happened next to the car. Hey, beautiful lady. How can you ride in such a nice car? Which big boss is supporting you? Several men gathered around the passenger seat, their eyes lighting up as they looked at Jiang Qianqing inside. What the hell? Yichuan quickly rushed over with water. But he hadn't arrived yet. Jiang Qianqing got out of the car. Those drunk men didn't expect that Jiang Qianqing would dare to get out of the car on his own initiative. If she stayed in the car and locked the doors, there was nothing they could do. But now that she has taken the initiative to get off the car, this is simply a godsend. Several drunks surrounded Jiang Qianqing. Why did you get off the car? Is it because your adulterer can't satisfy you, so you came out to look for food? The drunk's eyes wandered over Jiang Qianqing with unbridled greed. Don't worry, the boss can't do it, but we can. Otherwise, come home with me now. A drunk man smiled and stretched out his hand towards Jiang Qianqing. Excuse me, excuse me. Yichuan said from behind these drunks. Where did you come from, little brat? Get out of here, the drunks said in unison. It's okay, don't worry, just leave it to me. Jiang Qianqing gave Yichuan a look. Yichuan nodded. Although he didn't know what Jiang Qianqing was going to do, if anything unexpected happened to these drunks, he could deal with them all in a few seconds. Facing the drunk who was about to attack, Jiang Qianqing kicked him in the crotch, hitting him right in the center. Not only the drunkards present, but also Yichuan, all felt a cool breeze blowing across their lower body. How cruel. Yichuan said silently. The drunks were all stunned for a moment. When they reacted, the one who had been there before was already rolling on the ground, holding his crotch and howling like a pig being slaughtered. I'm dying. My second brother is seriously injured. Damn, this slut is so cruel, let's fuck her. A burly drunk man shouted and pounced on Jiang Qianqing. Chapter 34 301 pounds of pheasant. Yichuan was sweating in his heart, his whole body tensed, ready to take action at any time. However, what he didn't expect was that Jiang Qianqing was indeed quite skilled. After dodging the strong man's attacks several times in a row, he found an opportunity and kicked him in the crotch again. There was a man on the ground, holding his crotch and wailing loudly. Let's go together. This woman is not easy to deal with. The remaining drunks did not retreat because of their companion's fall. With lust in their heads and their minds being unclear due to drinking, they became more ferocious. Jiang Qianqing faced the remaining 3 drunks calmly. After quickly dodging their attacks several times, he punched one of the drunks hard in the ribs, causing him to gasp and fall to the ground. This gave him a stitch in the side, and he lay on the ground with his face flushed red. The remaining 2 drunks finally realized that something was wrong and ran away, abandoning their accomplices. He kept shouting as he ran, Wait, I'll go get some help. I'm going to kill you today. Yichuan was so confused watching from the side. By the time he called people back, we had already run dozens of kilometers away. The 3 people lying on the ground turned green in the face when they saw Yichuan and Jiang Qianqing approaching. Brother, sister, we are blind and don't recognize a great man. Please let us go. The burly man knelt on the ground, holding his crutch. If it's really impossible, let me go. Yichuan twitched the corners of his mouth, but couldn't utter a word. Get out. Instead, it was Jiang Qianqing who spat out the word aggressively. The 3 drunks crawled away quickly. Yichuan came up and asked, Are you okay? Jiang Qianqing smiled triumphantly and said, Didn't you see that? I fought 5 people by myself and knocked down 3 of them. Isn't that impressive? Yichuan raised his thumb and recalled the 2 precise crotch kicking kicks just now and felt a chill again. Amazing, really amazing. It is rare to find a woman who can remain calm in the face of danger like Jiang Qianqing, and even fewer who can face 5 grown men and knock down 3 of them. Although these 5 men were very drunk and were unsteady when walking, they were men after all and had enough strength to easily injure someone with just a slight bump. As a result, the 5 of them didn't even touch Jiang Qianqing. Let's go and eat. Although there was a small incident, it did not affect the foodie's mood. With delicious food in front of him, everything else needs to be put aside. Yes, sir. Yichuan didn't dare to be presumptuous anymore. Jiang Qianqing is driving now because she really can't wait to eat the delicious food. If Yichuan drives, it would be a bit slow and she doesn't want to wait even a minute longer. Soon, the car arrived at the destination. This is it. Jiang Qianqing parked the car and got out. Lao Li's farmhouse. Yichuan looked at the somewhat rustic sign. This name is really bold and uninhibited. Jiang Qianqing said on the side, "Don't underestimate this place. This place is famous far and wide. Most people can't even get to eat here." Yichuan was a little disapproving after hearing this. It was just a farm stay. How awesome could it be? He followed Jiang Qianqing into the farmhouse. As soon as he entered, the contempt in Yichuan's heart was immediately put away. This is the outer courtyard of the farmhouse, where guests' cars are usually parked. But now it is full, and the cars parked there not simple cars. Yichuan took a quick look and found that none of the cars were worth less than 1 million. I made a reservation half a month in advance and was able to book today's meal. Jiang Qianqing said with a smile. Yichuan suddenly felt that the rustic sign outside the door and the photo of an old hen on the sign that he had found on the internet had become more upscale. Old Li is awesome. Yichuan exclaimed with emotion. Jiang Qianqing led the way in front, and Yichuan followed behind. The two walked into the restaurant. It was not as noisy inside as Yichuan had imagined. Several tables of people were crowded in a small restaurant, playing drinking games and drinking. Entering the restaurant, there is a small reception hall with 2 aisles extending outward, and several independent private rooms are distributed on the sides of the aisles. The waiter in the reception hall saw that it was Jiang Qianqing and said with a smile, "Miss Jiang is here. The private room has been prepared for you. We are waiting for you to come and serve the food at any time." Yichuan and Jiang Qianqing followed the waiter into the private room. Inside the small private room is a small table, which is probably enough to seat 6 or 7 people. "The food can be served now. I'm hungry," Jiang Qianqing said. She is a regular customer here and knows all the waiters. "Okay, please wait." After the waiter left, Yichuan picked up the menu and said, "Good boy." A free-range chicken is sold for 300 yuan per catty. By calculation, an old hen weighing 4 or 5 catties can be sold for more than 1,000 yuan. If he hadn't gotten a promotion and a raise, based on his previous salary, it would have cost him a month's salary just to eat an old hen. So expensive. Yichuan couldn't believe it. It's not expensive, only 300 yuan per pound. Jiang Qianqing didn't think there was anything wrong with a free-range chicken costing 300 yuan per pound because he had been exposed to generally high-end and classy things since he was a child. Because of his family background, Yichuan suffered hardship since childhood, so he developed a frugal character. Even though he has become rich now, it is difficult for him to change so quickly. After a while, the dishes were served. Yichuan smelled the fragrance and suddenly understood why Jiang Qianqing said that free-range chicken at 300 yuan per pound was not expensive. Just smelling it can make me drool like crazy. Yichuan was also a little hungry due to the aroma, so he picked up his chopsticks and started eating. Jiang Qianqing, who was sitting on the side, was much more dignified and ate in small bites. Yichuan ate for a while, and seeing Jiang Qianqing chewing slowly and carefully, he couldn't help but say, "If you eat like this, you won't be able to finish your meal." Jiang Qianqing was stunned and didn't understand what Yichuan meant. Yichuan was also stunned. When he was a child, he went to primary school in a very dilapidated school. There were not many students, but when it was time to eat, it was like a group of little piglets scrambling around the boiler. If you ate slowly, all the food would be eaten by others, and you would go hungry. But given Jiang Qianqing's family background, even if she became 4 or 5 levels poorer, she would still be far from that kind of life. Yichuan suddenly realized that he and she seemed to be completely different people, but now they could sit together to eat and even make some slightly inappropriate jokes to each other. The world is really interesting. Yichuan's sudden contemplation made Jiang Qianqing a little afraid to speak. "What's wrong?" Seeing Yichuan come back to his senses, Jiang Qianqing asked curiously. "It's okay. I just want to say that when eating meat, just eat it in big mouthfuls. It feels better that way," Yichuan said carelessly. Chapter 35 Eating Meat. Yichuan was right. Just seeing him eating with big mouthfuls like that really increased one's appetite. However, Jiang Qianqing had never eaten like this because of the education he received since childhood. Jiang Qianqing tried to open his mouth wide and took a bite. Yichuan covered his face. "Why is she still like this? She's like the young lady in a TV drama. It doesn't look real at all." Facing Yichuan's ridicule, Jiang Qianqing was also a little embarrassed. She wanted to say that she was originally a young lady, but looking at Yichuan, she really couldn't say it. "Look at me, look carefully, see how I eat it." Yichuan picked up a large piece of meat and put it into his mouth in an exaggerated manner. Just like this. Because of the large piece of meat in his mouth, Yichuan's voice was a little unclear. Do you understand now? Jiang Chanqing looked at Yichuan, who was deliberately making a funny face and couldn't help laughing softly. I understand. She nodded. Yichuan swallowed the food in his mouth and said, Okay, then you try it now. Jiang Chanqing also picked up a big piece, but under Yichuan's focused gaze, he felt a little embarrassed. Don't stare at me. Jiang Chanqing said. Yichuan chuckled and stopped staring at her, eating his own food. Jiang Chanqing was on the side, experiencing this unprecedented feeling. The big mouthfuls of food entered his mouth, bringing him a strong sense of satisfaction and joy. Just like what Yichuan said, it really feels good to eat in big mouthfuls like this. Moreover, without the feeling of restraint, eating is particularly relaxing. It seems that this is the real way to enjoy delicious food. Jiang Chanqing glanced at Yichuan in surprise, but when she saw that he wasn't looking at her, she stopped worrying about it and began to enjoy the food seriously. She was worried that her eating manners might be too unrestrained, which would destroy the image of a lady she had built in Yichuan's mind. However, what Jiang Chanqing didn't expect was that although she thought Yichuan didn't look at her, he was actually glancing at her out of the corner of his eye from beginning to end, and he immediately looked away when he saw her looking over. Yichuan also noticed all her changes. It's quite cute like this. Yichuan thought silently in his heart. The food on the table was eaten up bit by bit thanks to the continuous efforts of the two foodies. The two of them ate for more than an hour. I'm full. Jiang Chanqing lay down on the chair with a satisfied smile on his face. I'm full too. Yichuan also half leaned back in his chair, digesting his food quietly. Now both of them are in a state of being full and don't even want to move. If possible, Yichuan didn't even want to blink. Where are we going later? Yichuan asked. Let's go to a scenic spot. The night view there is beautiful. Jiang Chanqing immediately became excited when he heard Yichuan ask this question. What scenic spot? Yichuan asked. A mountain from where you can overlook the entire Qincheng and see the bright lights of Qincheng. Jiang Chanqing showed a look of nostalgia. Yichuan originally wanted to refuse, as climbing the mountain was too tiring, but when he saw her like this, he still felt a little reluctant. Then what are you waiting for? Let's go. Yichuan urged. If you go too late, it will be dark by then, and it will not be safe to climb the mountain like that. Jiang Chanqing nodded and said, Yes, let's go now. The two men stood up and walked slowly, each holding their full stomachs. Yichuan laughed heartily and said, You are much cuter like this than before. Jiang Chanqing was stunned for a moment, then pretended to be angry and said, Don't laugh. But I secretly took note of it in my heart. After leaving the farmhouse, in order to save time, Yichuan did not drive this time, but asked Jiang Chanqing to drive instead. After all, he had just learned to drive and was not yet proficient. Straight-line acceleration was no problem, but the place he was going to was in the mountains and the roads were twisted. He didn't want to drive the car into a ditch with Jiang Chanqing in tow. Along the way, listening to those classic and soothing music, Jiang Chanqing drove the car and Yichuan sang along with the speakers in the passenger seat. But with his tone-deaf talent, a good song sounded creepy when he sang it. Jiang Chanqing didn't care about these things, and listened carefully to Yichuan singing with his brain-piercing magic voice beside him. When we arrived at the destination, it was already dark. The car drove along the winding mountain road all the way up the mountain. Near the top of the mountain, there was a large piece of artificially excavated flat land, where a rest stop was built. In addition to the parking space, there is also a small hotel. There are a lot of cars parked here, and it seems that many people are preparing to spend the night on this mountain. Yichuan and Jiang Chanqing got out of the car together and walked towards the hotel. Are you hungry? Jiang Chanqing asked. Yichuan glanced at her and knew that she was hungry, but she was embarrassed to say that she was hungry after eating so much at noon, so he prepared to let her speak first. Not hungry. Yichuan shook his head. No, you are just hungry. Jiang Chanqing saw that something was wrong. It was different from what he thought. Did he have to say that he was hungry first? But after eating so much at noon, if I still say I'm hungry, won't Yichuan think I'm a glutton? Although this glutton has a good figure, he is fat where he should be fat and thin where he should be thin. But which woman would like to be treated as a glutton? Okay, I'm hungry. Yichuan said helplessly, thinking that women are troublesome. They are too embarrassed to say it directly even if they are hungry. It's good that you're hungry. Let's go eat. Jiang Chanqing led Yichuan into the hotel. This is not only a hotel for people to stay in, but also a small restaurant. Jiang Qianqing introduced to Yichuan, "The food here is also very delicious." The two walked into the hotel. They were the only two people going up the mountain at that time, so they received the highest level of treatment. The boss and his wife came out together and greeted us personally. "What would you two like to eat?" asked the proprietress. Yichuan looked at Jiang Qianqing and motioned for her to order. Jiang Qianqing looked at the dazzling array of delicious dishes on the menu and had an urge to try them all, but she held back in order to maintain her image. Roasted whole lamb. She pointed at the roasted whole lamb on the menu, the picture of which made her drool. "Okay, wait a moment, it will be here soon," the boss said with a smile and walked towards the kitchen. The proprietress was still standing beside them, saying, "You two are clearly a match made in heaven, a talented man and a beautiful woman." As someone who has been through this, how could she not see the relationship between Yichuan and Jiang Qianqing? Chapter 36. Mountaintop Night View. Yichuan was stunned and said, "No, we are not what you think." However, as soon as he finished speaking, Jiang Qianqing exploded like a provoked lioness. "Yichuan." She pointed at Yichuan and said, "What do you mean? Do you think I'm not worthy of you?" Although he didn't understand why Jiang Qianqing got so angry with just one sentence from him, it was obviously more important to calm her down now. No, that's not what I meant," Yichuan explained quickly. The proprietress watching the scene recalled her youth and a smile appeared on her face. As for Yichuan's pleading look, she selectively ignored it. "Then what do you mean?" Jiang Qianqing continued to ask. Yichuan was confused. What should he say at this time? However, before he could find a good excuse, Jiang Qianqing inexplicably calmed down and sat quietly in the chair, waiting for the food to arrive. Yichuan was confused. If that is the case, then why did you get angry just now? Women are really mysterious creatures. Yichuan thought silently in his heart. Time passed little by little, and the roasted whole lamb was served on the table. Jiang Qianqing completely put aside what had just happened and began to concentrate on conquering the delicious food in front of him. By the time both of them had eaten, it was already past 8 o'clock in the evening. And this was exactly when the night in Qincheng began. The two came to the observation deck and looked at the night view of Qincheng below the mountain. The car lights connected into a long dragon on the road, illuminating the entire Qincheng. From here, you can see all of Qincheng, but because of the distance, Qincheng is in a hazy state. In addition, Qincheng was shrouded in lights, making it even more difficult to see clearly. It is precisely because of this that Qincheng has a unique beauty. It's like a stunning beauty wearing a layer of gauze, very beautiful, yet also beautiful with a sense of distance. My father brought me here when I was a child, but it was only that time. Everyone in the family was very busy, and I was the only one who didn't have to do anything every day, so I just played around everywhere. But this is only my second time here, said Jiang Qianqing. Why did it take so long for you to come here for the second time? Isn't the scenery here beautiful? Besides, the taste of the roasted whole lamb is really unique. Yichuan felt that compared to the scenery, the food was more tempting to her. Because there is no important person to accompany me, don't you think that if I stand here alone, looking at Qincheng in the distance, I will feel very lonely? Jiang Qianqing looked at Yichuan and said. Yichuan constructed this picture in his mind and nodded. Indeed, if it were a person, just thinking about it in my mind would make me feel like I've been abandoned by the world. So, this is why I came here for the second time after such a long time, because there is no important person to accompany me. Jiang Qianqing said. Yichuan nodded woodenly, not moved at all by Jiang Qianqing's almost explicit words. Bastard. Jiang Qianqing cursed in his heart. Yichuan smiled bitterly in his heart. How could I not understand? It's just that you are the princess of the high and mighty Jiang group, and I am just an ordinary citizen. Life is not a soap opera. You can't just do what you want. Although he believed in his heart that he would be successful one day in the future, he had not yet achieved success. Before success, everything was empty. What's more, he is already a married man, although his wife is a cheap one that appeared out of nowhere. As the night deepened, the wind on the top of the mountain was very strong. Yichuan saw Jiang Qianqing shivering in the wind and suggested, "It's too late, let's get some rest." The two returned to the hotel, and Yichuan said, 2 rooms. There are not 2 guest rooms, only 1 left. The proprietress looked at Yichuan, then at Jiang Qianqing, and said. Yichuan felt that his brain seemed to be insufficient at this moment. How come such ridiculous things always happen to me? How about you sleep in the guest room and I sleep in the car? Yichuan asked. Why sleep? Let's sleep in the guest room together. Jiang Qianqing said firmly. Without waiting for Yichuan to refuse, she took the room card handed to her by the proprietress in a timely manner and dragged Yichuan to the guest room. No, that's not good. Yichuan waved his hand and said, I'm still a child. If this gets out, won't my chastity, which I've maintained for more than 20 years, be destroyed in an instant? I don't care. Why should you care? Jiang Chenqing's words blocked all the words in Yichuan's heart. What you said makes a lot of sense. I have no way to refute you. Yichuan silently gave Jiang Chenqing a thumbs up. Jiang Chenqing swiped his card to enter the room and turned on the light. Not bad. She nodded and said with satisfaction, It's not that nice at all. The sofa is just this small. Yichuan said as he looked at the not very spacious sofa. After all, it is a hotel built on the top of a mountain with limited land, so the average area of each guest room is also limited, and naturally there is no room for a huge sofa. Sofa? What sofa? Let's sleep on the bed together. Jiang Chenqing said carelessly, Don't worry, I won't do anything to you. Yichuan was stunned when he saw Jiang Chenqing acting like a female hooligan. It would have been fine if you hadn't said anything. As soon as you said it, I suddenly started to worry. Jiang Chenqing laughed. Wash up and go to bed. After both of them had packed up, Jiang Chenqing lay on the bed in her pajamas and patted the large empty half of the bed beside her, acting like a complete female hooligan. No, no. Yichuan was scared. He walked silently to the edge of the sofa and curled up on it. Yichuan. Jiang Chenqing shouted in frustration, but Yichuan lay down on the sofa and pretended to be asleep, with a very realistic light snoring sound. HMPH. Jiang Chenqing lay down on the bed and turned off the light angrily. In the darkness, Yichuan opened his eyes and sighed. The wind was getting stronger outside the window, and it looked like there would be a heavy rain soon. Gradually, bursts of thunder began to be heard in the distance, accompanied by bright lightning, and continued to approach Qincheng. With another loud thunder, Jiang Chenqing was awakened by the thunder. Then he listened to the thunder outside and watched the guest room being illuminated by the lightning. Yichuan, are you asleep? Yichuan. Jiang Chenqing curled up in the quilt, leaving only his head looking at Yichuan's position. What's wrong? Yichuan was woken up by her, and his brain, which had not yet fully woken up, was a little confused. Well, I'm scared. Jiang Chenqing huddled in the quilt, his voice trembling. Chapter 37, Sharing the Bed. Yichuan, who had not yet fully woken up, suddenly felt as if someone had a bucket of ice water poured over his head, and he suddenly woke up. What did you say? Yichuan couldn't believe his ears. I'm scared. Can you please stay closer to me? Jiang Chenqing pleaded with a trembling voice. Yichuan asked curiously, You're still afraid of thunder at this age? I have been afraid since I was a child, because I have always slept alone. My family members are busy and rarely have anyone to accompany me. Once when I was a child, I was woken up by thunder in the middle of the night. I covered myself with the quilt and didn't dare to breathe until the next day. Jiang Chenqing said weakly. Yichuan felt helpless and stood up to move the sofa. No, it's still too far. I want you to sleep next to me. Jiang Chenqing's face was slightly red, but she couldn't overcome the fear in her heart, so she had to say such shy words. This isn't good. Yichuan sat down on the edge of the bed, and Jiang Chenqing immediately rushed over and hugged him. Yichuan sighed and said, You go to sleep, I'll be here. Jiang Chenqing nodded. Not long after, Yichuan, who was unable to resist the sleepiness, lay down on the bed. Jiang Chenqing still held him. The soft touch beside him triggered Yichuan's instinctive reaction. Then Yichuan felt a sudden sharp pain in his waist. Oh shit. Yichuan jumped up. What's going on? He asked. Jiang Chenqing took back the hand he had just pinched, feeling a little embarrassed. Who told you to do such bad things? Yichuan had an expression on his face that he had been wronged, but after realizing that something was indeed wrong with his body, he lowered his head and said, This. Yichuan didn't know what to do. Fortunately, Jiang Chenqing turned his head away and reached out to pat the empty seat next to him. He had no choice but to lie back down. Nothing happened that night, and when the next day came, the sun rose as usual. Yichuan woke up early, but because he was hugged tightly, he didn't dare to move. Jiang Chenqing gradually woke up when the sun rose and sunlight shone into the guest room. Jiang Chenqing screamed and pushed Yichuan off the bed. Hiss. After falling heavily, even Yichuan couldn't help but gasp in pain. Realizing that he had done something wrong, Jiang Chenqing looked at Yichuan a little embarrassedly and said, I'm sorry. It's okay, It's okay, it's okay. Yichuan got up from the ground. The atmosphere between the two was a little awkward, and no one took the initiative to mention what happened last night, as if nothing had happened. Yichuan. Jiang Qianqing also noticed it and covered his eyes and shouted. Yichuan quickly picked up a pillow from the sofa next to him and held it in front of him. You put on your clothes first. I'll go to the balcony to get some fresh air. Yichuan opened the balcony door and walked outside. Because it rained heavily last night, and this place is in the mountains far away from the city, the air is particularly fresh and sweet. Coupled with the slight breeze, a slight coolness spread over Yichuan's body, gradually calming his restless instincts. Just go back. Jiang Qianqing's voice sounded behind him. Okay. Yichuan nodded. After what happened last night, the relationship between them seemed a little different. Jiang Qianqing was still the one driving, taking Yichuan back to the urban area of Qincheng. After they separated outside the villa area, Yichuan took a taxi back to where he lived. After tidying himself up a bit, he started taking the various subway lines in Qincheng, trying to find the most suitable car. Director Liu had sent him a message before, saying that he had applied for the right to borrow a subway car, but it had to be done as soon as possible. Yichuan certainly knew this, so while selecting a suitable subway car, he also began looking for suitable candidates to star in this public service announcement. This time is different from the previous advertisement, which only required 3 actors to complete. At least 20 or 30 people need to be found, otherwise the subway section will seem too empty. As for acting, the requirements are not high because the protagonist is just an empty can. After going back and forth for a whole day, Yichuan finally picked out the most suitable one. After finding the venue, Yichuan did not waste any more time and chose to go directly back to the company. The next morning, Yichuan, who had returned to Shangyun, received a summons from Lin Anlan. What's wrong? Yichuan asked, sitting in the chair opposite Lin Anlan. Of course I have something to talk to you about. Lin Anlan's eyes were unusually gentle. By the way, how about the advertisement? Yichuan chuckled and said, Don't worry, I'm here. Lin Anlan nodded and asked no more questions. It was obvious that he was very confident in Yichuan. Tell me, what is it? It's definitely not about advertising. Lin Anlan bit her lip and finally said with a firm look in her eyes, Or, let's not get divorced yet. Yichuan was stunned. In his heart, he was overjoyed, but on the surface, he pretended to be a little unhappy and asked, Why? My aunt is back from abroad. She is the only person in the family who is really good to me. Lin Anlan said. Yichuan knew who the aunt she was talking about was. He had learned a lot about her from Lin Anlan's story before. I know that, but what does this have to do with us not getting divorced? Yichuan asked. My aunt said she would arrange a blind date for me when she comes back. I don't want to go on blind dates with those rich second generations she introduced me to, let alone marry them. Lin Anlan said, So, we can't get divorced. Yichuan nodded. No problem, you are the boss. Lin Anlan smiled and said, That's good. Then come with me to my house on the weekend and meet my aunt. Yichuan's smile froze instantly. Is this the rhythm of meeting the parents? Lin Anlan's parents died early, so her aunt can almost be understood as her mother-in-law. Facing this legendary creature, Yichuan felt a sense of nervousness for no reason. Yes, I've already told my aunt about it. She wants to meet you too. Yichuan said he was cheated. So, you didn't discuss it with me, but informed me, right? Lin Anlan nodded, and the blush on her face gradually spread. Chapter 38 Wang Shandi's Revenge. After hearing what Lin Anlan said, Yichuan felt a little uneasy. I felt much more timid psychologically towards the aunt whom I had never met. It would be fine if the other person was an understanding person who could see the potential in Yichuan, but if he was conservative and thought that Yichuan, an ordinary person, was not worthy of Lin Anlan, then it would be difficult. No matter what Yichuan does, he can't do anything to his aunt unless he doesn't want this wife anymore. But could he not want it? Obviously not. Where can I find such a stunningly beautiful girl? There's really no other way. When we meet, I'll be ready. Yichuan spread his hands. Lin Anlan immediately smiled. So, you agree? Yichuan nodded. It's just to meet our aunt, not some man-eating monster. Your aunt is the man-eating monster. Lin Anlan shot back. Besides, she's my aunt, not our aunt. God have mercy on you. You don't even treat me as your husband. How can you act realistically then? Yichuan shouted. Lin Anlan looked at Yichuan, who was becoming more and more shameless, and was amused by him. Come on, call me husband. Yichuan laughed. Get out. Lin Anlan pointed at the door. Seeing that Lin Anlan was about to get angry if he continued to tease her, Yichuan quickly slipped away. After walking out of the domineering female CEO's office, Yichuan restrained the smile on his face. One wave has not yet subsided when another wave comes. Yichuan frowned slightly. Wang Shandi's issue over there has not been resolved yet. Given his personality, he would definitely not give up just like that, but since he hasn't come to cause trouble for me for such a long time, he must be hiding in the dark and planning a big move. Then here comes this aunt who I don't know whether she is easy to deal with or not. If only I were Sun Wukong, I could pull out 2 hairs and turn them into 10,000 Yichuans and solve the problem in no time. Yichuan sighed. What else can I do? When the enemy comes, I will fight him with my army, and when the water comes, I will block it with earth. Suddenly, footsteps were heard behind him. Yichuan turned around and saw that it was Lin Anlan who had caught up with him. What's the matter, wife? Yichuan immediately put on a smile and asked, You have to be careful of Wang Shandi recently. I heard that he spent a lot of money to hire an expert to deal with you. Lin Anlan looked worried. Master. Yichuan said nonchalantly, How tall? Will you jump up and hit my knees? Lin Anlan was amused by his appearance again. I know you are powerful, but it is better to be careful. I understand, my dear wife. Yichuan nodded and leaned closer to Lin Anlan's ear. What am I better at? Lin Anlan's face turned red with embarrassment, and she punched Yichuan's shoulder with her little pink fist and ran away. Yichuan smiled. This wife was good in every way except that she was too easily teased. She would blush when he said a few words to her. But this is more realistic. It's not pleasant to have a stern face all day and be treated as an iceberg. He knew Lin Anlan's experience and how much pressure she was under. Don't worry, I'm here. I won't let you walk alone in the future. Yichuan looked at Lin Anlan's back as he trotted away, his eyes full of tenderness. As for Wang Shandi, just use whatever tricks you have. He returned to the planning department. However, what neither of them noticed was that their intimate behavior was seen by others. After working diligently at his post for a day, Yichuan clocked out with a slightly tired body. The advertising matters have been almost completed, and now all that is left is to start rehearsals. He was able to complete it so quickly this time thanks to the help of the provincial TV station. Both the actors and the venue were sponsored by the provincial TV station. As for the provincial station, they don't ask for much, just a little mention of them when the commercials are broadcast. Because the provincial TV station knew very well that the script was written by Yichuan, and he would also be the director later. The provincial TV station only provided some people and venues. Even if there was no provincial TV station, Yichuan would at most be in some trouble. After walking out of Shangyun building, Yichuan walked to the roadside and prepared to take a taxi home. Just as he was waiting for the car, a Pullman Maybach Mercedes slowly stopped in front of him. Yichuan looked at this top-level luxury executive sedan curiously. The car window slowly rolled down, and a man in a neatly tailored suit with a gold-lined collar in the backseat looked at him. Mr. Yi, my young master invites you. The man in the suit said gently, Wang Shandi. Yichuan felt that the only person who could be related to him and who was so rich was Wang Shandi. Yes. The man in the suit nodded. No. Yichuan waved his hand. Are you kidding? He already knew that Wang Shandi was going to deal with him, but he still got in his car. Isn't this just putting himself on the chopping block and waiting for him to chop him? I'm afraid you have no choice but to go. Several deep voices sounded beside Yichuan, full of energy. It was obvious that the owner of the voice was definitely a strong man. What the hell? Yichuan didn't even look at him and ran away. Without knowing the details, it would be disadvantageous for you to rush into action with them. Everyone present was stunned. Isn't this guy good at fighting? Why didn't you play by the rules and just ran away? What are you standing there for? Chase her, the man in the suit roared. Just now, Yichuan ran without any hesitation, as free and easy as the wind, and it was impossible to tell that he was running away. The thugs who surrounded him also came to their senses after hearing the roar of the man in the suit and started chasing after him. Yichuan ran ahead to create some distance, then turned his head to look behind him. Fuck, are you serious? He saw that the muscular men were all toned and there was not a trace of fat. Most importantly, they all carried a golf bag behind them, filled with golf clubs. This golf club is no joke. Made of alloy, it can even blow open a skull with one hit. Running like this is not a solution. You can run for a while but not forever. Yichuan breathed slightly, his heart becoming lively. He turned and entered a pedestrian street. There is a lot of traffic here, so it is convenient for you to hide. Moreover, Behind the pedestrian street is a rare urban village in the entire CBD area, where a group of hard-working workers live. Yichuan and the 5 big men behind him turned into the urban village. I can't see anyone. The strong men stopped outside the urban village and stared at several entrances. What should we do? A strong man asked. The boss said he's a good fighter and told us not to disperse. The burly man leading the group snorted disdainfully. Great at fighting? How good are you? You only beat up a few ordinary people. How can you compare with people like us who make a living by fighting? That's true. I guess the boss this time is clueless and really thinks that little bastard is a master. The leader looked at the several forked roads and waved his hand. You two will form a team, and I'll be alone. Let's search separately. Chapter 39 Inevitable. There are more than 20,000 people living in this small urban village. Apart from the original residents who lived here, the rest are hard-working young people working in the CBD area. It is the rush hour right now, and a large number of young people are returning to the urban villages, so that the streets are full of people. Yichuan ran wildly on the road, attracting a lot of people's attention. Behind him were 2 strong thugs who had already discovered him and were chasing him closely. They're chasing me so closely. If I hadn't been circling here, I would have been caught up long ago. Yichuan turned his head and took a look as he turned into an alley. The 2 strong men were not far away from him. No, we have to find a way. If we keep running, we will be in trouble if we run into the others. Yichuan's brain started to work at high speed. Now there are only 2 people chasing behind. If they suddenly meet love at the corner ahead and bump into the others, they will be blocked on the spot. While searching in the alley, Yichuan dodged and shrank against the wall, hiding himself using the protruding part of the wall. In just a few seconds, the strong man also rushed into the alley and continued to run forward. Damn, have you turned into animals? How can you run so fast? Yichuan shrank against the wall, and they almost saw him shrinking in the process. The 2 strong men didn't pay any attention to what was happening around them and continued running forward. The moment they rushed over, Yichuan's legs were like springs compressed to the extreme. He suddenly exerted force and pounced forward, knocking down one of the strong men. Die! Yichuan was like a cheetah pouncing on its prey. He exerted all his muscles and punched the strong man in the face. Just one punch, and the sturdy man's nose blood splashed all over Yichuan like a mini fountain. His originally white t-shirt was stained with red spots. Before the other strong man could react, Yichuan immediately dodged and ran out of the alley. When rushing out of the alley, Yichuan, covered in blood, brought a great visual impact to this group of 9 to 5 office workers. What the hell? Filming a movie? New, young, and dangerous. Just now I remember there seemed to be 2 people chasing him. The young man looked at Yichuan, who was running wildly, then looked at the helpless and furious strong man behind him, and silently picked up his mobile phone. What are you standing there for? Take a picture and post it on your moments. A group of people woke up as if from a dream. Wow, this is exciting. Hurry up and post it on your moments. On the other side, the burly man pressed the button of the communicator on his ear and said breathlessly, "The 3rd brother was knocked unconscious. I'm still chasing him." Got it. I'll be there soon. The voice of the strong leader came from the headset. Not long after, Yichuan looked at the burly leader standing in front of him as motionless as a sculpture, and another burly man who had caught up with him from behind. The other 2 who had separated had also arrived not far away. Detected that the host is facing a choice. Choice 1, continue running, reward, 100,000. Option 2, give it a try, reward, 200,000, and internal energy guidance technique. Several strong men surrounded Yichuan but did not attack immediately, as if they were waiting for something. A luxury car stopped nearby and Wang Shandy got out. Yichuan, long time no see. Wang Shandy was wearing a neat suit, his hair was combed meticulously, and a pair of small gold-rimmed glasses hung on his nose. He had a cynical and decent demeanor. Yeah, long time no see. Yichuan greeted with a smile. Is this what you're going to use against me? Of course there's more to it than that, but perhaps this is enough. Wang Shandy sneered. Yichuan, you can't escape today. These strong men were all hired by him at a high price from underground boxing rings abroad. Each of them was a top master and was not at the same level as the 10 rabble before. Yichuan calmly examined the 4 strong men surrounding him. Except for the leader, he was confident that he could easily deal with the other 3 in a one-on-one situation. But the problem is that it is not a one-on-one situation now. There is a boss next to him who makes him instinctively feel danger. But wouldn't it be embarrassing to run away now? Besides, I've only seen the technique of guiding internal energy in novels. It would be a shame to give up just like that. Seeing Yichuan's fierce eyes, The burly leader waved his hand, and Wang Shandy tactfully stepped back. The burly boss does things for money and only cares about money, not people. If a fight really breaks out, Wang Shandy might be beaten up first by him because he is in the way. Even a trapped beast will still fight, let alone a human. Yichuan grinned and looked around at the strong men surrounding him. The mastery-level street fighting skills previously provided by the system played the greatest role at this time. If this thing didn't exist, Yichuan would definitely not choose the second one. No matter how good something is, he needs to be alive to enjoy it. Come on. Yichuan took a deep breath and devoted himself wholeheartedly to the fight that was about to begin. Go! The burly leader waved his hand, and the other three did not hesitate at all. They did not underestimate the enemy just because Yichuan was alone. Are all three of you coming together? Yichuan examined the situation in front of him. It would be okay to deal with one person alone, but it would be much more difficult to deal with three people at the same time. A strong wind blew towards Yichuan's face, and he narrowly avoided the punch. If the punch had hit his face completely, he would have been killed on the spot. Yichuan took advantage of the fact that the man who had thrown the punch had not had time to retract his strength and hit the sturdy man hard in the abdomen with a knee. This blow directly hit the strong man so hard that he curled up like a cooked shrimp. Just as Yichuan was about to strike while the iron was hot and continue to attack him, the other two strong men joined forces to attack him. He had no choice but to give up the idea of killing him while he was sick and instead began to deal with the attacks from the other two people. Wang Shandy watched coldly from aside, feeling a little scared. He had sent out 10 thugs before, but they were all dealt with by Yichuan alone. However, at that time he had not witnessed Yichuan's fighting ability in person, and he had no idea how shocking the scene described by his thugs was. And now, as he witnessed this life and death fight, he thought of the time when he first met Yichuan. Fortunately, I didn't attack him then, otherwise I would probably still be lying in the intensive care unit of the hospital. Wang Shandy watched Yichuan remain calm under the joint attack of the three strong men. It seemed that there was no way to defeat him in a short time. What a hassle. The burly leader, who had been watching the fight silently, erupted in a burst of crackling sounds. Let me do it. Chapter 40, Turning Defeat into Victory. Yichuan, who was fighting with three strong men, felt a chill for no reason. After quickly forcing the three men back, he saw the boss walking towards him. Every step he takes is very steady. You can tell at a glance that his waist is strong. He is definitely a strong martial artist. Yichuan immediately gave his assessment. I had only taken a quick glance before and hadn't seen much useful information, but now it was different. The boss had become interested in him and his strength was revealed. You may be very strong, but this is only relative to ordinary people. The boss took a long breath and roared at Yichuan. His strong and big body was extremely flexible. In almost the blink of an eye, he crossed a distance of several meters and came in front of Yichuan. Oh no! Yichuan almost didn't have time to react and just raised his hand to block the boss's fist. What a strength! This was the initial confrontation between the two, and Yichuan had the most intuitive understanding of the boss. Absolutely overwhelming power, not fancy at all, but extremely easy to use. Take my crutch kick. Yichuan took advantage of the other party's attempt to wrestle with him, loosened his lower body, fell backwards, and then raised his foot to kick the boss in the crotch. Wang Shandy, who was watching the fight from the side, felt a chill somewhere in his body when he saw the kick. However, for a boss who makes a living by boxing, what kind of storms and waves has he not seen? This kind of dirty trick that cannot be put on the stage is actually very common in the underground black boxing ring. He quickly stretched out his other hand and grabbed Yichuan's ankle. Once he caught Yichuan's ankle, the outcome would be decided. Yichuan also realized this and quickly changed his tactics. He forced the force of his crotch kick and kicked the boss on the knee. Because of the change in route, the strong boss was just a hair's breadth away from grabbing his ankle. So hard. Yichuan felt that he had kicked the steel plate. It is obviously a joint where bones are connected, so it should be more fragile. Even though the kick was done with some force, the result should not be like this. While dealing with the boss's attack, Yichuan was thinking about a solution. Die! With the roar of the strong leader, a huge fist smashed into Yichuan's chest with a strong wind. But at this time, he had no way to dodge. Look at my innuendo. At this point, there was no other way, and Yichuan had to use his trump card. Just now when I was running, I grabbed some sand from a sand pile. A lot of it had leaked out along the way, but there was still some in my palm, which was enough. The reason why he hadn't loosened his fist just now was because of this. The flying sand flew towards the face of the strong boss. The boss began to close his eyes, but it was too late. A lot of sand flew into his eyes. Yichuan was also hit hard in the chest by this punch, and his entire chest cavity made a muffled sound. Fuck! The intense pain instantly invaded Yichuan's brain. He fell into a brief state of freeze, but a strong sense of crisis brought him back to his senses. Tears streamed from the corners of the burly boss's eyes, but he still couldn't open his eyes as they were full of sand. Yichuan adhered to the good style of taking advantage of the situation to kill the man, and his fists were like motors, hitting the strong man again and again. Even the best fighters wouldn't be able to withstand so many punches raining down on them without any way to resist. Besides, Yichuan is quite strong. After 3 or 4 seconds, Yichuan had no idea how many punches he had thrown. With the last punch, the burly leader fell to the ground. Yichuan was covered in blood. He stood beside the fallen strong man, raised his head and looked at Wang Shandy. Fuck! Wang Shandy was frightened by his look. It was like being stared at by a ferocious evil ghost, or like being hunted by a wolf in the dark. Wang Shandy! Yichuan roared and rushed over. Stop him! Stop him! Wang Shandy turned around and ran. The remaining 3 strong men no longer had the intention of opposing Yichuan when facing his imposing manner, but since they had received his money, they had no choice but to go forward and confront him. Get out of the way! Yichuan used the force of his sudden charge to knock over the 3 strong men who were blocking his way. Wang Shandy climbed into the car and didn't even have time to close the door when the driver stepped on the accelerator and was about to start. Yichuan reached out from outside the car and pulled Wang Shandy out of the car. Grandson, you are so arrogant. Yichuan pressed Wang Shandy to the ground. The 3 strong men nearby had already climbed up from the ground, but seeing the situation, they did not dare to move forward rashly. What are you standing there for? Save me! Yichuan raised his hand and slapped Wang Shandy. Half of his face quickly swelled up, and several of his teeth were loosened by the slap, and blood dyed his entire mouth red. If you don't want him to be beaten to death by me, just stand there obediently. Yichuan ordered without turning his head. Except for the strong boss, the other 3 still listened to Wang Shandy very much. Now that Wang Shandy is controlled by Yichuan, they listen to Yichuan very much. Don't let me see you again. Yichuan slapped Wang Shandy on the other half of his face again. Next time, I won't let you go. There were too many people watching around. If he really beat Wang Shandy to death in public, it would be troublesome. Yichuan didn't want to do such a stupid thing. Anyway, the goal has been achieved now. Even if Wang Shandy is released, he will definitely not dare to cause trouble for himself again in the short term. As for the future, it is not certain who will cause trouble for whom. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the mission. Give it a try. Mission reward: 200,000 in cash and the internal qi guiding technique. Yichuan felt a cool sensation flowing through his body, but now was not the time to carefully feel this feeling. Yichuan threw Wang Shandy to the ground like a dead dog and left quickly. After he left, Wang Shandy lay on the ground, looking in the direction he left with resentment in his eyes. Wait! At this moment, he looked quite miserable, yet also a little funny. The swelling on both sides of his face was probably bigger on one side and smaller on the other side because Yichuan didn't apply equal force. After Yichuan left, the driver immediately helped him up and got into the car, then sped towards the nearest hospital. The 3 strong men carried the boss on their backs and left. After leaving, Yichuan took out his cell phone and made a call. Please help me, I'm in trouble. Yichuan said anxiously into the phone. Chapter 41. I'm a celebrity too. What's wrong? Jiang Qianqing asked on the phone. I just ran into Wang Shandy. What? Jiang Qianqing's voice rose several degrees. Are you okay? Something happened, a big thing. Yichuan recounted what had just happened. In other words, you beat Wang Shandy into a pig's head in front of a bunch of people. Jiang Qianqing suddenly felt that this world was absurd. Although no one knew where Wang Shandy found these thugs, they must be extraordinary. However, even so, they still couldn't do anything to Yichuan, and instead they were beaten into a pig's head. Jiang Qianqing couldn't help laughing when he thought about it. So you want me to help you deal with this matter, right? Yes. Yichuan replied. No problem. Jiang Qianqing agreed. Yichuan hung up the phone. In his current state, he didn't dare to stop a taxi, for fear that the hot-blooded driver would take him directly to the door of the Public Security Bureau. Fortunately, this was a village in the city, and Yichuan remembered that there was a bathroom here. He bought a set of clothes at a clothing store on the roadside, changed his clothes, and went into the bathroom to wash the blood off his body thoroughly. By the time he got home, it was dark. When he got home, Yichuan took off his clothes and looked at his body in the mirror. The strong man's punch had hit him hard in the chest, and for a moment he thought his heart had stopped. But now, looking carefully in the mirror, there is nothing unusual. What's going on? Yichuan couldn't understand why. Could it be the effect of the reward given by the system before? Since there was nothing wrong, there was no need to think too much about it. After Yichuan washed up casually again, he dragged his tired body to lie down on the bed and quickly fell asleep. Yichuan didn't wake up until around 10 o'clock the next morning. Fuck. I'm late. After opening his eyes and looking at the time, Yichuan suddenly jumped out of bed and quickly put on his clothes. The phone was full of unread messages, including those from Lin Anlan, Jiang Chanqing, and even Liu Ming. Lin Anlan and Liu Ming were asking him why he hadn't arrived at the company so late, while Jiang Chanqing was concerned about whether he had any problems. After Yichuan finished washing up, he quickly browsed through his unread messages while waiting for the bus. Jiang Chanqing, are you okay? I heard that you seem to have suffered serious injuries. There were indeed a lot of onlookers, but they were all dealt with. You don't have to worry about being targeted by public security management. Lin Anlan, where are you now? A TV reporter came to the company to interview you because the advertisement you produced caused a huge social response. Liu Ming, Yichuan, why haven't you come to the company yet? A beautiful reporter from the TV station came and said she wanted to interview you. Yichuan replied to Jiang Chanqing that everything was fine. As for Lin Anlan and Liu Ming, Yichuan felt that it was not appropriate for him to show up in public at this time. Because he beat someone in public yesterday and was watched by so many people, although Jiang Chanqing suppressed it, if he were to commit suicide at this time and appear on some news or other programs on TV, even Jiang Chanqing would probably not be able to suppress it. Not long after, Yichuan arrived at the company. Because he had greeted Lin Anlan and Liu Ming in advance, he was not approached by any reporters. The so-called beautiful reporter was politely sent away by Lin Anlan without even seeing Yichuan. After arriving at the company, all Yichuan heard were voices related to his own advertisement. Just last night, the popularity of the advertisement suddenly exploded on the internet. A large number of netizens watched this public service advertisement, and almost all of them were deeply touched. As the producer of this advertisement, Yichuan's name has also begun to gain popularity on the internet. I really didn't expect that I would become famous in this way. Yichuan sat at his desk, and the computer in front of him was the portal website with the most users currently. On this website, all the recent posts are praising the advertisement. However, the feeling of being famous is not bad. Yichuan smiled slightly. Although he is not a person who cares much about fame, in this era, fame means being able to make money, and Yichuan cannot help but care about money. He wants to buy luxury cars and luxury houses. If he doesn't work hard to earn more money, how can he afford luxury cars that cost hundreds of millions and luxury houses that cost billions? I guess it will take several days for the heat to die down, but I'm not in a hurry. After all, this Cannes advertisement is my stepping stone to the CCTV stage. I must shoot it well and strive for perfection. Yichuan casually browsed the posts and comments on the website. He began to understand people's preferences through netizens' comments. Both are public service announcements. Although I want Cannes to be broadcast on CCTV, I estimate the social response will be far less than this one. Yichuan said, stroking his chin. There is no way. The topic of protecting the environment is far less profound than the topic of filial piety. Filial piety has been a virtue of human beings since ancient times. It is an instinctive quality flowing in the blood. There are many more people who can empathize with it. However, the two are not the same subject matter, so there is no comparison between them. Yichuan analyzed carefully. Although Cannes will definitely not be as popular as this one, from a longer-term perspective, protecting the environment is more important, so CCTV will most likely adopt it. As long as I can shoot it well, it's fine. Yichuan was determined to make Cannes a good movie. At this time, the cell phone rang. Mr. Lin, is there anything wrong? It was actually Lin Anlan calling in person. Another group of reporters has come. Do you want to meet them? Lin Anlan said helplessly. There is no way around it. As a creator, many people on the internet are discussing his name, and media reporters who make a living by hot topics will naturally not miss any hot topic. No, they're just reporters. It's a waste of my time to meet them. Maybe something I said wrong would be written down by them, and I'd be scolded by the ignoring crowd, and it might even affect the company's profits. Yichuan deliberately made the matter sound more serious. Okay then, I'll let them go back. Lin Anlan felt a little scared after hearing what Yichuan said. By the way, how are the preparations for the 10 planned targets going? Yichuan reported truthfully. I handed 9 of them to other employees in the planning department. I picked one and planned to shoot it myself, just like last time. Are you going to vote for the provincial TV station again? Lin Anlan asked. No. Yichuan denied. Ah, is the advertisement you produced this time far worse than the previous one? It can't even get into the provincial TV station. Lin Anlan immediately became worried. Chapter 42, Going to the provincial station. Yichuan listened to Lin Anlan's voice coming from the phone. Actually, it's nothing big. I just want to ask, how is the task assigned to you going? Lin Anlan asked. Yichuan can choose not to be interviewed, but as the leader of Shangyun Group, it would be unreasonable for her to refuse to be interviewed either. Since the media people couldn't meet Yichuan, they became more curious about what kind of person Yichuan was. But if she also refused to be interviewed by the media, people would speculate that the reason why Yichuan did not accept the interview was because of her arrangement as a leader, which would leave a bad impression on the media. These days, the media is the organization that holds the greatest voice besides the state. If her and Shangyun Group's reputation is ruined in the media, it would be a huge loss. The questions asked by the reporter were not business secrets, so she answered the questions truthfully. The issue that concerns media reporters the most is whether Yichuan will produce better works in the future, because a person's popularity is limited. If no new hot spots appear before the popularity disappears, no matter how popular he was before, he will gradually disappear. The media's question seems to be asking whether there are any new works, but in fact they just want to confirm whether Yichuan will become more popular. If not, it doesn't matter if Yichuan doesn't accept the interview. It's just a temporary popularity. If you don't catch it, then don't catch it. But if there are still some and they haven't caught them, it will be a huge loss for the media. Don't worry, Mr. Lin, everything is under control. I can guarantee that although this work may not have as much influence as the previous one, it will definitely be more profound and can enter a bigger stage. Yichuan said confidently. When Lin Anlan heard what he said, she couldn't help but feel curious. A bigger stage. The provincial TV station is already a channel with huge influence, so it needs a bigger stage, right? Lin Anlan couldn't believe his own guess. Yichuan smiled and said, Don't be afraid, Mr. Lin, just say it boldly as you think. You mean, you think this work can be broadcast on CCTV? Lin Anlan was shocked. For people in this industry, being on CCTV, even if it's just during a time period with lower ratings, is something they can devote their whole life to. But how long has Yichuan been in the industry? At most, it was only more than 3 months, less than 4 months. He had just finished his internship. Although he entered the leadership because of his previous merits, this could not deny the fact that he had only worked for more than 3 months. In just over 3 months, he has already made a name for himself on the provincial TV station and is even on the verge of being featured on the central TV station. It's just terrible. Lin Anlan, who received an answer beyond his expectations, hung up the phone in a daze, and then laughed in his office without caring about his image. The higher Yichuan's achievements now, the higher his status in the future will be, and the greater help he can bring to her. This is a good thing. After hanging up the phone, Yichuan walked out of the office with the script he had prepared long ago. Officially start shooting. With the previous achievements, no one dared to gossip about Yichuan when he applied for funds from the company this time. Although many people still have a bad impression of Yichuan, it cannot be denied that the advertisement was indeed the most touching public service advertisement in recent years. With funds and scripts, Yichuan went to the provincial TV station. At the gate of the provincial TV station, Yichuan was received by the director's secretary who had been waiting there for a long time. You must be Mr. Yichuan, right? The director has been waiting for you for a long time. A middle-aged woman in her 40s brought Yichuan into the TV station. Director Liu, do you have time recently? Yichuan still needed to understand some of the situation in advance before meeting him. Otherwise, it would be embarrassing if he said something he shouldn't say. There has been nothing particularly important recently, said the director's secretary. That's good. My sudden visit this time shouldn't delay Director Liu's work, right? Yichuan asked half-jokingly. Of course not. The director welcomes your arrival, said the director's secretary. Of course, no one would refuse a young and talented person. What's more, if such a young person is used well, he can make further progress. Yichuan understood this truth very well. Except for true relatives and brothers, no one else would be nice to others for no reason. If there was a reason, it was because this person was useful to him now or one day in the future. This is how he is now with Master Liu. Perhaps Master Liu really admired him, but mere admiration was not enough to allow him to ask Master Liu to help him so much. The two walked into Director Liu's office, and the director's secretary consciously walked out of the office and took the door with him. How come you have time to come to see me today? Director Lu said to Yichuan with a warm smile. Yichuan didn't mind his slightly intimate address and said with a smile, "Isn't it normal for a junior to visit a senior in the industry?" Director Lu laughed heartily. "Just say it straight. I wouldn't come to your temple for no reason. But you can say it anyway. As long as I can help, I, Lu, will definitely not refuse." Yichuan took out the script he had prepared long ago and handed it over. Director Lu took the script curiously and asked, "Is this the plan you sent me last time?" Yichuan shook his head and said, "It's not a plan, it's a script I've already perfected." So fast. Director Lu was a little surprised. The planning was almost just an idea, and the script had already reached the most complete level. They only needed to find the actors and the location before they could start filming. But the last time Yichuan showed him the plan was just a few days ago. In just a few days, an idea was perfected to the point where filming could start at any time. Director Lu has never seen many people like this in all his years. Almost all good scripts have been polished for a long time and improved bit by bit before they can finally be filmed. Some of them may even be unsatisfactory during the filming process and need to be improved again. You're not going to try to trick an old man like me with a half-finished product, are you? Director Lu joked. Yichuan quickly waved his hands and said, "How dare I? You'll know if I'm kidding you once you see it." After listening to this, Director Lu became even more curious about the script in his hand. Chapter 43. Director Lu is shocked. Director Lu slowly opened the script. At first, he did not have high expectations for this script that was completed in just a few days, because no matter how talented a person is, there should be a limit. He has never seen anyone who can come up with a script that satisfies him in just a few days. However, as he read more of the script, he became more and more attracted to it. In addition to the plot development, there is also a large section of annotations. And this annotation part is the essence of this script. Not only is it clear what each actor should do and what expressions they should use at what time, but even their standing positions are all written out in detail. It's like, this isn't a script at all, but a completed short film. Just by looking through the script, Director Lu had already constructed a very realistic scene in his mind. Great! Director Lu couldn't help but exclaim in surprise, "This script is well written." He reluctantly put down the script. "Is this the surprise you gave me? You're truly young and promising. Honestly, don't you have any interest in the provincial TV station at all? Your talent can only be fully utilized in a TV station." Director Lu once again thought of recruiting him. Yichuan smiled and waved his hands. "No, Director. I'm fine in Shangyun and don't want to go to other places. Is the treatment at the provincial station not good enough? I can apply for the best treatment. Just tell me what you want." Director Lu still did not give up and continued. Yichuan still politely declined. "Director, it's not a question of treatment or not. Everyone has their own ambitions. However, I still need your care in the future. We will have more opportunities to cooperate in the future." Okay. Director Lu saw that Yichuan was indeed not interested in the provincial TV station. Although it was a pity that he did not recruit him, it would be nice to be able to cooperate. "Director, the main reason we came here this time is to discuss the filming location. I have already found a suitable location." Seeing that the time was almost right, Yichuan stated the purpose of his visit. "Oh, where is it?" Director Lu knew that Yichuan wanted to borrow a subway car to complete the filming of the advertisement. He was a little embarrassed at the time, but now after reading the script, he felt that all the problems were not problems. As long as we can shoot this commercial, not to mention borrowing a car, even borrowing a whole subway car would be no problem. It's on line 2, any car will be fine. Yichuan said, "The venue has been found, but what about the cast? Have you found them? Do you want me to send some veteran actors from the provincial station to assist you in the filming?" asked Director Lu. He had a hunch that this advertisement might have a more profound impact, and perhaps its popularity wouldn't be as high as Yichuan's previous work, but the quality of a work is not determined by its popularity, but by its influence. If the actors under his command could show up in this advertisement, it would be almost equivalent to appearing on CCTV. Yichuan thought for a moment and felt that since Director Lu had done him such a big favor, he couldn't just not show any appreciation. He nodded immediately and said, "That's no problem, but I hope I can choose for myself." The last time he found the most suitable person to perform in the advertisement, it was by chance. This does not mean that he can find the right person in a short time this time. So since Director Lu has someone under his command, he doesn't need to waste time looking for one. However, he was worried that Director Lu sending someone would affect the system's evaluation. After all, the task required independent leadership of the filming. So he still needs to take charge of the selection process himself. Okay. Director Lu nodded. As long as the people are selected from his subordinates, it doesn't matter whether he chooses it himself or Yichuan chooses it. It's the same, they are all his subordinates anyway. Well, it's better to start selecting people now. Yichuan couldn't wait any longer. The sooner he completed the task, the sooner he would get the reward. This is his immediate goal. Director Lu called his secretary in and gave him some instructions. Yichuan followed him and went to the casting together. In an area of the provincial TV station, many actors are practicing the scenes they are about to perform. Yichuan looked at these old actors who could cry at any time and laugh at any time, and nodded secretly. They are indeed very good. Even though I know they are performing, I can still intuitively feel the emotions they express during the performance. This is the quality that a real actor should have. Immerse yourself in the plot and regard yourself as the role you are playing. Only in this way can you be realistic enough. How about it? Are you satisfied with these actors? Director Lu asked with some pride. These are all the treasures of the provincial TV station, and they have taken a lot of time and effort to develop bit by bit. Any one of them will be snatched up by various crews once it is released. Professional. Yichuan commented simply and directly. After Yichuan said this, the pride on Director Lu's face became even more pronounced. In his eyes, Yichuan is not just a junior. There is a sequence in learning, and everyone has their own specialization. Yichuan is an expert in this area, and his praise is undoubtedly of great value. Who is that person? Why is he talking and laughing with the director? Yeah, he looks very young. Is he here for a casting? This kind of thing was not uncommon in the past. Although they were all actors from the provincial TV station, when the provincial TV station had no tasks for them, they would be sent to other crews to participate in performances. Because just practicing without actual practice will not make you a good actor. He looks too young, doesn't he? Could it be that he's another rich second-generation kid who got carried away and bought a crappy script and plans to try his hand at directing? Said a middle-aged actor in his 30s. This kind of situation happens frequently, and what the actors on the station hate and resist the most are these second-generation rich prodigals who know nothing except being rich. They are all people who regard acting as a belief, and they are actually very disdainful when faced with rubbish scripts and rubbish directors. The key is, who among those people can get the station master to personally receive them? The station master is not someone who can be invited by some rich second-generation guy. Could it be that he really has some good script? How is that possible? Just looking at his expression, you can tell it's a rubbish script. I hope I'm not chosen. Yichuan, who was talking with Director Lu, relied on his amazing hearing to hear every word of the actor's whispers. He smiled slightly and said, "Master, I won't be polite. We agreed that I can choose whatever I want." Director Lu nodded and said, "You can choose whatever you want. It is their blessing to be chosen by you." Chapter 44 Casting. Yichuan looked at the many actors present. Under normal circumstances, when someone came to cast, the actors should stop practicing and move closer so that the casting person could see them more clearly. After all, a person's appearance is the first step to being noticed by others. If even the appearance is not up to standard, no matter how good the acting skills are, there will be a sense of incongruity. For example, a 2-meter tall strong man, even if he has top-notch acting skills, cannot play the role of a dwarf among a group of 1.7-meter tall people, because it's so incongruous. Everyone is 1.7 meters tall, and you are the only one who is 2 meters tall. At first glance, you can see that you are a head taller than them. No one would regard such a person as a dwarf. But now, because of the misunderstanding of Yichuan, almost all the actors think that he is just an uneducated rich second generation, the kind of person they despise the most. In their words, the film and television art world is being corrupted by such garbage films. Naturally, they are unwilling to participate in the performance of such a rubbish movie. This is their pride and bottom line. However, Yichuan doesn't care about these things. Although he doesn't know what these people are thinking, it doesn't affect his casting at all. Anyway, whether they think they are uneducated or have real talent, it will only be revealed after they have seen the script. He selected the actors who best matched the images given by the system. That's all. Yichuan said as he looked at the actors standing in front of him with no expression on their faces. Just these few. No more. Director Lu asked anxiously. The script called for more than a dozen people, but Yichuan only selected 6, and more than half had not been cast yet. Naturally, he wanted to fight for this opportunity for his men. Director, if it's suitable, it's suitable. If it's not suitable, it's not suitable. You can't force it. It has nothing to do with acting skills. Yichuan said. Director Lu nodded and said, it was Lu who was anxious. As Yichuan said this, the 6 actors standing in front of him all had their eyes lit up. An uneducated person would not say such words. Could it be that this person who is a little too young in front of them can really bring them surprises? You know, those who can have director Lou personally accompany them in the casting, and even have to strive for him to select more people, have later filmed works that are both critically acclaimed and commercially successful. Noticing that the actor's contempt for him had been somewhat mitigated, Yichuan smiled slightly and said, "It's definitely these 6 seniors. By the way, you guys should take a look at the script first. It was just written not long ago, and there's only this one copy. You guys can just take a look at it together." Yichuan handed over the script. The 6 actors sat in a circle, carefully reading the script, with quiet discussions occasionally heard. Yes, scripts can be divided into good and bad. Those scripts that are completely devoid of substance are the lowest level, while the highest level is the script that has depth and sufficient meaning. A good script does not necessarily require a huge investment. Even a small production can still have a significant impact. Those actors who had whispered about it before were now furious. That was a top-notch script. Many actors would not be able to participate in the filming of a top-notch script even if they spent their entire lives. After leaving the provincial TV station, Yichuan felt relieved. Just a trip to the provincial TV station has almost solved the 2 biggest problems at present. With director Lou's full support, the filming location has basically been completed. As for the issue of actors, with the addition of 6 professionals from the provincial TV station, even if the other actors are relatively inferior, they can be compensated by the actors from the provincial TV station. It's just that Yichuan 1T let people who are not good enough participate in the performance. This is the key to whether he can enter the vision of CCTV in the future. He must go all out and conscientiously produce a perfect work. After leaving the provincial TV station, Yichuan returned to the company. I briefly reported the progress of the advertising shooting to Lin Anlan, and at the same time checked the progress of the other 9 tasks of the planning department employees. Although his main focus is still on the work cans, as the planning manager, he still needs to understand the necessary progress. The task is completed not quickly, but not slowly either, and is within a reasonable range. Yichuan no longer had anything to worry about and began to prepare for the filming. As for other actors, he has posted a call for candidates on the internet, held a round of auditions, selected the most suitable ones, and then interviewed them. Once all of them pass the interview, they can be included in the filming. Chapter 45. Almost Social Death. Lu Mang and other actors from the provincial TV station, who had received the script, had already started to rehearse together. Because the crew had not yet gathered, Yichuan did not specifically arrange which roles they would play. But it doesn't matter which role he plays, because the protagonist is not any of them, but the can. This was something Lu Mang and the others hadn't expected. After going through so much trouble to select the actors, they ended up all playing supporting roles for a can. Although there have been scripts in the past where the protagonist is not a specific character, this time it is particularly outrageous. If they had not read the script and were amazed by it, if someone told them that there was a script with a can as the protagonist, they would have regarded the other person as a fool. On the other side, Yichuan, who had returned to the company, was sitting at his desk. He used the mouse on the computer, and with the help of his popularity on the internet, hundreds of people signed up for the audition he had just posted, and this was only the first few minutes after he posted the audition. There are still many people on the internet who don't know about this. Once this matter spreads, more people will sign up. Of course, Yichuan will not lower his requirements in casting just because he already has 6 professional actors from the provincial TV station. Preliminary estimates suggest that there will be approximately 20,000 applicants by the end, but I only need to select 7 or 8 people from them. This is the elimination rate. He chuckled and shook his head. There was no other way. He only needed these many people at the moment. There would be no place for more. Yichuan no longer asked about the auditions. He specifically applied to the company and selected 30 people from other departments to help him screen out the most suitable ones. As for the requirements, he has already told those responsible for screening. After the final screening is completed, those people will be asked to come to Qincheng. After passing his interview, it means that they have been officially selected by him to become participants in this public service advertisement. After Yichuan had arranged all the tasks, he suddenly found that he was idle again. This is not right. Normally I should be busy at this time. Why am I so bored now? Yichuan, who was playing Minesweeper on the computer out of boredom, suddenly woke up. He looked at his mouse with a confused look on his face and clicked a bomb, and the game ended. It was this thunder that woke him up. No, I have to find something to do. Yichuan stroked his chin and began to think about what he should do. By the way, I haven't finished arranging the venue yet. After all, this was the first time Yichuan had started such a production, and he had no experience. He called Director Lu and asked about the arrangements for the subway car. After learning that everything was in place, He set off for the subway station. After all, this is the location where the most important advertisement in his life will be filmed, so Yichuan still cares about it very much. If the previous work helped Yichuan open the door to a new world, then this work will make the whole world begin to recognize the existence of Yichuan. His expectations for this work have reached the CCTV level. After arriving at the subway station, Yichuan swiped his card and walked into the carriage. He didn't have anywhere he wanted to go. He just wanted to get to know the venue in advance. Some time ago, Yichuan often needed to take the subway to the company, but it was not Line 2, so he was not very familiar with Line 2. It was only after a preliminary observation that I felt that Line 2 was more suitable for filming. And now, he began to really take a closer look at this second line that was about to help a rising star. He carefully observed every section and every platform. No, this car won't work. The position of the elevator after it stops is not right. Yichuan gave up on this car in his heart. He went down to every platform and checked, gradually eliminating one carriage after another. He was prepared to pick a taller one from among the short ones if it really didn't work out, and cooperate with the post-production to complete the advertisement. Until the last carriage, when he was about to accept his fate, a surprise came quietly. Perfect. The carriage door opened, and Yichuan couldn't help but murmur as he looked at the scene outside, which was almost exactly the same as the one in his mind. A young couple walked past him and looked back at him as they walked. This strange man had been looking around while on the train. Now that he had gotten off the train, he stood at the door of the train like a fool, staring at the elevator leading to the ground in a daze, and talking to himself. Do you think that guy is sick? The girl in the couple whispered to the boy next to her. I think, even if he's not sick, he's probably almost there. The boy nodded and said in a low voice. Although their voices were very low, they did not escape Yichuan's extremely sharp senses. He took in everything they said. Yichuan smiled awkwardly, too excited. He had never thought that he had unknowingly done such an abnormal thing. Fortunately, it was not rush hour and there were not many people on the subway. Otherwise, based on his strange behavior just now, he would probably have been filmed and posted online. Then you can add something like, this country bumpkin went to the city for the first time and did something strange after riding the subway. Or shocking, a patient escaped from a certain mental hospital and did something like this in public. Just thinking about it made Yichuan feel annoyed and scared. Fortunately, he was not photographed, otherwise he would become famous again. Walking out of the subway station with some fear, Yichuan took out his cell phone and called Director Liu. After confirming the carriage, Director Liu also began to help him apply to the authorities. When the official learned that it was for the filming of a public service announcement and that it would have the opportunity to be broadcast on CCTV, the official attitude was very serious. What's more, Director Liu personally endorsed it, and the official side was not too strict. After confirming the time, Yichuan was given 1 day to complete the advertisement. As for the specific day, Yichuan could arrange it himself, as long as it was not an important holiday. After receiving this good news, Yichuan was also very happy. The big stone in my heart can finally be put down to the ground. Up to now, all the preparations before the commercial shooting have basically been completed. As long as the rehearsal is done, the shooting can begin. In the future, I, Yichuan, will also be famous on CCTV. Yichuan clenched his fists, a little excited.